Chapter 3969. Princess Huang's master brought her away. Although Princess Huang was very reluctant, there was no other way. There were more important things waiting for her, especially the trip to the Cliff of Death. She went to the bottom of the Soul River, entered the cave, and obtained the inheritance left behind by her mother. From that moment onwards, she was truly accepted by the primitive race and became a member of the primitive race. Her master brought her back. In addition to dealing with the ghost weapon, there was a more important matter, and that was to acknowledge her ancestors. On the way, Princess Huang was expressionless, but there were waves in her heart. Her mind was filled with images of Fang Qin. "What's wrong? Do you miss him?" The old man asked. "Master, mother chose a husband for me." She really wanted to confide in him. Only in front of her master could she be so relaxed. But have you ever thought that you are a member of the primitive race and he is just an ordinary human? The primitive race had a rule, and that was to prohibit intermarriage with other races. Of course, even without this rule, they couldn't intermarry with other races, because there were people in the race who had tried, and the end ended in death. The blood flowing in the body of the primitive race was abnormally powerful. How many people in the world could withstand it? Once they intermarried, they would be seriously injured or even die. Princess Huang lowered her head. Her hair covered her face, and she remained silent. "My good disciple, you will know in the future." The old man sighed. In the city, Fang Qin wasn't in a hurry to leave. The ghost weapon had already been handed over to Princess Huang to be brought back to the primitive race. The task given to him by the old white ape could be considered completed. Now, he was only one step away from the 11th level of the Saint Realm. He wanted to improve his strength as much as possible. Of course, in addition, he also wanted to make a trip to the Life Forbidden Zone to see the old white ape. However, at this moment, suddenly, countless people rushed to the square from the street. Fang Chen was a little stunned, but soon he heard the voice of the waiter. Someone caught 3 white apes. After listening, Fang Chen was slightly stunned. 3 white apes. And from the description of the waiter, why did it feel like the 3 white ape brothers? He hurriedly got up and walked to the square. When he arrived at the square, it was already packed with people. He squeezed in with great difficulty. When his gaze landed on the square, he was instantly stunned. The 3 white ape brothers, who were cultivating with him, had their powers shackled. They were locked in a cage like animals, allowing everyone to watch them. A burly man stood next to the cage. He held a battle axe in his hand and grinned. "Everyone, these 3 white apes aren't simple. They all possess the battle prowess of a 9th level Sage Realm expert. I fought with them for 7 days and 7 nights before I managed to suppress them. Heavenly armor is really powerful. It's a 9th order Saint Realm white ape. It's a pity that he met Heavenly Helm Tianho." A regretful voice came from the crowd. As everyone knew, Man Tianho had a hobby, and that was to collect demon pets. As long as any demon clan fell into his hands, their powers would be sealed, and they would be at his mercy. Although the 3 white apes were strong, they were still no match for Helmut Tianho. The latter was in this city. He was very famous. Almost no one dared to provoke him. Every time he hunted a demon pet, he would put it on the plaza for everyone to watch. This was his hobby. Roar! The 3 white apes roared angrily, but it was to no avail. Their powers were sealed, and they couldn't move at all. They could only be at his mercy. Last time, Heavenly Armor seemed to have captured a member of the 9 Serenities Python clan as a demon pet, which angered the 9 Serenities Python clan. They even sent experts, but Heavenly Armor beat them away. Yes, many demon clans have a headache because of Heavenly Armor. In the crowd, Fang Chen's eyes were filled with coldness. He didn't know why the 3 white apes had left the Forbidden Zone, but the most important thing now was to rescue them. "Is Heavenly Armor very powerful?" Fang Chen murmured. Although his voice was soft, everyone around heard it. They looked at Fong Chen with disdain and said, "Boy, is this your first time here? You haven't even heard of heavenly armor? Humph, you're obviously a country bumpkin. Is heavenly armor someone you can talk about? Trash like you only relies on claptrap to attract attention." Many people expressed their disgust for Fong Chen and retreated, unwilling to be associated with him. Heavenly armor. Fong Chen ignored everyone's disgust and suddenly roared. Suddenly, the noisy plaza quieted down. Even Hai Tianho was stunned. Is this guy crazy? He dares to call heavenly armor by his name? It's over. When heavenly armor is showing his demon pets, he hates being interrupted the most. The moment the 3 white apes in the cage saw Fong Chen, their eyes were filled with joy, and they shouted, "This guy is dead." "Boy, do you want to die?" Heavenly armor said angrily. He was introducing the 3 demon pets to everyone. But this guy interrupted him. Fong Chen took a step forward and came to the center of the plaza. He narrowed his eyes at heavenly armor. Everything in this world has its own life. The human race is the same, the demon race is the same, and the devouring devil race is the same. If you play with the demon race like this and fall into the hands of others one day, will you also be played by others? Everyone was shocked. Heavenly armor froze for a moment, then grinned. "Who do you think you are? What right do you have to order me around?" Fong Chen pointed at the 3 white apes in the cage and said calmly, "These 3 are my good friends. I'll give you a chance. Let them go, and I won't pursue the matter of you playing with them." Good friends? Won't pursue? Heavenly armor was amused. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this. "You want me to let them go? Based on what?" "Based on the fact that I can control your life and death." Fong Chen said. He was already infinitely close to the 11th level of the Saint Realm. In his eyes, heavenly armor was nothing. He couldn't even be bothered to make a move. Control my life and death? Heavenly armor laughed wildly. He spread out his hands and looked at everyone. "What do you think? Idiot, quickly kneel in front of heavenly armor and beg for mercy." "Kneel!" Everyone shouted. Heavenly armor pointed at everyone and said, "Obviously, you don't understand the current situation. You said that you can control my life and death. Have you ever thought that I can crush you as easily as crushing an ant?" He looked down at Fong Chen with a condescending attitude, his face full of disdain. Fong Chen ignored heavenly armor and walked to the cage. He opened it and released the 3 white apes. He then prepared to remove the restrictions on their bodies. 999 first impudent. Doing something like this under his nose was simply provoking him. Boom! Heavenly armor punched out. A vast fist shadow pierced through the sky and blasted towards Fong Chen. Crack! The cage couldn't withstand the terrifying power and exploded. Fong Chen and the 3 white apes were unharmed. Fong Chen, the Star and Moon. Chapter 3970. Hai Lu Tianho stood high above, looking down at Fong Chen. He was slightly shocked. Who was this person? He had never heard of such a person in the sage realm in the city. Although his previous attack was casual, the power it contained wasn't something an ordinary 9th level sage realm martial artist could withstand. However, not only did Fong Chen block his attack, but he also used the force of his attack to break the cage. This method was enough to shock him. "Why are you guys here?" Fong Chen ignored Hai Lu Tianho and looked at the 3 white apes. They should be in the life forbidden zone. "Brother, we were ordered by our grandfather to go to the cliff of death to help you. Humph! This despicable and shameless bastard. He tricked us 3 brothers and captured us here. If we weren't worried about your safety, we wouldn't have been caught by this guy." The 3 brothers were furious. However, they were worried about Fong Chen's safety, which was why they fell into his trap. "Thank you for your hard work." Fong Chen tapped their bodies a few times, and the shackles in their bodies were released. The 3 brothers held their heads high and stared angrily at Hai Lu Tianho. "Old man, We were tricked by you last time. This time we'll settle the score." "Humph." Hai Lu Tianho snorted and stared at Fang Chen. Fang Chen waved his hand, indicating for the three brothers to step back. "Leave it to me. You guys take a rest and watch the show." The three brothers wanted to say something, but they gave up when they saw the determination in Fang Chen's eyes. "Be careful. This guy is a little strange," the three brothers warned. "You're courting death." Seeing this, Gong Tianho roared furiously and suddenly slammed his palm down. Vast power covered the palm and smashed into Fang Chen's body as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Crack! However, when the dust settled, everyone was shocked to see that Fang Chen didn't move at all. His clothes weren't torn, and there was a layer of golden light on the surface of his skin that easily blocked Hai Lu Tianho's attack. Hai Lu Tianho's face changed. He wanted to withdraw his palm, but it was too late. "You want to leave?" Fang Chen sneered. He took out his sword and performed the ultimate sword technique. Whoosh! The moment the sword was unleashed, heaven and earth shook. The ultimate sword art's power was unparalleled, and with Fang Chen's 10th order, true Saint Realm battle prowess, no matter how strong Quan Tianho was, he was no match for Fang Chen. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen's sword pierced through Hai Lu Tianho's body, causing him to let out a miserable cry. Boom! Hai Tianho's body heavily smashed into the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was pale. His eyes were filled with fear. "Who are you?" Hai Lu Tianho asked in horror. This person's battle prowess was too strong. He could completely crush him. So strong. The three white ape brothers were stunned. They smiled bitterly. Just a moment ago, they had warned Fang Chen to be careful. Who would have thought that his battle prowess had already reached such a terrifying level? This guy is sick. When the three white ape brothers had cultivated with Fang Chen in the Life Forbidden Zone, they had already known how sick he was. However, they had not expected him to grow to such a level after a few hundred years. Even their grandfather might not be a match for him. To be able to easily crush a 9th order true Saint Realm expert like Hai Lu Tianho in the entire origin world, unless the primal chaos sovereign intervened, no one would be a match for him. The onlookers were also filled with shock as they tried to guess Fang Chen's identity. Crash! Hai Lu Tianho knew that he was no match for Fang Chen and immediately tried to escape. However, how could he escape from Fang Chen's grasp? All they saw was Fang Chen slashing his sword at the void. The sword light instantly pierced through the heavens and earth and struck Hai Lu Tianho's body, sending him flying. "Brother, please show mercy." All of a sudden, the three white ape brothers cried out. Fang Chen was puzzled. At this moment, the three white ape brothers voiced their request. "This old guy likes to collect demonic pets and show them to the world. Let's give him a taste of his own medicine. We'll turn him into a demonic pet and lock him in a cage for everyone to see. What do you think?" "All right, I'll leave it to you." Fang Chen flicked his finger and a bright light drilled into Hai Lu Tianho's body. The latter screamed and instantly lost his ability to fight. Then he watched as the three white ape brothers threw him into a cage and chained him up, turning him into a demonic pet. "You!" Hai Lu Tianho roared in anger. However, his cultivation had been crippled by Fang Chen. He did not even have the ability to commit suicide. He felt endless humiliation. Everyone in the square was dumbfounded. Hai Lu Tianho, who was so arrogant just a moment ago, was now locked in a cage. Wasn't this too exaggerated? Soon, everyone in the city knew about Hai Lu Tianho's situation. Many people rejoiced in his misfortune. This damned demon had finally been executed. However, 3 days later, a person came to the square and faced Fang Chen. "Brother, no matter what, Hai Lu Tianho is still a 9th level Saint Realm powerhouse. What you're doing is a bit too much." This person had delicate features and looked like a scholar. However, Fang Chen felt that he was full of killing intent. This person was not simple. Why didn't he show up when he treated us as demonic pets and showed us to the world? The three white ape brothers said coldly, "Now that he's being countered by us, you're pretending to show up?" The scholar frowned. "Brother, Hai Lu Tianho and I have some friendship. Can you let him go for my sake? Who do you think you are? Why should I?" The three white ape brothers were annoyed. They hated Hai Lu Tianho. This person was pleading for Hai Lu Tianho, which meant that he was an accomplice. The scholar took out a token from his arms that shone with a white light. The moment he saw the token, Fang Chen was stunned. He immediately asked, "Where did you get this token?" "Let Hai Lu Tianho go, and I'll give you the token and tell you everything you want to know," the scholar said with a smile. Fang Chen nodded and motioned for the three white ape brothers to let Hai Lu Tianho go. Although the three of them were unwilling, they still let him go. Bang! Hai Lu Tianho was kicked to the front of the scholar. The latter kept his promise and threw the token to Fang Chen. He then said, "This token comes from the Great Snow Mountain." With that, he left with Hai Lu Tianho. Before he left behind a ruthless sentence. Everyone has to pay the price for their impulsiveness. This sentence that was full of killing intent echoed in the void. "Brother." The three white ape brothers were puzzled and asked in confusion. Fang Chen's dark eyes looked into the distance. He had mixed feelings. The Great Snow Mountain? Where was this place? Did the scholar and Hai Lu Tianho both come from the Great Snow Mountain? Why would the scholar bring this token to find him? Could it be that he had discovered his identity? Or, perhaps, the power behind him had discovered his identity? Thinking of this, Fang Chen's expression gradually became serious. If it was as he guessed, then what awaited him would be the greatest disaster. End of chapter. Chapter 3971. Why would the scholar bring this special medallion to this city? Was it just to save Gong Tianho? The more he thought about it, the more serious Fang Chen's expression became. The situation was much more serious than he had imagined. He was not sure if Gong Tianho and the scholar were from the same faction. What was the origin of the Great Snow Mountain behind the scholar? Was it related to the Chaos Realm? After a long while, Fang Chen shook his head hard and looked down at the token in his hand. Perhaps the answer to all the mysteries was hidden in this token? The three white ape brothers stared at Fang Chen. Although they did not know what the token meant, they noticed that Fang Chen's expression was very serious, so they did not disturb him. The onlookers gradually dispersed. Fang Chen stood in the square, trying to figure out the mystery of the token, but he gave up in the end. Although he sensed a familiar aura from the token that belonged to the Chaos Realm, he was unable to explore it. Therefore, he was puzzled. What was the relationship between the Great Snow Mountain and the Chaos Realm? The Origin World was a world that the devouring demon clan's patriarch had created by devouring 2/3 of the heavenly Tao fate of the Chaos Realm. Because the heavenly Tao origin here was perfect and flawless, it could give birth to many top experts. The primal Chaos Realm gradually declined and even reached the point of being exterminated. As Fang Chen shouldered the heavy responsibility of saving the Chaos World, he came into contact with far too many secrets. He became increasingly convinced that the experts of the Chaos World back then did not seem to have died in the Great Godfall War as recorded in the history books. Fang Chen guessed that they were the masterminds behind the scenes, and he was the best candidate to carry out the mission among the hundreds of millions of cultivators. Especially after entering the Origin World, he came into contact with the places that the experts of the Chaos Realm had visited. In the Cliff of Death, he even encountered some experts from the ancient civilization. There were also those sleeping experts. For example, Xing Wang, Fisherman, and Great Emperor Miu. Various signs indicated that there were still great experts of the Chaos Realm hiding in the Origin World. but it was not convenient for them to show themselves now. They were probably plotting something big. Now, Fang Chen had just come out of the Cliff of Death, and someone from the Great Snow Mountain had already delivered the token to him. He suspected that saving Heavenly Armor King was a lie, and giving him the token was real. If his guess was correct, what role did the Great Snow Mountain play? He definitely did not dare to go to the Great Snow Mountain. "Brother, what should we do now?" the 3 white ape brothers asked. Their original mission was to go to the Cliff of Death to help Fang Chen snatch the demonic artifact and bring it out safely. Who would have thought that he would be ambushed by Helmut Tianho on the way here? His cultivation would be sealed, and he would be locked up in a cage and displayed to the world as a pet. This made the 3 brothers very angry and very ashamed, because the person who saved them was actually their mission protector. But now, since Fang Chen had successfully escaped from the Cliff of Death and learned from their conversation that the ghost weapon had been taken away by the primitive tribes, their mission was naturally terminated. "Brother, do you want to come back with us to meet Grandfather?" Old Third asked. "You just came out of the Cliff of Death, and you might have been targeted by many forces. For safety's sake, you should come back with us," Old Second said. "The force behind the person who saved Heavenly Armor King will not let this matter rest," Old Third said. "Brother, you should be careful." Fang Chen's gaze swept across everyone, and then he nodded and thanked them. "Thank you for your kindness, the 3 of you and Senior White Ape. I still have some things to take care of, so I won't go back with you. When I'm done, I'll personally go to your tribe to thank Senior White Ape." "All right, then we'll part ways here." The 3 white ape brothers bid farewell and returned to their tribe. Fang Chen's deep eyes stared in a certain direction. He vaguely sensed that the chaotic aura in the token seemed to be rippling. After this battle, Fang Chen's name had spread throughout the city. Wherever he went, everyone was very afraid, and their eyes were full of reverence. In the bustling restaurant, Fang Chen sat by the window, drinking and looking out of the window at the same time. Thud, thud, thud. After a while, the waiter came over with a white-haired old man. "Sir, the person you want is here," the waiter said, pointing at the white-haired old man. Crash! Fang Chen casually threw a lump of gold into the waiter's hand. The waiter smiled and said, "Senior White is a know-it-all. If you have any questions, just ask him." With that, the waiter left. Fang Chen pointed at the chair opposite him, motioning for the white-haired old man to sit down. "Little brother, you want to ask about the Great Snow Mountain?" The white-haired old man smiled. Fang Chen did not speak, and the white-haired old man continued. "The Great Snow Mountain is very mysterious. They have been developing in secret, and their people rarely come out. I happen to know some information about the Great Snow Mountain, but my fee is a little high." "How much?" Fang Chen asked. The white-haired old man stretched out a finger and said with a smile, "The origin pill and a saint-level secret technique." Fang Chen did not hesitate and directly threw the origin pill and the saint-level secret technique to the white-haired old man. Seeing this, the old man was overjoyed and immediately said, "Brother, you are a straightforward person. This old man will tell you everything he knows." "Tell me everything you know about the Great Snow Mountain," Fang Chen said. "The scholar who saved Hellion Tianho is not from the Great Snow Mountain. Strictly speaking, he is a member of a subordinate force of the Great Snow Mountain. Hellion Tianho is his best friend, so he took action. He had no choice but to use the token to save Hellion Tianho. That token is called a kill order in the Great Snow Mountain." Fang Chen raised his eyebrows and was a little surprised. "A kill order?" The white-haired old man nodded. "Yes, a kill order. If the Great Snow Mountain wants to kill someone, they will give them a kill order in advance. There was a rumor in the Jianghu that as long as one received a kill order, they would definitely die." "The scholar gave me a kill order because he wanted to kill me?" Fang Chen asked. The white-haired old man said that the kill order in the scholar's hand was actually given to the force behind him by the Great Snow Mountain. It was equivalent to a trump card. If he wanted to kill someone, he just had to throw the kill order to the person, and the people of the Great Snow Mountain would kill the person who had the kill order. How could he be so sure that the kill order could save Hellion Tianho's life? Feng Qin asked in return. If it was someone else who could not sense the chaotic aura in the kill order, then what was the difference between this kill order and an ordinary token? No one could recognize the kill token. Did that mean that it was just an ordinary token? End of chapter. Chapter 3972. The white-haired old man was known as the Jiang who know-it-all and knew many important secrets that most people did not. Moreover, he was somewhat famous in the origin world. Many large factions would seek him out for information. Feng Qin had also heard of this news, which was why he had asked the waiter to find him. As expected, he had obtained a lot of information regarding the Great Snow Mountain. It was true that the scholar had saved Guan Tianho because the two of them were best friends. The scholar had no choice but to take out the kill token that the Great Snow Mountain had given to the faction behind him in exchange for Guan Tianho. However, outsiders had never seen the kill token before, so it was impossible for them to recognize it. This meant that even Feng Qin might not recognize the kill token. Why did the scholar think that the Great Snow Mountain's kill token could save Guan Tianho's life? If Feng Qin had not sensed the familiar aura of the chaotic realm from the kill token, how could he have let Guan Tianho go? After hearing the white-haired old man's words, Feng Qin sank into deep thought. What was going on? Why was the scholar so certain that he would accept the kill token? The kill token meant death for ordinary people. No one was willing to see the kill warrant, and it was even more impossible for someone to take it into their arms. This matter. The white-haired old man hesitated for a moment and raised his head to glance at Feng Qin. The latter took out another origin pill from his bosom. After the old man took it, he said, "From what I know, although the kill token is a token used by the Great Snow Mountain to kill enemies, more importantly, it contains a unique aura. I was fortunate enough to see a kill token that was exactly the same as the one you have. After studying it carefully, I discovered that the unique aura within the kill token can cause the power in a cultivator's body to vibrate and resonate, allowing the cultivator's strength to increase by leaps and bounds," the white-haired old man said. Oh! Feng Qin was stunned. Could the unique aura that the white-haired old man was talking about be the aura of the chaotic realm? Then why was the Great Snow Mountain able to create such a unique kill token? Who was controlling the Great Snow Mountain behind the scenes? Could it be related to the experts of the Chaos Realm? So, you're saying that even if I didn't recognize the killing token and sense the unique aura within it, I would still accept it as a treasure? Feng Qin asked. The white-haired old man nodded. He had no reason to refuse. Although the kill order represented death, it also represented opportunity. It was said that as long as one could fully comprehend the special aura contained within the kill order and refine it, the Great Snow Mountain would cancel their pursuit. On the other hand, this was also a way for the Great Snow Mountain to test the world. Has anyone managed to refine the aura within all these years? Feng Qin asked. This was what he was most concerned about. After all, the person who could refine the aura of the chaotic realm in the kill order was definitely someone from the chaotic realm. There was one person who succeeded. He managed to refine the killing order. Not long after, the Great Snow Mountain announced that they had stopped hunting him down. However, everyone discovered that after that, that person had completely disappeared. It was as if he had evaporated into thin air. The white-haired elder muttered. This was why everyone's expression changed when they heard about the killing token. Was he killed by the Great Snow Mountain? Feng Qin frowned. The Great Snow Mountain's method always gave him the illusion that they were deliberately looking for people from the chaotic realm. He now had two guesses. First, the Great Snow Mountain was controlled by experts from the chaotic realm. They deliberately used the killing token as bait to find lost experts from the chaotic realm. Second, the Great Snow Mountain was controlled by experts from the devouring demon clan. They used the killing token as bait to kill enemies from the chaotic realm who had sneaked into the origin world. Whoosh! Fang Qin took a deep breath. His expression became solemn. Things were becoming more and more confusing. Even he could not determine the Great Snow Mountain's role in this matter. I've said all that needs to be said. Brother, let me give you a piece of advice. Throw away the killing token and go as far as you can. The white-haired elder advised. Fang Qin nodded. All right, you can go back first. After the white-haired elder left, Fang Qin's eyes shone with a complicated light. He got up and left the restaurant. Not long after, Fang Qin appeared in a mountain range. This mountain range was crisscrossed with towering trees. From time to time, the roars of beasts could be heard in the lush mountain range. He headed north. This was already the 9th day since Fang Qin left the city. Once he crossed this mountain range, he would be able to enter the territory of the Scholars faction. Rip! While Fang Qin was sitting on a rock to rest, a tearing sound suddenly came from the void. His expression instantly became solemn as he looked around vigilantly. It was also at this moment that an 8-clawed centipede suddenly appeared out of thin air. It opened its bloody mouth and bit at him. Boom! Fang Qin did not say anything and directly used the ultimate sword technique. Swoosh! The terrifying sword light crisscrossed and tore apart the 8-clawed centipede. The 8-clawed centipede's head fell to the ground. Its gong-sized eyes stared at Fang Qin as it lost its life. There's something strange about this mountain range. Fang Qin realized that this mountain range was not what it looked like on the surface. There was something strange about it. This 8-clawed centipede was obviously very strong, but it could not withstand his sword. It did not make sense. What's going on? Fang Qin spread out his divine sense and probed the surrounding situation clearly. Other than this 8-clawed centipede, there was no other demonic beast. This made him even more puzzled. Let's go. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Fang Qin quickened his pace and rushed into the depths of the mountain range. Not long after he left, 2 figures appeared near the 8-clawed centipede's corpse. Their bodies were covered with a monstrous demonic aura. If Fang Qin was here, he would definitely recognize them as the demon-devouring clan. Humph, what an idiot. Another one has come to die. The 2 looked at each other, their eyes full of murderous intent. Even a 9th-level Saint Realm martial artist would lose his combat effectiveness after being contaminated by the 8-clawed centipede's poison. The man in black sneered. Does this guy really think he's strong enough to kill the 8-clawed centipede with one sword? The other person said. It turned out that the 8-clawed centipede was secretly controlled by the 2 of them. In fact, the 8-clawed centipede's combat effectiveness was very strong, but the 2 of them deliberately suppressed the 8-clawed centipede's power and let Fang Qin kill it with one sword. He did not realize that the 8-clawed centipede's blood had seeped through the sword and stained his palm. Let's go. The poison is about to take effect. Be careful later. Although he is not strong, his sword technique is very strange. Although the man in black was conceited, he was very vigilant. He had studied swordsmanship quite a bit. The sword that Fang Qin had just swung was very amazing. After that, the 2 of them quickly moved in the direction that Fang Qin had left. The 2 of them could not wait to kill Fang Qin, their prey. Fang Qin, Star and Moon. Chapter 3973. In the mountain range, Fang Qin rushed forward, leaving behind afterimages in the dense forest. But soon he realized that his palm was stained with the 8-clawed centipede's blood. Hiss! The blood on his palm was corroding his flesh. Poison! Fang Qin frowned. Although the 8-clawed centipede was a very poisonous monster, its poison was mainly stored in its 8 claws. It was impossible for its blood to contain poison. He raised his palm and smelled it. His face changed slightly. This wasn't the eight-clawed centipede's poison, but someone else's. Someone had injected poison into the eight-clawed centipede's blood. This poison was colorless and odorless, and when it mixed with the eight-clawed centipede's blood, its toxicity would increase tenfold. Even a ninth-level sage realm martial artist would lose their fighting strength after being infected with this poison. Someone is controlling the eight-clawed centipede to deal with me? Feng Qin guessed. He immediately used his ultimate force to refine the poison in his blood. Hiss! In a short while, the poison that could kill a ninth-level sage realm martial artist was easily refined. At this moment, rustling sounds came from the forest. Then, two figures appeared out of thin air. As soon as they appeared, they locked onto Feng Qin. Kid, your resistance is pretty good. You haven't collapsed yet. According to their prediction, after being poisoned, Lin Fan would lose his fighting strength and collapse within a few seconds. However, Feng Qin was still standing steadily. His face was ruddy. It seemed that he was struggling to refine the poison. Don't waste your time. You can't refine the poison. The other person said disdainfully. Over the years, who knew how many people had died at the hands of the two of them? This poison was what they relied on to survive. It was always successful. Everyone who was poisoned died in the end. There was no exception. Therefore, in their eyes, Feng Qin was already a dead man. It was just a matter of how and when he would die. What do you want to do? Feng Qin asked calmly. Now that he had refined the poison, the two people in front of him were like ants. However, he didn't immediately attack. Instead, he wanted to ask if he could glean any useful information from them. For someone who was about to die, the two of them were still very magnanimous. There's no harm in telling you. You're going to die anyway, the black-clothed man said. The two of us found an altar. That altar was left behind by a former sovereign. However, we were unable to open it. We needed 36,000 types of blood to open it. For so many years, us two brothers have been lurking here, using the eight-clawed centipede to confuse passing warriors. As long as they are poisoned, they will die in our hands. So far, we have collected 30,000 drops of blood. Hearing this, Feng Qin was also stunned. The altar left behind by the sovereign required 36,000 types of blood. Only the liquid can open it. As for those two people, they had already collected 30,000 drops of blood. This meant that 30,000 cultivators had died by their hands. It was too cruel. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens for being so cruel? Feng Qin asked. Punishment by the heavens? What a joke. As long as we collect enough blood, open the altar, and obtain the sovereign's inheritance, we will be invincible in the world. Why would we be afraid of the heavens? In the world of martial arts cultivation, the strong are respected. The fist is the absolute truth. If they die in our hands, they can only blame themselves for not being strong enough. If we have invincible strength, all schemes and tricks will be useless. Feng Qin shook his head. You shouldn't have thought of using me. Kid, you're about to die, and you still dare to threaten us? The two of them looked at each other and then directly attacked. However, an unexpected scene happened. They saw that Feng Qin did not lose his combat strength. Instead, he slapped out a palm that could topple mountains and overturn seas. The void palm hit one of them hard. Suddenly, a scream was heard. That person collapsed on the ground and lost his combat strength. Seventh brother. The black-clothed man screamed loudly and kept retreating. His body was trembling. The palm just now was ridiculously strong. In so many years, he had never met such a powerful opponent. Who are you? His voice was trembling, and his heart was filled with fear. Why is the poison ineffective on you? The blood of the eight-clawed centipede could increase the efficacy of their special poison by 100-fold. In the past, all the Saint Realm warriors would definitely die if they were poisoned. But now, this person was clearly poisoned, and there was still the 8-clawed centipede's blood on his hand, but he was unharmed. What was going on? Could it be that he had managed to refine the poison in just a few seconds? No. The black-clothed man shook his head, frantically, unable to believe it. Does it matter? Fong Chin stepped forward and came in front of the black-clothed man and said calmly, it didn't matter who he was. What was important was that the two of them wanted to kill him, so they had to be prepared to bear the consequences. Kill. The black-clothed man lowered his head and suddenly raised it. A ray of light shot out from his eyes, condensing into an icicle, and pierced Fong Chen's eyeball as fast as lightning. Crack! However, when the icicle arrived in front of Fong Chen, the latter casually smashed it with his palm. The black-clothed man slumped to the ground the moment the icicle shattered. The icicle contained a primordial spirit attack, which was his trump card. Even the icicle had shattered. Without a doubt, this person's strength was above the 9th level Saint Realm. Could it be a half-step Primal Chaos Supreme? Only a half-step Primal Chaos Supreme could have such exaggerated strength. Where is the altar you found? Fong Chen asked. The black-robed man was like a walking corpse. He didn't say a single word, but it didn't matter. Fong Chen utilized his primordial spirit at the Tao manifestation level and directly searched the man's soul. He quickly found out the location of the altar. Deep in the mountains, Fong Chen muttered to himself as he raised his head and looked into the depths of the mountains. Ah! With a scream, the black-clothed man died. His primordial spirit couldn't withstand the power of a primordial spirit of the primordial spirit at the primordial spirit level. It shattered and lost its vitality. Swoosh! Fong Chen flicked his finger, and the other person fell into a pool of blood. Not even in their wildest dreams would the two of them have imagined that the poison that had always been effective would change and cause them to lose their lives. Of course, this was just a small interlude. As far as Fong Chen was concerned, the altar left behind by the supreme-grade powerhouse had successfully attracted his attention. Before this, the only Supremes he had come into contact with should be Sky Dragon Supreme. He had obtained Sky Dragon Supreme's heart and used the ghost weapon to refine it to the final step. He was just short of an opportunity to completely integrate it. As for Fu Jian, he had only obtained his inheritance and had never come into contact with him. Thump! 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 Fong Chen could feel the heart in his body slowly beating. The ghost weapon had completely integrated Sky Dragon Supreme's heart into his, and the two had become one. However, he could still feel a gap. End of chapter. Chapter 3974. In the depths of the mountain range, there was an altar that seemed to have been left behind by a sovereign. This was the information that Fong Chen obtained from the soul search. At the same time, he also obtained the 30,000 types of blood that the two had collected over the years. When Fong Chen took out the vessel that contained the blood, a fishy smell assaulted his nostrils. He almost fainted. The smell of blood was unbearable for those who had not experienced life and death situations. What a vicious method! At the same time, Fong Chen said coldly, the two of them did not die unjustly. The blood in the vessel represented at least 30,000 lives that had died in their hands. It was simply too cruel. However, he did not say anything. He followed the correct path and moved forward quickly. He did not encounter any obstacles along the way and smoothly arrived at the end of the mountain range. In a dark valley, there was a red altar. At a glance, Fong Chen's heart trembled. The altar gave off a very shocking feeling, as if it was watered with scarlet blood. Was it left behind by a sovereign? Fong Chen whispered and jumped into the valley. Immediately, a vast smell of blood filled the air. He saw some footprints on the ground. These two belonged to the two of them. It seemed that they were pretty good. They had been guarding the valley, but could not get close to the altar. Deadly poison! Fong Chen saw the scarlet blood flowing not far from the altar. He could clearly feel that the deadly poison contained in the blood of the 8-clawed centipede was exactly the same as the scarlet blood. Hiss, hiss, hiss! With a flick of his finger, he shot a stone into the scarlet blood. Immediately, the stone shattered and was corroded. As expected, Fang Chen could already confirm that the scarlet blood flowing from the altar was the source of the deadly poison used by the two of them. No wonder. Fang Chen was enlightened. The blood itself was a type of deadly poison. Naturally, it could merge with the blood of the 8-clawed centipede. Fang Chen also knew that it was not just the 8-clawed centipede. As long as it was the blood of a demonic beast, it could increase the power of the deadly poison. Why is this scarlet blood flowing from the altar? Fang Chen began to ponder. What was inside the altar? Was this the blood of some kind of creature? He seriously thought about it. Memories surfaced in his mind, but he really couldn't think of what kind of creature's blood would have such a strong poison. Generally speaking, if any living being had this kind of poison in their blood, it would be impossible for them to survive. Fang Chen fell into deep thought. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The scarlet blood seemed to have sensed life. It flowed slowly along the ground. After a while, it arrived at Fang Chen's feet, passing through his shoes and covering his feet. Ah! Fang Chen felt a heart-wrenching pain. Only then did he wake up from his thoughts. He subconsciously looked down and was shocked to find that unknowingly the scarlet blood under the altar had flowed to his feet, corroding his shoes and covering his feet. Blood has spirituality? Or is there an expert's will in the altar? Fang Chen felt even more complicated. At the same time, he used his ultimate power to expel and refine the scarlet blood on his feet. The scarlet blood seemed to have sensed the threat of the ultimate power and quickly retreated, returning to the altar. At this time, Fang Chen's heart suddenly beat violently. Fang Chen was surprised. His heart had fused with the Sky Dragon Supreme's heart. Although there was still a small gap, it could be considered the toughest part of his body. After all, it was tainted with the Supreme's aura. The altar could actually cause his heart to beat. Could it be that this altar was really left behind by a Supreme? Walala! Scarlet blood constantly flowed out from the red altar. Fang Chen's heart also beat faster and faster. He slowly walked to the altar and touched the scarlet blood. Whoa! The scarlet blood instantly drilled into his body. Then, Fang Chen discovered that the poison didn't spread. Instead, it was all absorbed by his heart. Fang Chen was even more surprised. Could the Sky Dragon Supreme's heart be able to resist the poison? Hiss! 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 Fang Chen directly pressed his palm into the scarlet blood and crazily absorbed it. His heart also beat faster and faster. There was even a trace of powerful aura being emitted. The aura of a Supreme. This was the unique aura of the Sky Dragon Supreme. A dragon roar resounded from his heart, resounding through the sky. It was also at this moment that the scarlet blood under the altar suddenly stopped flowing. The entire altar instantly froze. There seemed to be a faint frenzied cry coming from the altar. Thump, 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 thump. The heartbeat also became irregular. Gradually, Fang Chen's eyes became unfocused and lost. His body uncontrollably walked to the altar. In the next moment, the scarlet blood in the altar crazily spurted out and sprinkled on his body. Then, drop by drop, it quickly fused into his body and was absorbed by his heart. In just a few seconds, the amount of scarlet blood absorbed by his heart had already reached 80% of Fang Chen's blood. This was already a terrifying number. If it wasn't for his heart, the scarlet blood would spread throughout his body. Even a half-step primal chaos sovereign would die. At this moment, Fang Chen was completely delirious. All of his actions were controlled by his heart. He sat cross-legged on the altar with his palms together. The altar was still spurting out scarlet blood, as if it was specially for him to cultivate. After absorbing a large amount of scarlet blood, the heart began to refine it. The last crack seemed to be closing up. If Fang Chen was awake at this moment, he would definitely be shocked. Even a ghost weapon couldn't make the heart of the Sky Dragon Supreme merge with his. The scarlet blood on the altar was like a lubricant, perfectly lubricating the two hearts, causing the final gap between them to disappear completely. Clang! The moment the two hearts completely merged, the great Tao thunderous sound resounded in Fang Chen's ears. He fell into a state of enlightenment. On this day, all the cultivators in the entire Origin realm heard the thunderous voice of the Great Path. They fell into a daze like walking corpses. However, it only lasted for a few seconds before they returned to normal. Strangely enough, they couldn't remember anything about it at all. It was as if it had never happened. Only a few top grand cultivators seemed to have realized something. They looked in a certain direction with a solemn expression and pinched their fingers. The heavenly tribulation is coming. After a long time, the ancient powerhouses sighed. The great Tao thunderous sound had appeared, and the heavenly tribulation was coming. A calamity that would sweep across the entire world would appear. Who could survive this calamity? However, the main character who caused this phenomenon, Fang Chen, was still immersed in the process of the fusion of the hearts. End of chapter. Chapter 3975. In the depths of the mountain range on the altar, Fang Chen sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. He could feel a scorching energy entering his body from the altar. At this moment, he was fusing with the last sliver of his heart and was gradually completing it. Golden light flickered where his heart was. When the last sliver of Sovereign's aura fused with the heart of the Sky Dragon Sovereign, his heart was considered to have completely fused. At this moment, Fang Chen abruptly opened his eyes. He could feel the energy in his body vibrating. Over 90 strands of ultimate force were frantically revolving around his heart. It was as if his heart was the source of energy. He could clearly feel that his heart contained an extremely powerful, true dragon force. After all, the Sky Dragon Sovereign was once a primal chaos sovereign. Even though he had fallen a long time ago, his heart still contained the pressure of a sovereign. It resonated with the sovereign's aura in the altar, allowing the Sky Dragon Sovereign's heart to completely fuse with Fang Chen's heart. At this moment, the toughest part of Fang Chen's body was his heart. In other words, if he were to encounter a life or death crisis, as long as he hid his Yuan spirit in his heart, he would be able to escape the calamity. There was almost no one below the sovereign realm that could injure his heart. Of course, he couldn't be careless because of this. After all, the world was vast and full of wonders. If he could cultivate the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization, perhaps others could as well. If there was a cultivator of the same realm who cultivated the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization, it might pose a threat to his heart. Huff! Fang Chen took a deep breath. His face was filled with uncontrollable excitement. The heart of the Sky Dragon Sovereign had finally completely fused with his heart. He didn't expect that those two fellows who had collected over 30,000 types of blood would end up giving him a wedding dress. If it wasn't for the last sliver of Sovereign's aura in the altar, he didn't know when the sliver of Sovereign's aura in his heart would be completely fused. He slowly got up and began to look around, seriously sizing up the altar. This altar wasn't any different from an ordinary altar. But what really moved Fang Chen was that according to those two fellows, there was indeed Sovereign's aura in the altar, and it had already been sucked dry by him. The question he was pondering now was whether this altar was personally created by a sovereign, or had the sovereign just been here and left behind a sliver of his aura? Who was the supreme martial artist that came here? First of all, Fang Chen excluded the demon-devouring clan's Jizun. After all, the demon-devouring clan and the creatures of the Chaos Realm were mortal enemies. Even a wisp of Jizun's aura would repel the creatures of the Chaos Realm. It was impossible for them to absorb it so smoothly. Secondly, he eliminated the possibility of it being a beast, as he could sense that the wisp of 9 Heaven Supreme's aura had perfectly merged with the heart of the Heavenly Dragon Supreme. Everyone knew that the Heavenly Dragon Sovereign was from the human race, and there was always a certain difference between him and the demon race. The Sovereign's aura in the altar was definitely not left behind by the demon race's sovereign. Could it be the autarch of the primal chaos realm? Feng Qin frowned thoughtfully. Up until now, he had come into contact with far too many secrets. He even speculated that there were many invisible hands behind his back, such as the Grand Monarchs and the primal chaos paragons, who everyone thought were dead. Feng Qin had even guessed who Supreme Master Fujian was. However, after so many years, there was no evidence to prove that Supreme Master Fujian was still alive. Although the origin world was the nest of the demon-devouring clan, there were still other clans that had spawned over the countless years. Many experts of the Chaos Realm had even infiltrated the origin world. Furthermore, the top experts of the Chaos Realm had once entered the origin world to fight against the demon-devouring clan for the sake of the Chaos Realm's survival. That battle had been extremely tragic, with many casualties. Even the demon-devouring clan's chief had been severely injured and had been in seclusion ever since. Although he had come out of seclusion a few times later on and created the legendary Battle of the Gods, extracting 2/3 of the Heavenly Tao's origin from the Chaos Realm. However, the injuries he had suffered back then had never healed. After pondering for a long time, Feng Qin shook his head and said, "Forget it. Since I've already merged with the heart of the Heavenly Dragon Supreme, I'll explore it in the future. It would be difficult to explore without any clues. Perhaps the truth would come to light when he stepped into the primal chaos realm." At this thought, Feng Qin bowed to the altar and thanked it, then quickly left. However, what he did not see was that not long after he left, an ancient sigh came from the altar, as if it had crossed the river of time. This sigh contained very complex emotions. After a long time, the sigh disappeared, and the altar turned into ruins as if it had never existed. Sha sha sha! After the last sliver of the heart had merged, Feng Qin's combat strength soared again, and he had condensed 99 strands of ultimate force. He only needed one more strand to step into the 11th Order Saint realm. However, he knew that this last strand was a bottleneck, and it would be difficult to break through in a short time. After leaving the mountain range, he entered the territory of the Scholars faction, Taishan sect. The Scholars faction was called Taishan sect. It was not very famous in the origin world, and few people knew about it. Feng Qin only knew about it from Jianghu's all-knowing man. Since ancient times, Taishan sect had been a subordinate faction of the Great Snow Mountain, and the scholar was the most outstanding genius of the Taishan sect's younger generation. He even had a chance to become a supremacy. All the resources of the Taishan sect were tilted toward him, and even the kill order given by the Great Snow Mountain was personally rewarded to the scholar by the Taishan Hierophant. Taishan City was an indestructible city, and it was also one of the busiest cities in the barren land of the origin world. At this moment, inside Taishan's sect, the Hierophant sat on the bronze throne at the head of the table. Many elders stood on either side of him, and below him knelt a young man. This man lowered his head and confessed, "Hierophant, I know I was wrong." The scholar apologized again and again in fear, and he promised that he would never do it again. "You went too far in this matter." One of the elders shook his head. What was the kill order? It was given by the Great Snow Mountain personally, and it was equivalent to a trump card. As long as the kill order was used, the Great Snow Mountain would send experts to kill the person who received the kill order. The Taishan Hierophant gave the scholar the kill order so that he could use it at a critical moment, but he used it to save Helmut Tianho. You used the kill order to save someone. How could you do that? Another elder said coldly, "You are the future hope of Taishan sect. How could you do such a stupid thing?" The Taishan Hierophant's dark eyes stared at the scholar. No one knew what he was thinking. The scholar was scared out of his wits. He knew very well how cruel the Taishan Hierophant was, and he was filled with regret. When he saw Helmut Tianhou being humiliated, he was hot-headed and used the kill order. Now that he thought about it, he really should not have done that. End of chapter. Chapter 3976. The Taishan Hierophant was one of the 8 war gods under the command of the Great Snow Mountain. His strength had already reached the threshold of the Supreme Plane. Even in the Great Snow Mountain, he was considered a powerful person. He had created the Taishan sect to select the younger generation of geniuses for the Great Snow Mountain. As long as a disciple caught his eye, he would use all the resources of the Taishan sect to train them and send them to the Great Snow Mountain in the future. Now, there were many cultivators in the Great Snow Mountain, and many of them were sent there by the Taishan Hierophant. Therefore, the Taishan Hierophant was very prestigious in the Great Snow Mountain. Among the 8 war gods, he was one of the best. Therefore, the master of the Great Snow Mountain had given him a kill order. This kill order was different from other kill orders. It was a kill order of the highest level. It meant that the master of the Great Snowy Mountain could make a move once in a life-and-death situation. It was equivalent to having a second life. However, the scholar had used it to save Helmut Tianhou without knowing it. The Taishan Hierophant was very angry. On the bronze throne, the Taishan Hierophant was dressed in a black robe. His entire body exuded a cold aura. He stared at the scholar. The air in the entire meeting hall seemed to freeze. Even the other elders felt a chill. Hierophant, I was wrong. Please give me a chance. The scholar kowtowed and begged for mercy. What a joke! Just feeling the terrifying aura of the Taishan Hierophant was enough to make him tremble. He was terrified. He was very afraid of the Taishan Hierophant. I gave you the kill order to let you cultivate well and not have any worries. When you reach a certain level, I will send you to the Great Snow Mountain. However, you did not cherish it. The Taishan Hierophant was very disappointed with the scholar's actions. He waved his sleeve and an ice arrow shot out. It arrived in front of the scholar as fast as lightning and went straight for his head. Many elders in the meeting hall looked at each other. No one dared to plead for mercy for the scholar. They knew that the Taishan Hierophant was really angry. Hierophant. The scholar was almost crying. If the ice arrow had been a little closer, he would have died. He was scared out of his wits, and his body trembled. Even so, he still begged for mercy. Crack! The ice arrow that was about to shoot at the scholar suddenly shattered. Then, the solemn atmosphere in the meeting hall disappeared. Everything returned to normal. Whoosh! All the elders heaved a sigh of relief. The scholar cried tears of joy and repeatedly kowtowed to thank the cult master. Many thanks for the cult master's grace of not killing me. I will definitely work hard in my cultivation in the future to repay the cult master. I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. The Taishan Hierophant said in a low voice. Before the Great Snow Mountain kills that person, you must find the killing order for me. No matter what method you use, I only want results. It was because of the scholar's extraordinary talent that the Taishan Hierophant did not want to kill him. That was why he gave him a chance. Sect leader, don't worry. Even if I die, I will bring back the kill order. The scholar kowtowed and then left. In the conference hall, time was of the essence. They had to find Fongqin before the Great Snow Mountain acted and take back the kill order. Sect master, the person who obtained the kill order, was able to easily defeat Hai Tianhou. His strength shouldn't be low. At the very least, he should be a peak 9th level Sage Realm expert. I'm afraid it'll be a little difficult for the scholar to take back the kill order from him. An elder muttered. Moreover, the Great Snow Mountain is already on the move. Another person added. The Taishan Hierophant said, I'll make the arrangements. After leaving the conference hall, the scholar wiped away his tears. His face was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with endless killing intent. He exuded a cold aura and came to the courtyard where Hai Tianhou was. Big brother. Seeing the scholar, Hai Tianho's face was full of smiles. If it wasn't for his big brother, he would have died at the hands of that guy. Every time he thought of this, his anger soared. He, Hai Tianho, had swept through a city, but he ended up like this. He could not accept it. Hai Tianho, the scholar said coldly. The scholar said with a cold expression, "Do you know the price I paid to save you?" Hai Lu Tianho was dumbfounded. The scholar had only taken out a command medallion to save him. He hadn't paid a huge price. Hai Lu Tianho realized that the scholar's expression wasn't good, and his eyes were filled with anger. He hurriedly asked, "Big brother, what happened?" That token was a kill order given to the Taishan sect by the Great Snow Mountain. I used the kill order to save you without permission and angered the sect master. I was almost executed by him. Fortunately, I'm talented. I'm the most outstanding genius of the Taishan sect in the past 1,000 years, so I was spared. Hearing this, Hai Tianho sucked in a breath of cold air. The Taishan Hierophant wanted to kill the scholar because of a token. What was going on? Wait, the scholar's token was a kill order? Kill order? Hai Tianho's eyes widened. That guy took the kill order from the Great Snow Mountain. Doesn't that mean he's dead for sure? When he thought of the kill order, the first thing he thought of was the bloody rumor in the Jianghu. The scholar said coldly, "He's definitely going to die, but not at the hands of the Great Snow Mountain. He's going to die at my hands. The sect master gave me a chance to live. The condition is that I kill that guy before the Great Snow Mountain and take back the kill order." This, Hai Tianho was a little anxious. Once the kill order was issued, the Great Snow Mountain would act immediately. If he wanted to take back the kill order before they did, wouldn't it be a race against death? He finally understood why the scholar's expression was so cold. It was about his life and death. "Big brother, what are you going to do? This brother's life was saved by you. As long as you give the order, even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames, this brother will not even frown." Hai Lu Tianho patted his chest and promised. Seeing this, the scholar's expression softened. Before he came, he had already thought about it. It was impossible for him to take back the kill order with his own strength. He had to rely on Hai Tianho's strength. It's time to use the connections you've accumulated over the years. The scholar knew that Hai Tianho had many friends and knew many strong people. Hai Tianho's eyes lit up. "Okay, I'll contact them now." Next, the two of them began to discuss how to deal with Fang Chen. The latter was too strong. They couldn't fight him head-on, so they had to use a strategy. Array masters, talisman masters, weapon masters, pill masters, and Hai Tianho could all find helpers. "Okay, it's decided. You go and contact those people." "I'll go and find out where he is," the scholar said. The two of them split up. However, they didn't expect that the person they wanted to deal with had already come to the Taishan sect's territory and was asking about the scholar and the Taishan sect. If nothing went wrong, Fang Chen would take the initiative to attack the Taishan sect soon. End of chapter. Chapter 3977. Fang Chen had gained a lot from coming out of the mountain range. He still did not know that he had been targeted by the Taishan sect. Since he wanted to know the secret behind the kill order, he naturally had to start with the scholar. How did he know that he would let him go after seeing the kill order? What was going on? Before sunset, Fang Chen came to a nearby city. This city was called Xianlong City. According to the locals, a true dragon had once appeared in this city, hence the name. There were very few devouring demons in Xianlong City. One could only meet one occasionally. Most of them were from the subordinate forces of the Taishan sect. Xianlong Pavilion. Fang Chen stopped and raised his head to take a look. There were 3 bold and forceful words written on the shiny golden signboard. Vaguely, he heard a dragon's roar in his mind. His primordial spirit shook. Fang Chen frowned and fell into deep thought. At this moment, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Dear customer, are you here to purchase information? Qianlong Pavilion was a famous information organization in Qianlong City. It was also one of the overlords in charge of the entire city. They made a living by selling information. Yes. Fong Chen nodded. The elder bowed to him and asked with a smile, Sir, what kind of information do you want to buy? At the same time, the elder invited Fong Chen into a room. The Taishan sect, Fong Chen said. Hearing this, the old man's expression changed slightly. However, it quickly returned to normal. Countless people came to Xian Dragon City every day. Many people would come to Xian Dragon Pavilion at the first opportunity to inquire about the supreme mystery sect. However, Qianlong Pavilion had a rule. Other than the younger generation of disciples, they would not sell any other information about the Taishan sect. After all, Qianlong Pavilion was also afraid of the Taishan sect. Name, the elder said. The scholar. He knew from Bai Shaosheng that the person was called the scholar. He was one of the best of the younger generation in the Taishan sect. A saint-level weapon. Even saint-level weapons were divided into strong and weak ones. As for the information on the head disciple of the Taishan sect, the old man asked for a high-level saint-level weapon. Fong Chen readily agreed. During his time at the Cliff of Death, he had obtained many saint-level weapons, and they were all left behind by the peak experts of the ancient times. Some of the insides were broken, while others were damaged. They weren't of much use to him. After passing the saint-level weapon to the old man, he inspected it. His attitude towards Fong Chen underwent a 180-degree change, because he could tell that this weapon was extraordinary. To be able to take out such a weapon so easily, it was likely that he was no ordinary person. Greetings, esteemed guest. This is all the information you wanted about the scholar. The old man said. Among the many files, he found the scholar's file. Fong Chen took the file and prepared to leave. Sir, please wait. The old man called out to Fong Chen. He turned his head and looked puzzled. The old man continued, Sir, to be able to take out such a saint-level weapon so casually, you must not be short of money. Coincidentally, our mysterious dragon pavilion is going to hold an auction soon. Sir, are you interested? The mysterious dragon pavilion's auction was very famous. The experts of the nearby cities would all come to participate. Even the devouring demons would come. Auction. Fong Chen muttered. The old man quickly took out a small booklet from his bosom and handed it to Fong Chen. After which he said, This is a booklet regarding the auction. The items to be auctioned this time are recorded in detail. Of course, the last 3 items to be auctioned are not on it. In every auction, the items for the finale would be fought over crazily. The mysterious dragon pavilion purposely did not reveal them to leave a suspense and attract more people to participate in the auction. Originally, Fong Chen was not interested in participating. However, when he saw that there were people from the Great Snow Mountain on the invitation list in the booklet, he was somewhat moved. When does it start? Fong Chen asked. In 3 days. It will be held in the mysterious dragon pavilion, the old man said. Fong Chen nodded and accepted the old man's invitation. All right, I will attend in 3 days. Sir, this is my token. You can enter the auction directly with it. The old man took out his token. Fong Chen thought for a while and suddenly thought of something. He asked, There should be a VIP room in the auction, right? He did not want to expose his identity and did not want the people from the Great Snow Mountain and the Supreme Mystery Sect to recognize him. He wanted to go to a VIP room. In the past, he had attended countless auctions. He knew that there would usually be VIP rooms in the auction. Some important people were not willing to show their faces easily. These VIP rooms were for their convenience. The old man was somewhat embarrassed. He had invited Fong Chen to participate in the auction because he saw that Fong Chen could casually take out a high-grade saint-level weapon. He must be a rich man. If Yi Shiwen could successfully bid in the auction, the old man would be able to get a free reward as the person who recommended him. However, it was somewhat difficult for him to get a VIP room for Yishuan. Why? Is there a problem? Fang Chen asked. The old man gritted his teeth and said, Sir, you may not know, but the VIP rooms in the mysterious Dragon Pavilion's auction are limited. There are too many important people participating. It is very difficult to enter a VIP room unless you have enough wealth. According to the rules of the mysterious Dragon Pavilion, wealth was everything. As long as one had enough wealth, they would be qualified to enter a VIP room. Voila! Fang Chen did not say anything and took out a pile of saint-level weapons. Although most of them were broken, the smell of blood within them had never dissipated. The aura caused the old man to retreat continuously, panting heavily. So scary. The old man shook his head forcefully. Thinking of the scene just now, he still felt a lingering fear. Are these enough? Fang Chen asked. The old man quickly nodded. What kind of joke was this? He had never seen so many saint-level weapons in his life. At this moment, his attitude toward Fang Chen was like how he treated those important people, full of reverence. Of course it is enough. Sir, don't worry. I will prepare a VIP room for you. You can come here directly in 3 days, the old man said as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. All right, I will be there on time in 3 days. After saying that, Fang Chen turned and left the mysterious Dragon Pavilion. Who? After Fang Chen completely disappeared, the old man heaved a sigh of relief. The pressure from those saint-level weapons was too strong. Even the old man found it hard to breathe. Where exactly did this fellow come from? He is so young, but he already has so many baleful saint-level weapons. The old man's eyes darted around, trying to guess Fang Chen's identity. His intuition told him that this person might be a disciple of some hidden clan or an outstanding talent who had experienced life and death, tempering himself with blood and fire. The baleful aura contained in those saint-level weapons was enough to explain everything. End of chapter. Chapter 3978. The old man in the profound Dragon Pavilion was actually a deacon. His authority was second only to the pavilion master and the 3 elders. Usually he could make decisions for most of the matters. However, he did not dare to make decisions for something as big as the profound dragon auction. After all, it was the profound Dragon Pavilion signature. Only the pavilion master could reserve a VIP room for others, even if the 3 elders were not present. Fang Chen's wealth had already reached the standard of a VIP room. However, there were limited VIP rooms. He had to report it and get approval. Not long after Fang Chen left, Deacon Bai arrived at the top floor of the profound Dragon Pavilion. The pavilion master and the 3 elders were discussing the important matters of the profound dragon auction that would be held 3 days later. First elder, the people from the major forces will gradually arrive. You will be in charge of receiving them, the pavilion master said. The first elder nodded and said, Rest assured, pavilion master, we have held the profound dragon auction countless times. There will definitely not be any mistakes. The pavilion master nodded and continued to give out orders. Second elder, you will be in charge of receiving the VIP guests. I will give you a list of the VIP guests later. As for the third elder's task, it was to maintain the order of the profound dragon auction. Once there was a disturbance, he would be executed on the spot. Of course, under normal circumstances, almost no one would dare to cause trouble in the profound dragon auction. However, it was better to be safe. After all, treasures could sometimes make people lose their minds. Pavilion Master, we have a total of 9 VIP rooms. Now, 8 of them have been reserved. Can I reserve the last one? The one who spoke was the second elder. He was mainly responsible for receiving the VIPs in the VIP rooms. Many people wanted to ask him for help and wanted to get the last VIP room. Once he obtained the right to use the last VIP room, he would be able to obtain some benefits from the people who wanted to ask him for help. The pavilion master naturally knew what the second elder was thinking. However, As long as it did not harm the interests of the profound Dragon Pavilion, he did not care. He waved his hand and made a decision. However, at this moment, the door opened and Deacon Bai walked in, panting. "Pavilion Master, I have a VIP here. He wants to apply for the last VIP room. Please approve." When Deacon Bai heard that there was only one VIP room left, he was somewhat anxious. He had already promised Fang Chen. If he couldn't do it, it would be difficult for him. "Deacon Bai, the Pavilion Lord has just given me the right to use the last VIP room. I'm sorry, but there are also many people here who have applied for it," the second elder said coldly. Although there were many people here who wanted to get a VIP room, they did not meet the criteria for a VIP room, so they could only ask the second elder for help. Deacon Bai ignored the second elder. He cupped his fists at the profound Dragon Pavilion Master and said, "Pavilion Master, my guest here is extremely wealthy. I suspect that he is from some hidden great clan. He is definitely qualified to occupy a VIP room." After that, Deacon Bai told the mysterious Dragon Pavilion Master everything that had just happened. Upon hearing those words, the middle-aged man gasped in shock. "A mountain of saint-tier artifacts? Where did this young man come from? You don't know him?" The mysterious Dragon Pavilion Master asked. Deacon Bai shook his head. "I've never seen him before. That's why I guessed that he's from a hidden clan. Otherwise, how could he have so many saint-level weapons?" Even though the great majority of those saint-level divine armaments were damaged, merely the baleful aura contained within those weapons was enough to tell that they were extraordinary. "Deacon Bai, do you think we're all fools?" The second elder retorted. "Even the Great Snow Mountain and the Taishan sect are unable to take out a mountain of saint-level weapons. How could a mere young martial artist have them? Deacon Bai, in order to snatch the VIP room from me, you're really unscrupulous." The second elder thought that Deacon Bai was deliberately competing with him. In front of benefits, how could he give in? "Deacon Bai," the profound Dragon Pavilion Master muttered, "do you know what you're doing means?" If what Deacon Bai said was true, then this young man's background should be extraordinary. He was definitely qualified to occupy a VIP room. However, if what he said was false, then not only would he embarrass the profound Dragon Pavilion, but he would also offend many experts. The profound Dragon Pavilion Master was also weighing the pros and cons. The first elder and the third elder did not say anything. They did not want to get involved in the fight between the second elder and Deacon Bai. "Pavilion Master, I guarantee with my life that what I said before is true. Furthermore, I am willing to bear all the consequences of this matter," Deacon Bai said firmly. The profound Dragon Pavilion Master narrowed his eyes and stared at Deacon Bai. Since he had already said so, there was no point in continuing to argue. "All right, I hope you remember what you said. I don't want any mistakes to happen in this auction," the profound Dragon Pavilion Master said sternly. "Otherwise, you can bring your head to me." "Many thanks, Pavilion Master." Deacon Bai was overjoyed. He cupped his fists and thanked the Pavilion Master. "Pavilion Master." The second elder still wanted to argue, but the profound Dragon Pavilion Master waved his hand. He opened his mouth, then flung his sleeve and left the top floor of the pavilion. Deacon Bai, who had obtained the last VIP room, immediately told Fang Chen the news. The latter was temporarily staying in a restaurant, waiting for the auction 3 days later. "I hope that there will be something I want in the auction," Fang Chen said softly. After attending the auction, he would continue his journey to the Taishan sect to find the scholar and find out the mystery of the kill order. However, what he did not know was that the scholar had already obtained his approximate location from various sources in the Taishan sect. "Big brother, I have already contacted the helpers. How are things on your side?" Guiho asked. "According to the information," Guiho said, "according to the information, that person seems to be heading north, towards our Taishan sect. The closest place to the border is Profound Dragon City. Recently, there seems to be a super auction in Profound Dragon City. he might be participating. While guessing, the scholar also sent out many spies to search for Fong Qin in profound Dragon City. Humph! No matter where you hide, I will kill you. All right, I will ask my brothers to wait in profound Dragon City. As soon as he appears, we will suppress him, Gueho said. His hatred for Fong Qin had reached an unprecedented level. If possible, he wanted to end the life of the person who had humiliated him with his own hands. Everything seemed to be proceeding in an orderly manner. Profound Dragon City became more and more lively. Many foreign experts came to attend the Profound Dragon Auction. Every time the Mystery Dragon Auction was held, it would attract countless experts and cause a huge commotion. However, they did not know that a storm was sweeping through Profound Dragon City. End of chapter. Chapter 3979. 3 days later, the atmosphere in Mystic Dragon City had reached its peak. Within the city, there was a sea of people. Everyone was here for the Mystic Dragon Auction. However, there were very few people who were qualified to participate in the Mystic Dragon Auction. In front of the Mystic Dragon Pavilion, one after another, martial artists walked in with invitations in their hands. At noon, Fong Qin was invited to the Mystic Dragon Pavilion. Deacon Bai had told him that he could use the VIP passage directly. This would save him a lot of time. In the normal passage, the queue was almost at the city gate. No one knew when it would end. The VIP passage was sparsely populated. Occasionally, there would be people entering from there. Even so, many people's eyes were attracted to the VIP passage. After all, those who were able to use the VIP passage were basically people from the top forces or experts who were extremely wealthy. I wonder if anyone from the Taishan sect and the Great Snow Mountain will come this time. Discussions could be heard from the crowd. I don't think the Great Snow Mountain will come, another person said. After all, the Great Snow Mountain was the absolute overlord of the extreme north. They did not care about the Mystic Dragon Auction held by the Mystic Dragon Pavilion. However, it was very likely that the Taishan sect would send someone. Look, isn't that someone from the Taishan sect? Indeed, just as they finished, someone from the Taishan sect appeared. The scholar did not hide his identity as he swaggered into the VIP passageway. He glanced at the crowd coldly before entering the passageway. It's the scholar, the #1 genius of the Taishan sect. I didn't expect the Taishan sect to send him to participate in the Mystic Dragon Auction. It seems that there will be something attractive at the Mystic Dragon Auction. Many people started to guess what kind of item would appear at the auction that would attract people from the Taishan sect. Master Shu, the second elder of the Mystic Dragon Pavilion, saw the scholar from afar and greeted him warmly. I didn't expect you to come to our auction. Yes. The scholar nodded. The Mystic Dragon Pavilion was only a force in the Mystic Dragon City. To a giant like the Taishan sect, it was nothing. The scholar did not give the second elder any face. He walked past the VIP passage and entered the normal hall. He found a corner and sat down. The second elder was stunned. He had thought that the scholar would ask for a VIP room for him. He had even thought about it. He was going to give the VIP room that Deacon Bai had been given to the scholar. However, the scholar's actions left the second elder puzzled. Young Master Shu, with your status, how could you stay in an ordinary hall? Our Profound Dragon Pavilion has prepared a VIP room for you. Before the second elder could finish his words, he was interrupted. Don't disturb me, the scholar said impatiently. Then he ignored the second elder and closed his eyes to rest. With such a lively scene today, I don't believe that you won't come. The scholar thought to himself. He wanted to find Fong Qin in this hall and capture him. As for Gong Tianho, he led his helpers and hid in every corner of Mystic Dragon City. As long as one side made a move, the other side would come to their aid immediately. This was also the reason why he wasn't willing to enter the VIP room. The second elder naturally didn't know that the scholar had come with a mission. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, it was already afternoon. At this time, Fong Chen had also arrived. However, before he could enter the VIP passage, he was stopped by the guards. "Brett, this is the VIP passage. Line up over there," one of the guards said coldly. Without an invitation, no one was allowed to use the VIP passage. This was an iron rule. "Do you have an invitation?" The other guard stared at Fong Chen and asked. Fong Chen shook his head. "I don't. The invitation is in Deacon Bai's hands. He hasn't given it to me yet." Humph! When the two guards heard this, they thought that Fong Chen was a swindler. They immediately scolded. "We often meet swindlers like you. Hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. How dare you cause trouble in the profound Dragon Pavilion? Are you tired of living?" Fong Chen frowned. He was about to send a message to Deacon Bai. The latter had already seen Fong Chen. He hurriedly ran out of the VIP passage and stopped the two guards. "Nonsense." Then he smiled at Fong Chen and apologized profusely. "I'm sorry." As he spoke, he led Fong Chen into the VIP passage and entered the VIP room. When the two guards saw this, their hearts were filled with fear. What kind of big shot could make Deacon Bai personally come to welcome him? The two guards looked at each other. They were a little scared. Those who could enter the VIP room were either rich or noble. Small shots like them could not afford to offend them. "It's over." The two guards were trembling in fear. On the other side, the people who were lining up at the ordinary passage were also very surprised. "Who is that? He looks very unfamiliar. He actually made Deacon Bai personally come to welcome him. He must have a big background." The sound of discussion was endless. Fong Chen's VIP room was number 9, which was also the last one. This was deliberately done by the second elder. He was still holding a grudge against Deacon Bai for taking his place. "Deacon Bai, is that the person you brought?" The second elder had appeared out of nowhere and said coldly. Deacon Bai nodded. "That's him." "Humph, look at his ordinary appearance. He doesn't look like someone like you, who can take out several upgraded weapons at will," the second elder said. Deacon Bai did not want to argue with the second elder. He shrugged and turned to leave. "Humph, I'd like to see what the person you brought is capable of." The second elder looked at the VIP room. He glanced at VIP room 9 and snorted coldly. When it was night time, all the people who participated in the auction had already entered. The whole hall was dark. The VIPs in the 9 VIP rooms had all taken their seats. Everyone knew that the auction was about to begin. They held their breath, waiting for the most exciting moment. Not here. The scholar in the corner scanned the entire auction hall with a spiritual sense. He did not find Fong Chen. He frowned. It shouldn't be. Could it be that he guessed wrong? He wanted to check the VIP rooms. Unfortunately, in order to protect the identity of the VIPs, the mysterious Dragon Pavilion had personally invited a formation master to engrave a formation on the VIP rooms. It could block the detection of spiritual sense. In the VIP room number 9, Fong Chen looked out of the window and suddenly saw the scholar. He's here too? He originally planned to go to the Supreme Mystery sect to find the scholar after the auction. He did not expect the scholar to come to him. This was even better. He could save a lot of energy. "Let's wait until the auction is over," Fong Chen said. He did not want to attract the attention of the mysterious Dragon Pavilion and the Supreme Mystery sect. At the same time, he was curious about what rare items would appear in the auction. For the time being, he did not plan to do anything to the scholar. He would wait until the auction was over. End of chapter. Chapter 3980. Mysterious Dragon Pavilion Auction. Under the anticipation of the crowd, the auction finally began when night fell. The first person to step onto the stage was a beautiful woman. She was different from an ordinary woman. Her body emitted a soft light, as if she was a beautiful woman bathed in the moonlight. The crowd sighed. Even the host was a Saint Realm expert. As expected of the mysterious Dragon Pavilion Auction. How generous! Under the introduction of the red-clothed woman, the first auction item was presented on the stage. Whoosh! The red-clothed woman lifted the cloth covering the tray. In an instant, a strange light burst out. The crowd's gaze fell on the tray. What entered his eyes was a crystal, ball-like sphere. This is... The crowd's first reaction was that it was an elixir. The first auction item is a wind elemental origin elixir. The red-clothed woman introduced with a smile. The so-called Saint Realm was the legendary 5 elements Saint Realm. They cultivated the most basic and strongest power in the world. It was called the 5 elements origin: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 elements perfectly formed a world. They were the foundation of this world. Anyone who comprehended one of the origin energy would be able to step into the 5 elements Saint Realm from the yin-yang origin realm. From then on, they would begin the path to the peak of martial arts. However, after so many years, there were very few people who could comprehend all 5 elements. Even Fang Qin had only comprehended 4 of them. He had only just begun to comprehend the 5th element. He had never fully comprehended it. The origin elixir was an elixir refined using the origin energy of the world. Generally speaking, the origin elixir was more attractive to Saint Realm martial artists. However, it was only the crudest origin elixir. The wind elemental origin elixir that the mysterious Dragon Pavilion auction house brought out was a peak-grade origin elixir. Many people's eyes lit up as they scrambled to bid. At their level, ordinary currency no longer had any meaning. They used Saint-level weapons as their currency to quote prices. The starting price was a primary grade, Saint grade weapon. "I'll bid 2. Someone started to bid. "I'll offer 3 items. I'm skilled in the Tao of Wind. My comprehension of the wind origin source is only 1 step away from reaching perfection. As long as I have this wind origin source pill, my attainments in speed will definitely increase." Many wind attribute experts looked greedily at the crystalline medicinal pill. Of course, there were also some non-wind elemental powerhouses who thought highly of him. After all, the medicinal effect of the wind origin pellet was simply too powerful. If one were to encounter a life and death crisis, one would be able to increase one's speed by 100 times for a short period of time after consuming the wind origin pellet. This was equivalent to a life. Everyone was shouting crazily. The red-clothed lady's face was full of smiles. The higher the price, the more profit the mysterious Dragon Pavilion would make. "I, Wang Xian, will be taking this pill." When the price of the wind elemental origin pill reached 9 basic upgrade weapons, a voice suddenly rang out and silenced the entire auction hall. Everyone's gaze uniformly fell on the person who made the bid. He was clad in golden armor, and his entire body was emitting fiery light. When the crowd saw his appearance, they all cried out in alarm. "It's someone from the Wang family of the Fire Tribe. This person seems to have the Xianyang fire on him. Could he be Wang Tung from the Wang family?" Boom! There was an uproar in the auction hall. Wang Tung from the Wang family of the Fire Tribe was known to have the bearing of a sovereign. He had been nurtured as the future hope of the Fire Tribe since he was young. Although the Fire Tribe was also a subordinate force of the Great Snow Mountain, Wang Tung's name had already spread far and wide. He had even been accepted as the last disciple of the Great Snow Mountain's powerhouses. That person from the Wang family is also here. Why does the Fire Tribe want the wind origin pellet? Many people were surprised. However, after Wang Tung from the Fire Tribe spoke, no one dared to bid anymore. Obviously, they were also somewhat afraid of the Fire Tribe. In the end, after repeated inquiries by the red-clothed lady, no one bid. Wang Tung from the Fire Tribe won the wind origin pellet at the price of 10 basic sacred weapons. Congratulations, Brother Wang Tung. The surrounding crowd cupped their hands and congratulated Wang Tung. The latter sat back in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. Wang Tung? The scholar in the corner frowned slightly. Originally, he was also prepared to bid. After all, having a wind origin pellet meant that he could escape at a critical moment. However, after the king of the fire tribe raised the price, he was not prepared to compete. Interesting. The corners of the scholar's mouth curled up, revealing a sinister smile. It seemed that this auction had attracted a lot of people. In VIP room number 9, Fong Qin shook his head. Seeing so many people competing for the wind origin pellet, he wanted to laugh. When did the wind origin pellet become so popular? Or had he been out of the mainstream for a long time, and it was difficult for him to integrate into the lives of ordinary people? He shrugged. Although 10 elementary Saint-grade weapons were nothing to him, the wind origin pill was even less of a problem. That was because he himself was an alchemist. Moreover, his comprehension of the wind origin pill had already reached the pinnacle. He could easily refine the wind origin pill. If I had known that the wind origin pellet was so popular, I would have refined some and asked Deacon Bai to help me sell them. Fong Qin curled his lips. It was too late to say that now. At the same time, he did not have much hope for this auction. Following that, the auction continued in full swing. The lady in red did her best to introduce the benefits of each auction item, which moved the hearts of the people. Round after round of bidding gradually became louder and louder. The atmosphere in the auction house was ignited. The lady in red's beautiful eyes flickered, inciting the crowd to compete in the bidding. The second item, the third item, the fourth item, one item after another was bought by the crowd at a high price. The experts of the Profound Dragon Pavilion were overjoyed. At this moment, the Profound Dragon Pavilion Master, who was on the top floor of the pavilion, had been paying close attention to the situation in the auction house. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The person who came in was the first elder. He briefly reported the situation of the auction to the Profound Dragon Pavilion Master. The profits of this auction are greater than the previous ones. The Profound Dragon Pavilion Master smiled. That's right. Other than the Wang family of the Fire Tribe, who else is here? Big forces like the Wang family of the Fire Tribe and the Taishan sect did not bother to participate in the Profound Dragon Pavilion's auction. The appearance of the Wang tongue from the Fire Tribe surprised the Profound Dragon Pavilion Master. There is also the scholar from the Taishan sect, the first elder said. Hearing this, the Profound Dragon Pavilion Master looked around and smiled. It looks like this auction will be very lively. At the same time, he also reminded the first elder to take good care of the defense. Anyone who dared to disrupt the auction was to be killed on the spot. Don't worry, Pavilion Master. I have already secretly deployed a large amount of manpower. I believe that no one will dare to cause trouble, the first elder said. Before leaving, the Profound Dragon Pavilion Master suddenly remembered the VIP room that Deacon Bai wanted. That's right, did the person that Deacon Bai gave the VIP room bid? End of chapter bid. Chapter 3981. With wave after wave of bids, the atmosphere in the auction house was completely ignited. Everyone was shouting crazily, hoping to get their hands on the item they wanted. However, this was an auction after all. There was more than one person who wanted to fight for it. Many people had to pay a hefty price to get their hands on the item they wanted. They were even willing to shed all pretense of cordiality. Of course, this was only for ordinary martial artists. Those who were truly powerful did not need to do this because no one dared to compete with them. After all, they had the backing of the top forces, especially the scholar from the Taishan sect and Wang Tung from the Wang family of the Hui tribe. As long as the two of them bid, no one dared to continue bidding. From this, one could see how powerful the Taishan sect and the Wang family of the Hui tribe were in this territory. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, it was already late at night. At this moment, the auction had reached its climax. However, Fong Qin, who had not made a bid all this while, finally made his first bid on the 15th auction item. On the stage, a lady was holding a tray. On the tray, there was a thumb-sized stone. This seemingly ordinary stone had successfully attracted Fong Qin's attention. He could feel the ultimate force in his body vibrating. This is... Fang Chen's eyes were like torches as he stared at the stone on the stage. After sensing for a while, he finally recognized the stone. Heavenly Source Stone? Fang Chen was shocked. He did not expect to see a Heavenly Source Stone in this small Xian Dragon city. It seemed that the Xian Dragon Pavilion did not recognize it, nor did the people in the auction house. This stone was accidentally obtained by an elder of the Xian Dragon Pavilion when he was training outside. It was said that the place where this stone was found was very close to the tomb of a peak expert. After many experts of the Xian Dragon Pavilion studied it, they finally concluded that this stone most likely came from the tomb of that expert. On the stage, the host introduced it with a smile. Which expert? Below the stage, someone asked curiously. Rage Emperor. When the host uttered these two words, the entire auction hall instantly fell silent. Everyone's eyes were filled with astonishment. This inconspicuous stone actually came from Rage Emperor's tomb? How is this possible? Rage Emperor's body and soul were destroyed back then. It's impossible for his tomb to exist. That's right. Rage Emperor's death was witnessed by everyone in the origin world. Is the Xian Dragon Pavilion lying? TCH, isn't it just a broken stone? Why are you being so secretive, even involving Emperor Fury? After recovering from the shock, some people reacted and retorted. The scholar in the corner also had a look of shock on his face. After hearing everyone's rebuttal, everyone came back to their senses and shook their heads. After Rage Emperor's death, the Devouring Demon clan mobilized all their clansmen to search the entire origin world. They wanted to destroy everything related to Rage Emperor. Rage Emperor was the shame of the Devouring Demon clan. Their clan wanted to dominate the universe and call themselves the strongest clan. They would not allow such a scandal to exist. Now, Xian Dragon Pavilion said that they had found Rage Emperor's tomb and that the stone was most likely from the tomb. Were they challenging the Devouring Demon clan? Indeed, many people calmed down and thought of how terrifying the Devouring Demon clan was. Instantly they fell silent. Most of the people present were experts from the Devouring Demon clan. They expressed their dissatisfaction with Xian Dragon Pavilion. Isn't the Profound Dragon Pavilion a little too bold? Are you challenging the Devouring Demon clan? It's definitely a provocation. Some experts from the Devouring Demon clan said coldly. Wang Teng from the Wang family of the Fire tribe did not say anything. His eyes shone with a strange light as he watched the show. The scholar in the corner did not make a move either. On the stage, the host seemed to have expected this. She was calm and did not panic at all. Everyone, the host wanted to say something, but she was interrupted by a voice. I bid 10 sacred class weapons. His sudden words attracted everyone's attention to VIP room number 9. Everyone was shocked. Someone dared to bid at such a critical moment. Was he courting death? As expected, the expert from the Devouring Demon tribe was furious. He wanted to tear down VIP room number 9 and beat the person who had made the bid to death. However, they endured it. This was the territory of Xian Dragon Pavilion. Who is in VIP room 9? Is this person crazy? How dare he challenge the Devouring Demon clan? Humph, I want to see who he is. Many people were watching the show, including the second elder. Disdain flashed in their eyes. This stone was related to Rage Emperor. Normally, the Xian Dragon Pavilion would not dare to touch it. However, a mysterious expert had come and talked to the pavilion master. Then the pavilion master announced that the stone would be auctioned. Although the second elder did not know who the mysterious expert was, he knew that Fang Qin was not qualified to bear the anger of the Devouring Demon clan. Idiot, the second elder sneered. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? The host asked with a smile. The auction house was completely silent. No one made a bid. At this moment, on the top floor, the first elder heard the news and immediately reported it to the pavilion master. "You're saying that the person who bid is the one Deacon by brought?" A strange look flashed across the mysterious dragon pavilion master's eyes. After a while he said, "After the auction is over, you will personally bring that person to see me." "Yes, pavilion master," the first elder said. After the first elder left, the pavilion master put his hands together and prayed in his heart. "I hope that what you said is true. Otherwise, my profound dragon pavilion will fall into an irrecoverable state." The pavilion master of the profound dragon pavilion said in a hoarse voice. This time, he had bet the entire Xian dragon pavilion. In the auction house, the auction continued. However, the stone of Rage Emperor made everyone flinch. In the end, Fong Qin obtained the stone at the starting price. Rage Emperor? Fong Qin shook his head. He did not know who Rage Emperor was. He had never seen him before. He only knew that the stone was a heavenly source stone. It was very useful to him. Buzz. After the stone was auctioned, the auction house returned to its previous liveliness. Everyone started to fight for the next supreme treasure. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 3982. The auction of the heavenly source stone came to an end. Everyone was extremely dissatisfied with the person in VIP room 9. Especially the experts of the devouring demon clan. They wanted to kill the person who bought the stone related to Emperor Wrath. However, due to the rules of the auction, they could not do so here. Fong Chen's actions attracted the attention of countless people. Even Wang Teng of the Fire Tribe's Wang family and the scholar of the Taishan sect were watching the show with interest. As for the other 8 VIP rooms, only 3 of them scolded Fong Chen. Their identities were also guessed. They were all forces under the Great Snow Mountain. As for the other 5 VIP rooms, they remained silent. Of course, it didn't take long for everyone's attention to shift from Fong Chen to the auction items. By now, the auction was nearing its end. Every auction item was extremely important and could cause countless people to go crazy over it. Next up is the third last item of the auction. The beautiful MC smiled as she introduced the item on the stage. It was a broken sword stained with blood. The moment the crowd saw the blood-stained broken sword, they felt a terrifying, murderous aura rushing towards them. What a strong, evil aura. This broken sword must have been nurtured by mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Unfortunately, it's a broken sword. If it was a perfect sword, it would definitely cause a commotion. This broken sword has flaws. It can't be used as a weapon. Its value will drop a lot. After a short moment of shock, the crowd discussed. Although the broken sword had a strong evil aura, it was not enough to make the crowd go crazy. However, the MC's next words caused the entire auction house to boil. This broken sword seems to have come from the distant Battle of Gods. The appraiser of the profound dragon pavilion personally examined it and finally determined that this broken sword is related to a relic. As soon as she said this, the entire auction house was shaken. Battle of Gods. Even Fong Qin was stunned. He frowned and looked through the window to inspect the broken sword. Obviously, the people of the Source World had also heard of the Battle of Gods. However, they seemed to have misunderstood it. Or perhaps the devouring demon clan's leader, who had planned the Battle of Gods, deliberately misled the later generations and distorted their understanding of the Battle of Gods. Countless voices came from the auction house. The blood-stained broken sword evoked their dusty memories. Although no one here had experienced that era, based on the ancient books and the information released by the devouring demon clan, the so-called Battle of Godfall was caused by the demon faction's attack on the Origin Realm. They wanted to destroy the Origin Realm, but in the end, the devouring demon clan retaliated. Countless Saint Realm cultivators died in that battle, which was why it was called the Battle of Godfall. The demon devourers swore to protect the Origin Realm and annihilated the entire demon faction. This is how the people of the Origin Realm view the Battle of Godfall. However, little did they know that the Primal Chaos Realm was the victim. Of course, all of this was useless. As long as the Chaos Realm was strong enough to suppress the origin world, then the truth would be revealed. Is it related to the Battle of Godfall? Fang Chen was observing carefully. The beautiful MC on the stage spoke, frankly as well. She briefly described the Battle of Godfall before continuing. All those years ago, the Sword Saint of the Void from our origin world, who is known as the number one in the way of the sword, perished in the Battle of Godfall. It's very likely that this broken sword was his sword all those years ago. Boom! The atmosphere in the auction reached its peak. Gosh, the Sword Saint of the Void? The number one in the way of the sword back then. Is this his sword? If it's really the sword of the Sword Saint of the Void, then it's a little unbelievable. Of course, there were also some people who thought that the profound Dragon Pavilion was deliberately mystifying things. What kind of joke was this? Even if the Sword Saint of the Void had died in the Battle of Gods, the power of his sword was unimaginably great. How could it have fallen into the hands of the profound Dragon Pavilion? Let the auction begin. After the introduction, the beautiful MC thought that the atmosphere was right, so she directly started the auction. The excited crowd madly bid. In just a few seconds, the price had risen to 100 elementary sacred weapons. Seeing this, the beautiful MC was overjoyed. I'll bid 200 items. A voice was heard from the third VIP room, causing the entire place to fall silent instantly. Everyone was moved. 200 elementary saint-level weapons were almost equal to a high-level saint-level weapon. What kind of background did the person in VIP room number 3 have? Wasn't he a little too generous? Since it's related to the Sword Saint of the Void, I'll take it back and study it. I'll bid 500. The person in VIP room 5 increased the price by 2.5 times. A bunch of idiots. This is obviously a publicity stunt from the profound Dragon Pavilion. A disdainful voice came from VIP room 4. However, this didn't change the battle between the two VIP rooms. I'll bid 600. The person in VIP room 3 increased the price again. However, it wasn't as exaggerated as before. He only increased the price by 100. 1,000. The voice in VIP room 5 was very calm, but it shocked everyone. The scholar squinted his eyes. Who was the person in VIP room 5? Could this broken sword really be related to the Sword Saint of the Void? If it was only one person bidding, he wouldn't have guessed. However, 2 people were bidding at the same time. Moreover, they were bidding so crazily. This was something that needed to be discussed. Wang Teng of the Fire Tribe's Wang family was also inquiring about the identity of the person in VIP room 5. In VIP room 9, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. He sensed a faint trace of qi on the broken sword. This qi was very hidden. If he hadn't received the inheritance of Fu Jian, he wouldn't have been able to sense it. Supreme Fu Jian? Fang Chen was a bit shocked. His eyes were burning and his heart was beating faster. Why did the broken sword have Supreme Fu Jian's aura? Could it be that the people in profound Dragon Pavilion were telling the truth? Was it the weapon of the Sword Saint of the Void from the devouring demon clan of the Source World? Had the Sword Saint of the Void fought with Fu Jian back then? If that was true, then everything made sense. In the auction house, some people also asked the strong cultivators of the devouring demon clan. After all, the Sword Saint of the Void was from the devouring demon clan. Brother M.O., the Sword Saint of the Void is a strong cultivator of your clan. Can you recognize this sword? Someone asked. The devouring demon clan member shook his head. The Sword Saint of the Void was a very ancient, strong cultivator. They had never seen him before. They had only heard about him in legends. However, the devouring demon clan member was sure that the blood on the broken sword belonged to the devouring demon clan. VIP room 3 remained silent for a long time. In the end, he raised the price again. 1,100, 2,000. The person in VIP room 5 seemed determined to get the broken sword. He didn't care about the price at all. He easily raised the price to a level that ordinary people couldn't compete with. Are you crazy? You're bidding 2,000 basic level weapons for a broken sword that we don't even know if it's related to the Sword Saint of the Void? The person in VIP room 3 couldn't help it anymore. End of chapter. Wonderful book room. Chapter 3983. For a broken sword that might have something to do with the Sword Saint of the Void, it was crazy to bid such a high price. However, from the beginning to the end, other than bidding, the person in VIP room number 5 did not say a single word. It was as if the saint-level weapon was worthless to him. Furthermore, he also displayed his determination to the crowd. He was determined to obtain this blood-stained broken sword. The owner of the 3rd VIP room remained silent for a while and gave up in the end. Everyone felt a bit regretful. They had thought that it would be a fierce battle. They hadn't expected the owner of the 3rd private room to give up on bidding, but that was within their expectations. After all, that was 2,000 saint-grade weapons. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to take out such a high price. Interesting. The scholar in the corner narrowed his eyes and murmured to himself. Wang Tang from the Wang family of the Fire Tribe was also paying close attention to the owner of the 5th VIP room. According to his guess, the owner of the 5th VIP room should be from one of those forces. The owner of the 5th VIP room has bid 2,000. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? The beautiful host on the stage smiled and asked. At the same time, she was trying her best to make more people participate in the auction. However, the owner of the 5th VIP room had bid too high. In the end, the beautiful host had no choice but to start counting. 2,000 once. 2,000 twice. Just as she reluctantly called out 2,000 pieces 3 times, a voice suddenly interrupted her. 2,100. The atmosphere of the entire auction house was ignited. Everyone's eyes fell on the 9th VIP room, because the voice came from the 9th VIP room. What? The owner of the 9th VIP room has bid? Oh my God! Who are the people who are participating in the auction this time? Within the auction house, there was a constant clamor. The beautiful hostess on the stage was secretly delighted. She didn't expect that at the last moment someone would actually make a bid. She hurriedly said, "The guest in VIP room 9 bids 2,100 items." As expected, just as everyone had expected, a calm voice came from the number 5 VIP room again, directly raising the price to 3,000 pieces. 3,100. Fang Chen raised the price by 100 each time. However, the owner of the 5th VIP room didn't care. He raised the price by a whole number each time. 4,000 pieces, the owner of VIP room number 5 said. Fang Chen continued to raise the price by 100 pieces. At this time, the owner of VIP room 5 didn't hurry to raise the price. Instead, he fell silent. Everyone guessed that this price should be the limit of the owner of VIP room 5. After a long time, "I am the 5th elder of the Great Snow Mountain. If you give this to me, I will owe you a favor." The words caused an uproar among the crowd. The 5th elder of the Great Snow Mountain had actually come to participate in the auction and was even fighting over this blood-stained, broken sword. Could this blood-stained, broken sword really be related to the Sword Saint of the Void? For a moment, everyone's hearts were in turmoil. However, their gazes shifted back and forth between VIP rooms 5 and 9. Since the Great Snowy Mountain's 5th elder had already stated his identity, the owner of VIP room 9 would not continue to increase the price. After all, the other party had already made their status clear. If they continued to raise the price, it would be a slap in the face. In this territory, there was probably no one who dared to not give face to the Great Snow Mountain. Moreover, he was the 5th elder of the Great Snow Mountain. His position was high and his favor was priceless. "Sorry, I also want it. We can only rely on our own abilities." Fong Qin shook his head and decisively refused. Just as he finished speaking, a gloomy voice came from VIP Room 5. It was obvious that the fifth elder of the Great Snow Mountain was angry. "Are you going to fight with me to the end?" As he spoke, the fifth elder directly raised the price to 5,000 pieces. This was his limit. In the VIP room, his eyes were scarlet as he stared at the blood-stained, broken sword on the stage. He wanted it very much, but the price was too high. Moreover, the other party was obviously not buying it. "Who exactly is it that dares to provoke the Great Snow Mountain?" the fifth elder said gloomily. 5,100 pieces. Fong Qin raised the price again. This time, the fifth elder directly gave up. In the end, after a fierce competition, the blood-stained broken sword was obtained by Fong Qin. "Good, very good. I hope we can meet in the future." In VIP Room 5, the fifth elder's extremely dissatisfied voice came from VIP Room 5. At this time, there were also voices of doubt coming from other VIP rooms. They were supporting the fifth elder of the Great Snow Mountain. The mysterious dragon auction has rules. You can't just randomly bid. Once you bid, you have to pay. I don't believe that you can take out 5,100 elementary saint-level weapons. Stop pretending to be mysterious. If you have the ability, then reveal your identity. Let us see if you have the ability to bid. I think you're here to cause trouble. I beg the mysterious dragon pavilion to kick out the person who is disrupting the auction. The Great Snow Mountain was the overlord of this area and had countless subordinate forces. After many people found out the identity of the owner of VIP Room 5, they were all shocked and rushed to befriend him. Boom! The scholar did not say anything and punched out. A vast fist light pierced through the sky and directly bombarded VIP Room 9. Immediately, the entire auction house shook. "Are you sure you can take the blood-stained broken sword?" As he spoke, the scholar stood up. Many people realized that the scholar, the chief disciple of the Taishan sect, had also arrived. No wonder he directly attacked. The fifth elder of the Great Snow Mountain was very satisfied with the scholar's performance. "You're not bad. After the auction is over, let's talk." Hearing this, the scholar was overjoyed. Wang Tung of the Fire Tribe's Wang family wanted to attack, but in the end he gave up. The owner of VIP Room 9 clearly knew the scholar's identity and still dared to go against him. He must have a powerful background. It was better not to provoke him. The mysterious Dragon Pavilion's auction prohibited anyone from speaking out of place. This made the beautiful MC's expression on the stage gradually become serious. The second elder in charge of the VIP rooms snorted coldly. Although he was extremely dissatisfied with Fong Qin, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he could only brace himself and scold the scholar to maintain order. "Yes," the second elder said. "He's right. During the auction, no one is allowed to fight. Even if you're the chief disciple of the Taishan sect, you can't break the rules." The scholar coldly glanced at the second elder and returned to his seat. After Deacon Bai knew what had happened, he immediately reported it to the first elder. The latter frowned and then sent a message to the second elder. No matter what, the reputation of the mysterious dragon auction could not be damaged. Otherwise, the brand that the mysterious Dragon Pavilion had painstakingly built over the years would completely collapse. Div. Chapter 3984. Even though the owner of VIP Room Number 5 had stated his identity as the fifth elder from the Great Snow Mountain, it was of no use. Fong Chen was not afraid of his identity. Besides, he was also very interested in the blood-stained broken sword. 5,100 saint-level weapons might be a large number to others, but to Fong Chen it was a piece of cake. After all, he had been in the Cliff of Death for hundreds of years and had collected countless broken saint-level weapons. Even if some of the saint-level weapons were broken, they were still of high quality and could be compared to many low-level saint-level weapons. Therefore, Fong Chen was not afraid at all. Originally, the scholar from the Taishan sect wanted to show off in front of the fifth elder of the Great Snow Mountain. However, After the second elder of the Xian Dragon Pavilion spoke, the auction house quieted down again. Many people had bad intentions towards the owner of VIP room number 9, but they did not show it. Humph, when the auction is over, I want to see who you are. The fifth elder of the Great Snow Mountain snorted coldly and did not say anything else. The beautiful MC on the stage had a smile on her face. The fact that the blood-stained broken sword could be auctioned off at a high price of 5,100 pieces was simply a surprise to her. However, this also confirmed that the experts participating in this auction were all wealthy. Perhaps the final items would be auctioned off at an even higher price. The second last item was a map left behind by a strong cultivator from the Devouring Demon clan. It recorded his life's inheritance. The moment the auction started, the people from the Devouring Demon clan started bidding wildly. They were determined to get the map. The other forces did not participate in the auction. After all, this was a map exclusive to the Devouring Demon clan. Only the pure bloodline of the Devouring Demon clan could open it. Even if the others obtained it, they would not be able to explore the mysteries of the map. This allowed the people from the Devouring Demon clan to obtain the map at a very low price. The beautiful MC on the stage kept looking at VIP room number 9, hoping that he would bid. However, she was disappointed. From the beginning to the end, the owner of VIP room number 9 did not bid once. It was as if the map did not attract him at all. The scholar in the corner also glanced at VIP room number 9. Wang Tung from the Wang family of the Fire Tribe was also watching. After all, the factions behind them were affiliated with the Great Snow Mountain. This person had offended the Great Snow Mountain's fifth elder, giving them a chance to show off. Fang Chen remained silent in private room number 9. He was still pondering why there was the aura of the origin world on the blood-stained broken sword. Although it was very faint, he still managed to capture it. He guessed that the sword saint of the void, whose name had shaken the world, had been killed by an expert from the origin world. He forcefully shook his head and collected his thoughts. Since he couldn't figure it out for now, he might as well research it after he obtained the blood-stained broken sword. His gaze landed on the modeled map on the stage. It can only be opened with exclusive blood of the Devouring Demon clan. It's obviously left for the descendants of the Devouring Demon clan. It's useless even if we get it. Fang Qin shook his head and gave up on bidding. Soon the map was swallowed. After the Devil Race expert won the bid, everyone's emotions were stirred up once more. They were all waiting for the final item of the auction. The finale of every auction is always shocking. I wonder what will appear this time. I heard that it might have something to do with Jizun. How is that possible? Would they be willing to auction off something related to Jizun? I think it should be some supreme weapon. Many people were guessing. Even Fang Qin was curious. He had bid a few times in this auction. He had bid for the Heavenly Source Stone related to Emperor Wrath and the blood-stained broken sword related to the Sword Saint of the Void. He wondered what the final item would be. Under everyone's gaze, the staff carried a tray and slowly walked onto the stage. The beautiful MC pulled off the red cloth that covered the tray. Instantly, a little mouse fossil appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This little mouse fossil, judging from the marks and patterns on its surface, it should be from a very long time ago. The crowd was puzzled. Why would a little mouse fossil be put up for auction? Everyone, don't underestimate this fossil. The beautiful MC on the stage introduced it with a smile. Just as everyone had guessed, this fossil was indeed related to Jizun. When the profound Dragon Pavilion obtained this fossil, they were also shocked. They had been studying it for a long time. However, after thousands of years, they were still unable to decipher its mysteries. In the end, after a discussion among the upper echelons, they decided to sell it. If they kept it, it would always be a fossil. However, if they sold it, it could be exchanged for endless wealth for the profound Dragon Pavilion. It might even be able to bring the profound Dragon Pavilion to a higher level. Therefore, the little mouse fossil became the final item of this auction. I believe everyone has seen it. This little mouse fossil is extremely extraordinary. The beautiful MC said, for it to be used as the final item of this auction, it is enough to prove its value. After saying that, she raised her hand and slowly swept it across the stage. She said, your guess is correct. This fossil is related to Jizun. As soon as she said that, the entire auction house went into an uproar. Such an inconspicuous stone was related to Jizun? What kind of joke was this? Are you joking? Do you think we are fools? That's right. Although the patterns on a fossil are complicated, it is impossible for it to be related to Jizun. That's right. You are willing to auction something related to Jizun? Obviously, many people did not believe it. Even the scholar and Wang Ting shook their heads. If it was really related to Jizun, they would be able to tell at a glance. Everyone be quiet. The beautiful MC waved her hand to signal everyone to be quiet. At the same time, her finger gently tapped on the eyes of the little mouse fossil. Immediately, the little mouse fossil emitted a gentle light from its body, activating all the patterns. With the fossil as the center, the lines intersected one by one. In an instant, the aura that it exuded left everyone astonished, because it was the aura of a Jizun. What? The aura of a Jizun? Everyone was stunned. Could it be that this little mouse fossil was really related to Jizun? The beautiful MC's next words ignited the atmosphere of the auction house. Perhaps everyone has read the unofficial history and heard that in the history of the Devouring Devil clan, there was a Jizun of the Rat clan. The beautiful MC said, this fossil was left behind by the Jizun of the Rat clan. It contains his life's work. However, because the Jizun's methods are too strong, it is very difficult to decipher. Hence, the mysterious dragon pavilion decided to auction it. Boom! The auction house was in an uproar. A fossil left behind by the Jizun of the Rat clan? Everyone was dumbfounded. They really felt a strong Jizun's aura. Now, everyone believed that this fossil was really related to the Jizun of the Rat clan. End of chapter. Chapter 3985. No one would have thought that the second last item would be a fossil of the little mouse. Moreover, it was related to a supreme of the Mouse clan. Everyone was stunned. However, they soon began to use various special methods to investigate the little mouse fossil. After all, they could not just hear the profound dragon pavilion side of the story. If it was really related to the supreme of the Mouse clan, it would definitely cause an uproar. Many people would fight for it at all costs. Even the owners of VIP rooms 1 and 2, who had been silent all this time, let out a soft sound of surprise. Obviously, the little mouse fossil had attracted their attention. For a moment, the auction house was in an uproar. On the top floor, the first elder had been paying attention to the situation in the auction house. At the same time, he was constantly reporting to the profound dragon pavilion master. Pavilion master, the little mouse fossil has already been auctioned, the first elder reported. The profound dragon pavilion master nodded. There was a trace of worry between his brows. He seemed to be worried about something. All right, continue to pay attention. He walked to the window and looked into the distance. He was praying in his heart. I hope there won't be any problems. Otherwise, my profound dragon pavilion will offend many top forces. A great disaster will befall us. In fact, only the profound dragon pavilion master knew that the little mouse fossil had nothing to do with the supreme of the Mouse clan. It was just an ordinary stone. In the beginning, there was no such stone in their auction plan. However, after the appearance of that mysterious expert, the plan changed. Including the stone related to the Fury Emperor and this little mouse fossil, they were all left behind by that mysterious expert. Moreover, the way the auction was conducted as well as the introduction were all according to the requirements of that mysterious expert. Originally, the profound dragon pavilion master wanted to refuse because it was a lie. Once it was exposed, it would cause public anger. However, That mysterious expert displayed an extremely powerful strength. With a flip of his hand, he could destroy the world. The profound Dragon Pavilion Master was forced to agree. Of course, other than that, the profound Dragon Pavilion Master also obtained many unexpected cultivation resources. In short, since things had already come to this point, they could only continue. That mysterious expert had said that the little mouse fossil was born in the place where the Supreme had fallen. Although it had nothing to do with the Supreme, it had a trace of the Supreme's aura. It could conceal itself from the world. Saint Realm experts would not be able to discover it. This was indeed the case. In the auction house, the sound of bidding was endless. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot. They were all bidding crazily, trying to snatch the little mouse's fossil. The rat tribe sovereign is a senior of the demon-devouring clan. Any fossil related to him naturally belongs to the demon-devouring clan. At this time, the experts of the devouring demon tribe wanted to use their power to suppress the other forces. They hoped that the other forces would stop bidding and give the fossil to them. However, this matter concerned everyone's cultivation. Whether or not they would be able to touch the threshold of being a supreme being, everyone was in a frenzy. Who would pay attention to the devouring demon clan? If you want the fossil, sure. Just name the price. I'll offer 5,000. 5,000 fossils related to the rat race's sovereign. That's simply an insult to the sovereign. I'll offer 10,000. A voice from the second VIP room caused the entire auction house to fall silent. Everyone was stunned. To suddenly increase the price to 10,000 elementary saint weapons. Just where did this person come from? Who is the person in VIP room 2? Gosh, increasing the price to 10,000 in one go. Isn't this too exaggerated? In this area, only the Great Snow Mountain can take out so many saint weapons. Could this person be from the Great Snow Mountain too? Everyone was guessing. Only the Great Snow Mountain could be so wealthy. However, after thinking about it carefully, the owner of VIP Room 5 was the 5th elder of the Great Snow Mountain. If the owner of VIP Room 2 was also from the Great Snow Mountain, they should know each other. There was no need to compete with each other, right? However, the owner of VIP Room 5 did not seem to know the owner of VIP Room 2 at all. After the owner of VIP Room 2 made his bid, he increased the price without hesitation. 15,000. The owner of VIP Room 1 also started to bid. Everyone's hearts were in turmoil. The bidding had just begun. Were the bids already so ridiculous? From this moment on, many ordinary warriors had already lost the ability to bid. They could only watch the experts in the VIP rooms fight it out. 20,000. The person who spoke was Fong Chin. He stared at the little mouse fossil for a long time and sensed a trace of the sovereign's aura on it. This fossil should have nothing to do with the sovereign of the mouse clan. It only has a trace of the sovereign's aura. Even so, it is still very precious. He thought of his good brother in the primal chaos realm, the little mouse. Its original form was a divine sky-devouring mouse that could devour all things in the world. It had once followed him on expeditions all over the world. It was only when he reincarnated into the origin world to save the primal chaos realm that they separated. There was no need to doubt the little mouse's potential. However, after reaching a certain level of cultivation, one would reach a bottleneck. Although this fossil could not allow the little mouse to reach the utmost exalted realm, it could allow it to touch the threshold of utmost exalted. To cultivators, this was extremely important. Since ancient times, countless experts had tried to touch the threshold of the sovereign realm, but failed. In the end, they could not withstand the erosion of time and turned into a pile of dust. There was nothing else he could do. He could only do his best to protect the people he wanted to protect. After all, he had obtained too many saint-level weapons in the Cliff of Death. In terms of wealth, he was not inferior to anyone present. Therefore, he directly raised the price to 20,000. This price scared off many people. At least the scholar of the Taishan sect and Wang Tong of the Wang family of the Fire tribe gave up directly. Although they were unwilling, they had no choice. Even with the power of the entire sect, they could not afford so many saint-level weapons. Moreover, they were only the best of the younger generation. They were not qualified to control the resources of the entire sect. It's the 9th VIP room again. Many people were in an uproar. They stared at the 9th VIP room, wanting to know who this person was. No one dared to bid for the stone related to Emperor Wrath, but he had won it. The 5th elder of the Great Snow Mountain had stated his identity and wanted the blood-stained broken sword related to the Sword Saint of the Void. However, he had not given him any face and had won it directly. Now he also wanted to compete for the fossil related to the sovereign of the Mouse Clan. Did he have so much wealth? Even the people of the Great Snow Mountain might not dare to do this. Who is he? The 2nd elder of the Xianlong Pavilion, who was in charge of the VIP rooms, narrowed his eyes. He had a complicated expression. Because of Deacon Bai, he had been intentionally or unintentionally targeting the 9th VIP room. However, at this moment, the wealth displayed by the owner of the 9th VIP room terrified him. A person who could take out so many saint-level weapons was definitely an overlord. He could destroy the world with a smile. He was a true expert. Primordial Swordlord. Chapter 3986. The little mouse fossil was of great importance. At this time, most people had stopped bidding. Only a few people were still bidding. But those who bid were basically people from the VIP rooms. The owner of the 2nd VIP room bid 10,000 pieces. But Fong Chen immediately increased the bid to 20,000 pieces. Everyone was shocked. Just who was the owner of the 9th VIP room? He bid so much in one breath. It was simply shocking. Many people were whispering. As for the 2nd elder in charge of the VIP rooms, he was already stunned. He would never have dreamed that the mysterious person who had been targeting Deacon Bai would dare to bid 20,000 elementary saint-level weapons. Although they were only elementary saint-level weapons, ordinary people could not afford them. Even the 5th elder of the Great Snow Mountain in VIP room number 5 was silent, because even he could not bring out so many saint-level weapons. Is it someone from the Great Snow Mountain? Many people were guessing. In this area, it was impossible for anyone to take out so many saint-level weapons except for the Great Snow Mountain. The Taishan sect could not do it, and the Wang family of the Hua tribe could not do it. It's not possible. If it's someone from the Great Snow Mountain, the 5th elder should know. But if it's not someone from the Great Snow Mountain, tell me, who else can take out so many saint-level weapons? 20,000 elementary saint-level weapons. This price was far beyond everyone's expectations. The owners of the other VIP rooms gave up one after another. Only the owner of VIP room 2 was still struggling in his heart. I bid 21,000. After a long silence, the owner of VIP room 2 called out a price of 21,000 pieces. Everyone knew that this was the limit of the owner of VIP room 2. If he bid any more, he would probably give up. 30,000. Fong Chen was determined to obtain this fossil. Although he had no use for it, his good brother, the little rat, could use it. One had to know that it was a heaven-devouring divine rat, a unique life form in the universe. Now it was stuck at a bottleneck and could not break through. If it could get this mouse fossil, its strength would definitely reach a new level. That was his good brother, who had followed him since childhood. No matter what, he had to get this fossil. To Fong Chen, the value of a fossil far exceeded that of a saint-level weapon. In any case, he had obtained countless saint-grade weapons in the few hundred years he had spent in the Death Cliff. Although most of them were damaged, their value was immeasurable. A mere 30,000 saint-grade weapons were not worth mentioning to him. However, his bid this time caused the entire auction house to fall into a dead silence. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly at VIP room number 9. Even the beautiful MC on the stage had her mouth wide open. Her heart was in turmoil. Heavens, who is this guy? This deathly stillness lasted for a few seconds. The noise broke the silence in the auction house. Everyone was even more curious about the identity of the owner of VIP room number 9. Who is he? The head disciple of the Taishan sect, the scholar, narrowed his eyes as memories flashed through his mind. On the other side, Wang Tung of the Wang family of the Fire Tribe also stood up. His body was trembling. If no one is going to bid, should we announce it? After waiting for a long time, the owner of VIP room number 2 did not speak. At this time, Feng Chen urged. The beautiful MC on the stage was stunned. Only then did she wake up and hurriedly said with a smile, Everyone, the owner of VIP room number 9 has bid 30,000 Saint-grade weapons. Are there any other VIPs who want to bid? She looked around with her beautiful eyes. No one spoke. In the end, she looked at VIP room number 2. But to her disappointment, the owner of VIP room number 2 seemed to have given up. 30,000 going once. If no one increased the price 3 times in a row, the fossil would belong to Feng Chen. As a member of the mysterious Dragon Pavilion, the beautiful MC naturally hoped that the higher the price, the better. This way, her commission would be higher. But now that the owner of VIP room had given up, it was impossible for others to do so. 30,000 going twice. 30,000, however, just as she was about to auction the mallet under the bridge, a voice from VIP room number 2 suddenly stopped her. May I ask who you are? The owner of VIP room number 2 seemed to be very unwilling. Although he did not increase the price, he wanted to know who exactly was the person who stopped him from bidding for the rat tribe fossil. Yi Futian had been cultivating for countless years and roamed the world for so many years, but he had never heard of such a rich and overbearing person. If Yi Futian had come on behalf of the Great Snow Mountain, Yi Futian would have nothing to say. However, if Yi Futian had come alone, Yi Futian would not be satisfied. Feng Chen ignored him. To him, all he needed to do was win the bid for the fossil. Nothing else mattered. However, the owner of VIP room number 2 did not give up and said, In this area, I can't think of anyone who has the guts to not give face to me, the Celestial Demon Rat King. Celestial Demon Rat King. These words caused everyone's expression to change greatly. What? The owner of VIP room number 2 is the Celestial Demon Rat King? Is that the Celestial Demon Rat King that sneaked into the Great Snow Mountain to steal treasures for 3 years? Oh my God, that fella is here. Many people could not help but tremble. An angry roar could be heard from VIP room number 5. Apparently, the Great Snow Mountain and the Celestial Demon Rat King were irreconcilable enemies. Others were anxiously checking their storage pouches to see if they were missing anything. The second elder's face was pale, and his forehead was full of black lines. He quickly reported the news to his superiors. He was in charge of the VIP room, but the Celestial Demon Rat King had concealed his identity. He did not expect this to happen. Quickly go and check if anything is missing from the profound Dragon Pavilion. After the great elder received the news, he immediately issued an order to guard against the Celestial Demon Rat King. From this, one could see how famous the Celestial Demon Rat King was. The Celestial Demon Rat King once called himself the Thief Saint and even said that there was nothing in the world that he could not steal. The Great Snow Mountain did not believe him. What happened after that was known to everyone. For 3 years, the Celestial Demon Rat King had sneaked into the Great Snow Mountain to steal treasures. Most importantly, he managed to escape unscathed. This time, the Celestial Demon Rat King dared to come to the profound Dragon Pavilion to participate in the auction. He simply did not put the Great Snow Mountain in his eyes. Celestial Demon Rat King, you still dare to appear here? Finally, the Great Snow Mountain's 5th elder could not take it anymore and roared. If it wasn't for the auction, he would have already taken action. Humph! I, the Celestial Demon Rat King, am not afraid of anyone. The Celestial Demon Rat King said disdainfully, He ignored the Great Snow Mountain's fifth elder and shouted to VIP room number 9. "Give me the fossil, and I'll get you whatever you want." End of chapter. Chapter 3987. The owner of private room number 2 was the once famous Saint Thief, Heavenly Demonic Rat King. This made everyone exclaim in shock, and some of them were furious. They couldn't wait to rush in and tear the Heavenly Demonic Rat King into pieces, especially the Great Snow Mountain's fifth elder in private room number 5. With him as the center, the entire private room number 5 was covered in a thick layer of frost. Everyone knew that he was angry. However, the Heavenly Demonic Rat King was fearless. He even promised Fong Chen that as long as Fong Chen gave him the fossil, he would help him steal whatever he needed. This was a promise made by the Heavenly Demonic Rat King. Many people were jealous. However, Fong Chen was unmoved. "If you want it, let's fight on the stage." "There's no need to do this," Fong Chen said indifferently. The fossil was important to him, and he didn't mind offending anyone. Moreover, he had never heard of the Heavenly Demonic Rat King. Even if the Heavenly Demonic Rat King came to find trouble with him, Huang Xiaolong wasn't afraid. One must know that Fong Chen was infinitely close to 11th Order True Saint Realm. As long as he finished condensing the ultimate force, he would officially step into 11th Order True Saint Realm. At that time, he would be invincible under the Venerable Realm. He wouldn't even be afraid of the ancient civilization's experts. Now, the only thing he was worried about was the devil-devouring patriarch coming out of seclusion in advance. After all, he was a genuine Venerable Realm expert. Moreover, he had single-handedly created the Battle of Gods in the past. At the cost of it, he had plundered 2/3 of the Chaos World's Heavenly Tao origin, causing the Chaos World to fall into a state of decline. After absorbing so much Heavenly Tao origin, if he really stepped into the legendary Chaos Controller Realm, there would be nothing he could do. Fong Chen shook his head hard and collected his thoughts. He heard the clamor outside. Some people were scolding him for being stupid, while others were praising his courage. Of course, most of them were the Heavenly Demonic Rat King's angry roars. "Are you determined to go against me, the Heavenly Demonic Rat King?" In private room number 2, the Heavenly Demonic Rat King issued his final ultimatum. Everyone present knew the consequences of going against the Heavenly Demonic Rat King. There was once a sect that didn't believe the Heavenly Demonic Rat King and publicly insulted the Heavenly Demonic Rat King. 3 days later, the sect's Heavenly Demonic Rat King's foundation was destroyed. After that, Heavenly Demonic Rat King's Heavenly Demonic Rat King's Heavenly Demonic Rat King. For so many years, the Heavenly Demonic Rat King, seeing that Fong Chen was silent, the Heavenly Demonic Rat King snorted. "All right, I will remember you." After that, the Heavenly Demonic Rat King stopped bidding. Anyway, he was already thinking about Fong Chen. As soon as the auction ended, he would use his ability to steal everything from Fong Chen's body. He would also use his power to turn the sect behind Fong Chen upside down. So why would he waste his money? This guy is not rational. Yeah, he didn't even give face to the Heavenly Demonic Rat King. If I were him, I would definitely give face to the Heavenly Demonic Rat King. Then I can get what I want. Don't think that the Heavenly Demonic Rat King is a kind person. Do you dare to take his promise? Some people sighed, some people were gloating. In short, everyone in the auction hall had different expressions. In the end, the beautiful MC on the stage was stunned for a while. Then, she helplessly announced that the rat fossil was sold to the owner of private room number 9 at the price of 30,000 saint-level weapons. Now, this is the last item of the auction. The beautiful MC returned to normal. Her face revealed a faint smile as she started to introduce the item to everyone. From the tray, everyone saw a finger bone. At first glance, this finger bone appeared ordinary and mediocre. There was simply nothing special about it. However, upon closer inspection, The crowd's expressions became completely serious. They felt a power that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and extinguishing the earth circulating within the finger bone. That is, some warriors with weak, primordial spirit staggered and quickly retracted their soul consciousness. Their faces were pale and they were scared. Fortunately, they retreated in time. Otherwise, their primordial spirit would have been destroyed by that destructive force. The eyes of the powerful martialists were filled with shock as they stared dumbfoundedly at the finger bone. Whose finger bone is this? Why is it so powerful? Someone exclaimed. Could it be the finger bone of a supreme being expert? Sure enough, under everyone's shock, the beautiful MC revealed the origin of the finger bone. Your guess is correct. This finger bone is indeed the finger bone of a supreme being. The beautiful MC took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Then she slowly said, "This finger bone came from the Godsfall battlefield. After being appraised by countless appraisers of our profound dragon pavilion, it was finally determined that the owner of this finger bone should be a supreme being expert from the ancient civilization era." The ancient civilization era was an extremely ancient era. The martial Tao was prosperous and the cultivation system was complete. It was an era where experts were born in large numbers. At that time, the Supreme Being realm wasn't as far away as it was now. It had even become a legend, and it was difficult for it to appear. In that ancient civilization era, although the Supreme Being realm was difficult to cultivate, at least there was a path to walk. As long as one cultivated to a certain level, in addition to talent and other factors, there was still hope to step into the Supreme Being realm. However, in the years that followed, everyone knew what happened. The cultivation environment became harsh. Today, the Supreme Being realm had become a legend. In that case, this finger bone was extremely important. Since it's the finger bone of a Supreme Being, why is the profound Dragon Pavilion auctioning it? Someone voiced out their doubts. That's right. Since you've already appraised it, why are you still auctioning such a precious item? Could it be fake? Someone voiced out their doubts. The continuous questioning caused the crowd's expression to become even more complicated. They were waiting for the profound Dragon Pavilion's reply. Everyone. The beautiful MC waved her hand, indicating for everyone to be quiet. I can swear in the name of the profound Dragon Pavilion that this finger bone is truly the finger bone of a supreme being. Furthermore, its owner was an expert from the ancient civilization era. It's extremely possible that he had fallen in the Godsfall battlefield at some point in time. The reason why our profound Dragon Pavilion is auctioning it is because we are unable to decipher the secret of the finger bone, said the beautiful MC. How could something left behind by a supreme being expert be so easy to obtain? You clearly know that it's the finger bone of a supreme being, and you also know that it contains a heaven-shaking opportunity. However, you are unable to decipher it. A finger bone that cannot be deciphered is no different from an ordinary finger bone. Rather than that, it's better to auction it and exchange it for more resources so that the profound Dragon Pavilion can continue to develop. End of chapter. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 3988. Although some people were still guessing whether it was a fake finger bone, more people chose to believe it, just like what the beautiful MC had said. Even though they knew it was the sovereign finger bone, with Xianlong Pavilion's strength, they could not decipher it. As long as they could not decipher it, it was equivalent to a useless bone. Rather than that, they might as well auction it off and exchange it for more cultivation resources. One should know that on the path of martial arts, cultivation resources were the biggest competition. Between the sects, they competed on cultivation resources. Whoever had more cultivation resources would have a deeper foundation. Of course, there were some exceptions. The age of Dharma was coming. No one knew when the catastrophe would happen. All the major forces were fighting to train their disciples. Even the 4 holy lands of the Devouring Devil clan were frantically searching for cultivation resources. Everyone, I have made myself clear. As for whether you want to bid, you can decide for yourselves. said the beautiful MC. Of course, although I am not sure if it is the sovereign fingerbone. As long as there is a chance, I will bid. That's right. If it is really the sovereign fingerbone, once I decipher it, I might be able to reach the sovereign level. Let's start. Stop wasting time. In the auction house, everyone was urging the crowd. The scholar in the corner was tempted. Wang Tung of the Wang family of the Fire Tribe also wanted to bid. However, he turned his head and looked at the VIP rooms. In the end, he gave up. I wonder who will get it in the end, Wang Tung thought to himself. Under everyone's gaze, the beautiful MC finally announced the start of the auction. Boom! The crowd below started bidding crazily. In the blink of an eye, the price had risen to a terrifying level. Many people gave up when they saw the price. The scholar and Wang Tung also gave up helplessly. However, this was just the beginning. The next few VIP rooms started bidding one after another. The competition between the VIP rooms was the main event. The first to speak was the fifth elder of the Great Snow Mountain in the fifth VIP room. He bid 30,000 pieces. I bid 40,000 pieces. The owner of the third VIP room had given up earlier. Now he was determined to get the fingerbone. Humph, a bunch of fools. I'll offer 50,000 items. The person who spoke up was Thief Sage from VIP room number 2. The moment he spoke up, everyone was stunned. Everyone could hear a trace of anger in Holy Thief's voice. The little mouse's fossil had been snatched away by someone else. Now he was determined to obtain the fingerbone. 60,000. From the beginning to the end, the guest in VIP room number 1, who had been silent all this time, finally started to bid. I withdraw. The Great Snow Mountain's fifth elder announced his withdrawal. For a fingerbone that might or might not have been left behind by a supreme being, he had offered such a high price. He had no way of explaining it to the Great Snow Mountain. The owner of VIP room 3 also gave up. This price had already exceeded his expectations. Moreover, as the owner of VIP room 1 joined the bidding, the price would definitely soar. He guessed that the final price would probably exceed 100,000 pieces. What kind of concept was 100,000 pieces? Even the Great Snow Mountain might not be able to afford it. 70,000. Thief Sage from VIP room number 2 said coldly, Over the years, I have also obtained a lot of resources. Although I don't have so many saint-level weapons, these resources can be offset by the same price. As expected of Thief Sage, the value of one person is comparable to the Great Snow Mountain. A mocking voice came from VIP room number 1. If my guess is correct, most of your wealth comes from the Great Snow Mountain, right? As soon as this was said, an angry voice came from VIP room number 5. Thief Sage's methods were very special. Over the years, the Great Snow Mountain had been tracking him, but to no avail. Instead, they had spent a lot of resources. Now that the owner of VIP room number 1 had set it out in public, the fifth elder felt very embarrassed. However, he controlled himself and did not fly into a rage. Who are you? Thief Sage's eyes were burning as he stared at VIP room number 1 and asked, Is it important? The owner of VIP room number 1 laughed. Anyway, this fingerbone will be mine in the end. Too arrogant. This was the thought in everyone's mind. However, they could not refute it. 100,000 pieces. The owner of VIP room number 1 raised the price to 100,000 pieces in one breath. You, who exactly are you? Thief Sage was really sullen. The little mouse fossil was snatched away by Fong Chin from VIP room number 9. Now, this fingerbone was also snatched away by the owner of VIP room number 1. He almost went berserk. The owner of VIP room number 1 directly ignored Thief Sage's anger. If you don't increase the price, then I will be disrespectful. Humph, I won't be crazy with you. Thief Sage sneered. So what if you get it? I, Thief Sage, have never failed to get what I want. He was threatening the owner of VIP room number 1. Even if you get it, I have a way to steal it from you. Put away your tricks. It is useless against me. Thief Sage did not increase the price. Obviously, he was prepared to steal it from the owner of VIP room number 1 after it ended. Since no one is increasing the price, the owner of VIP room number 1 had a smile on his face. The auction house was dead silent. No one increased the price. Then the supreme finger bone should be in his hands. However, at this moment, a familiar voice sounded again. 110,000 pieces. Number 9. It was VIP room number 9 again. Everyone was in an uproar. Who was the owner of VIP room number 9? Previously, he didn't give Thief Sage any face. Now, he didn't even give face to the owner of VIP room number 1. The beautiful MC on the stage was also dumbfounded. How many powerful people were there in this auction? Who was the owner of VIP room number 1 and VIP room number 9? He could actually take out so many sacred class weapons. Sir, are you here to cause trouble? The owner of VIP room number 1 said after pondering for a long time. Fong Chin did not say anything. Since he had many sacred class weapons, he didn't care at all. I bid 150,000. The owner of VIP room number 1 gritted his teeth and directly increased the price to 150,000 pieces. This had already surpassed the previous record of the Mystic Dragon auction. A new record was born. 200,000 pieces. Fong Chin raised the price nonchalantly. However, in the eyes of the crowd, they were all stunned. Such a crazy increase in price, not showing any mercy to the owner of VIP room number 1 at all. Thief Sage in VIP room number 2 was also in deep thought. Who was the owner of VIP room number 9? If he could really take out 200,000 sacred class weapons or wealth of the same value, then it was worth thinking about. 250,000 pieces. This was the owner of VIP room number 1's final struggle. However, before he could finish his words, Fong Chin directly increased the price to 300,000 pieces. Boom! He could clearly feel a terrifying, murderous aura coming from VIP room number 1. Chapter 3989. The owner of VIP room 1 was determined to get the finger bone. The owners of the other VIP rooms had all given up. Even the owner of VIP room 2, God Thief, and the owner of VIP room 5, the Great Snow Mountain's 5th elder, did not dare to compete with him. However, the owner of VIP room 9 had interfered and raised the price to an abnormal level. He had offended so many people consecutively. Who exactly was the owner of VIP room number 9? Was he not afraid? Many people were guessing. Was he an expert from the 4 great holy lands of the devouring demon clan? Otherwise, why would he be so high profile? 300,000. Fong Chin casually raised the price to 300,000. To him, there were too many sacred grade weapons. He did not need to worry. He did not believe that there was anyone present who could compete with him in terms of price. Humph! A terrifying, murderous aura came from VIP room 1. The air in the entire auction house froze in an instant. Everyone's body involuntarily trembled. The owner of VIP room 1 has shown his killing intent. I don't know who the owner of VIP room 9 is. He actually raised the price to such an extent. Do you guys think that he's an actor from the mysterious Dragon Pavilion? Someone raised such a question. However, it was quickly refuted by others. The mysterious Dragon Pavilion would not hire an actor for such a matter. Even if they did, they would not raise the price to such a terrifying extent. This person should have a great background. He's definitely not a lone wolf. He should be an expert from a top force. Even the Great Snow Mountain can't take out so many sacred grade weapons at once. Do they think that sacred grade weapons are watermelons that can be found everywhere? In terms of wealth, which force can compare to the 4 great holy lands? In terms of sacred grade weapons, I think that the 4 great holy lands should be second to none. It is said that there was once a top blacksmith in the origin world who was recruited by the 4 great holy lands. Based on today's scene, I suspect that the owner of VIP Room 9 is from the 4 great holy lands. His analysis was reasonable, and the surrounding crowd nodded in agreement. Some people went to ask the experts of the devouring demon tribe. After all, the 4 great holy lands were the holy lands of the devouring demon tribe. They might know something. However, the result disappointed everyone. The strong cultivators of the devouring demon clan did not know who the owner of VIP Room 9 was, but they were confident that no one could compete with the 4 holy lands when it came to holy weapons. In other words, other than the 4 great holy lands, there was no other force that could take out so many saint-level weapons at once. The owner of VIP Room 1 fell into a long period of silence. The beautiful MC on stage didn't rush him. Every second was torture for the audience. They wanted to see an even more intense competition, but they also wanted to see who would have the last laugh. At this moment, inside VIP Room 1 was an old man with a head full of white hair. His eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of silver frost. His entire body exuded a terrifying aura. If it weren't for the auction house, he would have already attacked. "Master, what should we do?" A red-haired man beside him asked in a low voice. He also did not expect that there would actually be someone who dared to challenge his master. "Am I too low-key? Has the world already forgotten the fear I once had?" After a long period of silence, the white-haired old man said in a sinister voice, "If that's the case, then I'll take this opportunity to let the world know me again." At this point, the white-haired old man seemed to have made a crazy decision. He gritted his teeth and began to raise the price. 350,000. A strange look flashed across the red-haired man's eyes. His heart trembled. He did not expect to see his master's power again after so many years. Others might not know, but he knew that his master was a world-renowned blacksmith. In the origin world, he was the only one who could refine a peerless holy weapon. A basic saint-level weapon was a piece of cake for him. This time his master had originally planned to bring him out for training, but when he passed by Profound Dragon Pavilion, he accidentally heard that this auction would involve an item belonging to a prime. Hence, he came to participate. He was not interested in any of the items before this, but he was very interested in this finger bone. This was also his first time bidding, and he actually encountered such great resistance. The white-haired old man no longer pondered over the value of this finger bone. There was only a single thought in his mind, and that was to defeat the owner of VIP Room number 9. "Aren't you very strong? Then I'll use the method I'm best at to defeat you." The white-haired old man sneered. Competing with him in terms of number of weapons was simply laughable. Although he did not have that many saint-level weapons on him right now, his name was priceless. As long as he was willing to refine them, he could easily refine a saint-level weapon at any time. 400,000. Fong Chen did not feel any pressure as he raised the price at a neither fast nor slow pace. 450,000. 550,000. 550,000. 600,000. 1,000,000. When the price rose to 1,000,000, everyone was stupefied. This was merely a finger bone. Furthermore, it was still uncertain whether or not it belonged to a sovereign. Heavens, wasn't this too crazy? 1,000,000 basic saint-level weapons were priceless. No faction could take out so many at once. Even the beautiful MC on the stage was hesitating if she should interrupt the bidding of the two. She was afraid that the two of them were purposely raising the price to disrupt the auction. She did not believe that the two of them could take out so many saint-level weapons. The second elder, who was in charge of the VIP rooms, was dumbfounded. To be honest, he had no idea who the owner of VIP room number 1 was. He only knew that the owner was a blacksmith with sufficient wealth to purchase the right to use VIP room number 1. Who exactly is he? The second elder's body was trembling. Could he be a blacksmith who can refine saint-level weapons? The news of what happened here quickly reached the first elder's ears. The latter took a long time to calm down and immediately reported it to the mysterious dragon pavilion master. What? After the mysterious dragon pavilion master heard it, his jaw almost dropped. You're saying that the price of the Prime's fingerbone that we can't decipher has reached 1 million basic saint-level weapons. The first elder nodded. Most of the people have withdrawn from the bidding. Only the people in VIP room number 1 and VIP room number 9 are still competing. Do you know their identities? The mysterious dragon pavilion master asked. The owner of VIP room number 9 was brought here by Deacon Bai. He should know. As for the owner of VIP room number 1, we only know that he is a powerful blacksmith. We don't know anything else, the first elder said. The mysterious dragon pavilion master frowned. If he had to ask who he was most curious about in this auction, it would definitely be the owner of VIP room number 9. Chapter 3990. If the previous auctions were to be described as inconceivable, then the auction for the final item left everyone dumbfounded. They had never thought that there would be such a wealthy expert in the world. A supreme being's fingerbone that could not be deciphered was priced at 1 million elementary sacred grade weapons. What did this mean? Even the Taishan sect and the Great Snow Mountain could not afford to take out so many sacred grade weapons. Now the battle between VIP Room 1 and VIP Room 9 sent chills down everyone's spines. Not only were the people guessing the identity of the two VIP rooms, even the mysterious dragon pavilion master and the great elder were deep in thought. The mysterious dragon pavilion master could accept the crazy increase in price in VIP room number 1. After all, he was a powerful blacksmith and might be able to forge a saint-grade weapon. However, VIP room number 9 was different. The owner of this room was brought here by Deacon Bai. Back then, Deacon Bai explained to them that this person was rich enough to occupy a VIP room. However, no one knew the exact identity of this person. Now he had raised the price of the Supreme Being's fingerbone to 1 million. Even the mysterious dragon pavilion master doubted if he could afford it. The entire auction house was dead silent. Even the sound of breathing could be heard clearly. Everyone stared at VIP room number 9 with their mouths agape. Thief God, who was in VIP room number 2, exclaimed out, 1 million. That was no small sum. The Great Snow Mountain's fifth elder in VIP room 5 had also fallen silent. The Great Snow Mountain had lost the right to bid for the last item. Everyone was waiting to see if the owner of VIP room 1 would continue to bid. You bid 1 million for a supreme being's fingerbone that could not be deciphered. Finally, after a long silence, the voice of the white-haired old man from VIP room number 1 could be heard. Behind him, the red-haired man also showed extreme dissatisfaction. My master is determined to get this supreme being's fingerbone. I hope you can understand the situation. 1 million elementary sacred grade weapons is not something an ordinary person can take out. I suspect that you are purposely disrupting the order of the auction house. Hashtag ABC, Yin latest update. The red-haired man's words caused a commotion. The beautiful MC on the stage waved her hand, indicating for everyone to be quiet. After that, a professional smile appeared on her fair face as she comforted everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason why my profound Dragon Pavilion's auction house has been open until now is because of our reputation. For so many years, no one has ever dared to cause trouble in our auction house. I believe that VIP number 9 is not trying to cause trouble, but really wants to obtain the supreme fingerbone. Her words undoubtedly made the crowd even more curious as to who the owner of VIP room number 9 was. In VIP room number 9, Fong Chen sat calmly without any expression on his face. 1 million elementary saint-tier weapons might be a huge number to others, but to him it was nothing. He still had a lot of them. He just wanted the number 1 VIP room. If he continued to raise the price, he would not hesitate to raise the price. After all, these saint-level weapons were useless to him. He might as well exchange them for something useful. Whether I'm trying to cause trouble or not is not up to you. If you want to obtain the finger bone, then raise the price directly, Fong Chen replied firmly. The meaning behind his words was that it was useless to threaten him. Don't even think about using crooked methods. If you want the finger bone, then raise the price fair and square. Too hateful. In VIP room number 1, the red-haired man could no longer tolerate Fong Chen's attitude. Who is this guy? Shizhuan, should we reveal our identities? The white-haired old man shook his head. The other party had come prepared, and his wealth was so great that even he felt it was inconceivable. After revealing his identity, not only did he not make the other party give up, he even ended up being criticized. 2 million. VIP room number 1 raised the price once again. This time he raised it by 1 million in one go. 5 million. What was even more inconceivable was that just as the voice from VIP room number 1 fell, an even more shocking voice came from VIP room number 9. What? The entire auction house went crazy, raising the price to 5 million in one go, and there was no hesitation in the voice. Wasn't this too exaggerated? Heavens, what have I experienced? Who exactly is the owner of VIP room number 9? 5 million? Is he serious? The crowd could no longer suppress the doubts in their hearts and spoke out one after another. The scholar, the first disciple of the Taishan sect, was already dumbfounded. He had even forgotten the purpose of his trip, which was to kill Fong Chen and take back the killing token. On the other side, Wang Tong of the Fire Tribe's Wang family was also dumbfounded. One person's wealth was far greater than the Great Snow Mountain. What kind of concept was this? The other party had only raised the price by 1 million and raised it to 2 million. Yet, Wang Tong had directly raised it to 5 million. Was he trying to show off his wealth? Or was he trying to make the owner of VIP room number 1 retreat? For a moment, everyone's gaze fell on VIP room number 1, waiting for the white-haired old man's counterattack. The second elder was dumbfounded. The news quickly reached the ears of the first elder and the profound dragon pavilion master. The two of them were stunned for a long time, as if they had been struck by lightning. Quickly call administrator by over, the profound dragon pavilion master said in a deep voice. Not long after, Deacon Bai arrived. He had also heard about the situation in the auction house, and his heart was in turmoil. That day he had only asked for a VIP room because he saw that Fong Chen was so wealthy that he could casually take out a saint-grade weapon. Who would have thought that Wang Ting actually had such wealth? Administrator Bai, who exactly is the person in VIP room number 9? The first elder asked. The petrified little mouse, the blood-stained broken sword, and now the supreme finger bone, which was the finale item, was a must-have. Now he had raised the price to an unimaginable price of 5 million basic, sage-grade weapons. It was simply crazy. I don't know either. Administrator Bai told the profound dragon pavilion master everything that had happened after he first met Fong Chen. After the profound dragon pavilion master heard this, he fell into deep thought. In VIP room number 9 in the auction house, Fong Chen glanced at the sage-grade weapons piled up like a mountain in his interspatial ring. He grinned and said, "Fortunately, I collected all the broken sage-grade weapons from the various remnants." Back then, Princess Huang had advised him not to collect those broken sage-grade weapons. They would just be a burden to him. However, he still collected them. He did not expect that they would come in handy here. After bidding for several interesting items, Fong Chen was very happy. Is the owner of VIP room number 1 someone from the demon-devouring clan's sacred land? Fong Chen guessed. He had offended many people in this auction. With too much wealth, people would be jealous and greedy. Hence, after the auction ended, he had to obtain the items as quickly as possible and then leave in disguise. End of chapter. Chapter 3991. He was crazy. He was simply insane. The other party had only bid 2 million, but Fong Chen had gone crazy and directly increased the price to 5 million. This was simply an astronomical figure. Even the white-haired elder in VIP room number 1's face gradually darkened, and he could not say a word. Only his disciple, the red-haired man, could clearly see that his master's old palm was trembling. This meant that the price of 5 million was a huge blow to his master. Is he crazy? After a long while, the white-haired elder in VIP room number 1 said this. It was not just him. At this moment, everyone thought that Fong Chen had gone crazy to bid in such a way. It was simply too arrogant. Did he not take a basic sacred class weapon seriously? Or did he think that he was the demon-devouring clan's patriarch and had endless cultivation resources? Master, what should we do? The red-haired man asked in a deep voice. He originally thought that with his master's help, the supreme finger bone would definitely be obtained. However, such a huge setback had now occurred, which made the red-haired man very angry. At the same time, he was also guessing who the owner of VIP room number 9 was to dare to challenge them. I don't believe that he can take out 5 million basic, sacred class weapons. The red-haired man shook his head, his face filled with killing intent. The white-haired elder looked through the window and saw the scene in the auction house. He sighed slightly and finally gave up the bid. The other party had directly bid 5 million, which meant that his wealth was beyond their imagination. Even if he continued to raise the price, the other party would not hesitate to raise the price. In short, as long as the other party did not take the initiative to give up, it was impossible for him to obtain it. Thinking of this, the white-haired elder felt a wave of desolation. Could it be that he was old? The dignified top blacksmith of the origin world, the only almighty blacksmith who could forge a peerless sacred class weapon, had actually lost to someone else in a competition of sacred class weapons. Sigh. When the white-haired old man gave up, everyone's heart shook. The sigh that came from the number 1 VIP room reverberated in their ears. This sigh contained helplessness and desolation. Has VIP room number 1 given up? Everyone was shocked. Just a moment ago, the 2 VIP rooms were still locked in a fierce fight. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, the first VIP room had already given up. However, after calming down, everyone was able to understand the situation. After all, the price had already reached the level of 5 million elementary Saint-grade weapons. Most people would not be able to accept it. Therefore, it was expected that VIP room number 1 would give up. Of course, the most unexpected one was VIP room 9. When the beautiful MC on the stage dropped the hammer and announced that the last item was successfully sold, everyone's heart trembled. After the auction ended, the second elder had a complicated feeling. His sole consciousness had a trace of fear. He vaguely remembered that he was dissatisfied that the mysterious dragon pavilion master had given room number 9 to Deacon Bai. His heart was filled with resentment, and he had even attacked the owner of room number 9. Now that he thought about it, he was terrified. An expert who could take out 5 million elementary Saint-grade weapons in one go was the most dazzling existence in the entire origin world. If he resented him and took revenge, then he would be finished. I hope that he will be magnanimous and not bicker with me, the second elder prayed in his heart. The first elder and the mysterious dragon pavilion master could not wait to meet the owner of VIP room number 9. They wanted to know who he was. After the auction ended, they immediately sent someone to secretly invite Fong Chen to the top floor. The mysterious dragon pavilion kept the identity of everyone who participated in the auction a high secret, especially Fong Chen, who had won so many treasures in one go. In fact, when he was in VIP room number 9, Fong Chen had already used a disguise technique to change his appearance. He had also put on a bamboo hat to prevent people from peeping. All right, this auction ends here. Thank you for your kind participation, the beautiful MC on the stage said with a smile. In this auction, the price of a single item had set a new record. Naturally, she was very happy to receive a lot of commission. Humph! The experts in the VIP rooms walked out in a line. They had all walked through the VIP passageway. The others could not see them at all, nor could they guess their identities. As for the people in the auction hall, they also left reluctantly. Huh! The eyebrows of the scholar in the corner suddenly twitched. His messaging jade pendant had sent him a message. Has he arrived? Since Gong Tian-ho had already arrived, he immediately left the auction hall and met up with Gong Tian-ho, preparing to look for Fong Chen. As for Wang Tung of the Fire Tribe's Wang clan, he silently entered the back of the auction hall. He closed his eyes and used the life flame in his body to sense the flame mark that covered VIP room number 9. Before Holy Thief left, he glanced in the direction of VIP room number 9. He smiled coldly and said, I have never failed to obtain anything that I want. At the top floor of the Mysterious Dragon Pavilion, the Mysterious Dragon Pavilion Master sat at the very front. Below him stood the 3 elders and attendant by. Pavilion Master, this young master is the owner of VIP room number 9. Attendant by introduced Fong Chen to the Mysterious Dragon Pavilion Master after bringing him to the top floor. Brother, may I ask for your name? The Mysterious Dragon Pavilion Master asked with cupped fists. He wanted to check Fong Chen's identity, but he discovered that the conical bamboo hat covered everything. His spiritual sense could not get close. Fong Chen remained silent. He did not want to answer this question. He was only here to take back what belonged to him. Haha, my apologies. I was rude. The Mysterious Dragon Pavilion Master smiled awkwardly. He quickly waved his hand and took out the items that Fong Chen bought. These are your items. One hand for the money and the other for the goods. Fong Chen did not hesitate. He directly took out enough sage-grade weapons from his spatial ring. I do not have many basic sage-grade weapons. However, I can use other sage-grade weapons of the same value to exchange for them, Fong Chen said. When the crowd, including the Mysterious Dragon Pavilion Master, saw the mountain of sage-grade weapons, they were completely stunned. What a strong aura! The Mysterious Dragon Pavilion Master exclaimed. Although most of the sage-grade weapons were damaged, their grades were very high. There were medium-grade weapons, high-grade weapons, and even superior-grade weapons. Can I? Fong Chen asked. Yes, of course. The Mysterious Dragon Pavilion Master hastily replied. At this moment, he looked at Fong Chen with an unusually respectful gaze. Even if it was a broken medium-grade or high-grade sage-grade weapon, its value was still much higher than a basic sage-grade weapon. Compared to the millions of basic sage-grade weapons that Fong Chen had spent before, this pile of broken sage-grade weapons far exceeded their value. The Mysterious Dragon Pavilion Master and the others were extremely excited. The Mysterious Dragon Pavilion Master personally calculated the value of these broken sage-grade weapons. The more he calculated, the more excited he became. This was because some of these broken weapons actually contained the incomplete inheritance of experts. Simply put, these weapons were invaluable. He really could not imagine who this man wearing a conical bamboo hat in front of him was. He could actually take out so many sage-grade weapons at once. Chapter 3992. Fong Chen was wearing a bamboo hat that was encrypted. With the Mysterious Dragon Pavilion Master's strength, it was impossible for them to detect his aura, let alone see through him. Therefore, he wasn't worried about being betrayed when he made the deal with the Mysterious Dragon Pavilion Master. After all, he was an expert who was about to step into 11th Order Saint Realm. In the entire Origin world, there were only a handful of people who could match him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have offended the heavenly demonic Rat King and the owner of Private Room Number 1 in such a high-profile manner. Soon the deal was over. The Mysterious Dragon Pavilion Master happily put away the broken Saint-grade weapons, then carefully handed over the Heavenly Source Stone, blood-stained broken sword, Little Mouse Fossil, and Supreme Finger Bone to Fong Chen. At this time, the Mysterious Dragon Pavilion Master was even more curious and wary of Fong Chen. Being able to take out so many Saint grade weapons in one go, and all of them were broken pieces that had been used by ancient experts. There were even remnants of their inheritances. This person was definitely not simple. It was easy to imagine that these saint-level weapons had been obtained through battles of life and death. With the mysterious dragon pavilion's strength, they naturally wouldn't dare to have any devious ideas. Mister, from today onwards, you are our mysterious dragon pavilion's VIP. If you need anything in the future, as long as we have it, feel free to come and take it. The mysterious dragon pavilion master took this opportunity to befriend Fong Qin, and got it. Fong Qin nodded, then turned around and took out a broken saint-grade weapon, throwing it to Deacon Bai. The latter was dumbfounded, not knowing what this meant. This time many thanks to you. The mysterious dragon pavilion master, Grand Elder, and the others widened their eyes, sighing. Just by providing a VIP room, Huang Xiaolong casually gave away a priceless saint-grade weapon. This person was really generous. Mister, you don't have to do this. How could Deacon Bai dare to accept it? This person was definitely stronger than he had imagined. Since it's for you, just take it, Fong Qin said nonchalantly. He didn't like to owe favors, not to mention. A mere saint-grade weapon was nothing to him. Since Mister wants you to take it, then take it, the mysterious dragon pavilion master said with a smile. At the same time, he invited Fong Qin to temporarily stay in the mysterious dragon pavilion. Treasures aroused the envy of others. Fong Qin had just obtained so many precious things. There must be a lot of people who had their eyes on him. Leaving the profound dragon pavilion now was an extremely unwise choice. It's fine, Fong Qin declined politely. Unless it was a half-step chaotic supremacy or a top expert from the Great Snow Mountain, he had nothing to fear. Furthermore, he was just passing by Xianlong City. His purpose here was to investigate the Taishan sect. Since he had bumped into the scholar, it was a good opportunity to capture him and interrogate him. As the profound dragon pavilion master and the others watched Fong Qin leave, they fell silent. Wang, the mystic dragon pavilion's pavilion master's communication jade pendant rang out. When Sang heard that, his expression instantly turned grave. He quickly replied, "The one who bid for that stone is a man wearing a conical bamboo hat. We cannot figure out his origins." It turned out that the person who had sent the message was the mysterious expert who had given him the heavenly source stone. At that time, that person had requested for the person who had bid for the stone to be brought to him. However, under such circumstances, how could the profound dragon pavilion master dare to touch Fong Qin? He could only report the truth. There was silence in the communication jade pendant. After a long while, the mysterious expert said, "Tell me his characteristics and everything you know. I will look for him personally." After leaving the top floor, Fong Qin left the profound dragon pavilion quietly. However, no matter how hard he tried to hide, he was still discovered. Countless pairs of eyes were watching him in the dark. The moment he left, the forces hidden in the dark began to move. Finally left. The celestial demonic Rat King's eyes sparkled with excitement. Originally, he only wanted the little mouse fossil. He did not expect that guy to bid for so many things. Since that was the case, he might as well steal it. He, the celestial demonic Rat King, had never failed to steal anything. This time was no exception. "Humph, you want to fight with me?" Apparently, the celestial demonic Rat King had also discovered the spies of the other forces. At the same time, in a restaurant, the white-haired elder and his disciple, the red-haired man, were drinking tea. "Master, he is out," the red-haired man said in a low voice. The white-haired elder was not moved. He continued to drink tea. After a long while, he put down the teacup and said with a smile, "The mantis stalks the cicada," unaware of the oriole behind. "What we need to do is to be the oriole who reaps the benefits." But the celestial demonic Rat King is also here. He is known as the Thief Saint. Once he steals that guy's things, it will be difficult for us to get them back." The red-haired man was a little worried. The white-haired elder waved his hand and said with a smile, "Don't worry. Everything is under my control. Let them fight first." The entire profound dragon city was filled with undercurrents. Not long after, darkness fell. The scholar, the chief disciple of the Taishan sect, had already met up with Hai Tianho. "Brother, this is my helper." Hai Tianho pointed at the people behind him and introduced them to the scholar. They were all good at arrays and talismans. If they joined forces, they would be extremely powerful. It would be difficult to find a match for them in the Saint Realm. "With the two of us, that guy will definitely die if he appears," Hai Tianho said with a smile. However, the scholar's face was grave. "I have not found that guy's whereabouts yet, but I have something more important to do now." Then the scholar told Hai Tianho his thoughts. When the latter heard it, his eyes widened. "How is that possible?" Hai Tianho cried out. He did not believe that there was such a person in profound Dragon City who did not even care about the celestial demonic Rat King. In the end, he and the owner of VIP room number 1 kept raising the price of a supreme finger bone to 5 million elementary sacred weapons. Wasn't that too much? "Brother, are you sure that this person is not an expert from the devouring demon clan's sacred land?" Hai Tianho was a little afraid. After all, the origin world was created by the devouring demon clan. At first, there were only the devouring demon clan here. However, after the world changed and some experts who had sneaked in from the chaos battlefield gradually gave birth to their descendants, other smaller clans appeared. In the origin world, going against the devouring demon clan was tantamount to suicide. "Don't worry, I have a plan." The scholar's eyes flashed with madness. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Hai Tianho threw caution to the wind. His life was given to him by the scholar. He was willing to do anything the scholar asked of him. At the same time, under the cover of the night, Fong Qin had already found out where the scholar was staying and was about to head over. At a hidden street corner, he was stopped by a group of men in black. End of chapter. Chapter 3993. Darkness shrouded the land. Mystic Dragon City gradually quieted down as everyone entered a state of sleep. Fong Qin, who had just walked to a hidden corner of the street, was about to secretly look for the scholar when he was stopped by a group of men in black. Their auras were extremely ferocious. "What, you want to leave? Have you asked for our permission?" The leader of the men in black held a 3-foot-long sword in his hand. Red light flowed around the sword, and at the tip of the sword there was a Genesis chi radiance like the moon. He pointed it at Fong Qin. "Who are you?" Fong Qin asked without batting an eyelid. "Does it matter who we are?" The leader of the black-clothed men sneered. "Take out everything you have on you, and we'll leave your corpse intact. Otherwise," before he could finish his sentence, Fong Qin made the first move. Buzz! The surrounding space was instantly enveloped by a terrifying domain. When the men in black reacted, they had already fallen into a quagmire. Their movements were slow, and they were unable to track Fong Qin's movements. "What domain is this?" The leader of the black-clothed men sucked in a breath of cold air. The order they received was only to stop Fong Qin. The real trump card was the person who would arrive soon. But now they were in danger. Pucci, using his finger as a sword, every time he pointed, a man in black would fall to the ground. No one could block the sword light. Not good. The leader of the black-robed men felt death approaching. He shouted, "Attack the domain together!" As long as they broke the domain, the battle here would attract many experts. This guy had offended many people at the Mystic Dragon auction. There would definitely be people who coveted his belongings. Boom, boom, boom. However, Fong Qin struck first and gained the upper hand. He simply did not give them any chance at all. The leader of the black-clothed men looked on helplessly as his companions fell into pools of blood one after another. Yet he was powerless to do anything. No, when he met Fong Chen's eyes, he could feel the latter's fear. He shouted with all his might, but it was useless. The finger light streaked across the sky, bringing with it the aura of death. He struggled with all his might, but he could not break free from the domain. No, I don't want to die. He howled in rage, hoping for a miracle to happen. However, that terrifying finger light actually stopped when it reached his throat. The black-clothed man thought that he would die for sure, but all of a sudden, everything around him calmed down. He looked down and discovered that the sword light was no longer advancing. He had temporarily saved his life. "Who sent you?" Fong Chen asked. "I can't betray Master." However, before he could finish speaking, he let out a miserable cry. One of his ears was directly cut off and blood sprayed out. "I don't want to ask a second time," Fong Chen continued. Just as the black-clothed man was hesitating, his other ear was also cut off. He was in so much pain that his whole body trembled, and he almost fainted. "I'll count to 3. Fong Chen began counting. "Wait a minute." Finally, the man in black felt fear and began to compromise. "If I tell you, will you let me go?" "You have no right to negotiate with me," Fong Chen said impatiently. "But Another miserable cry came from the black-clothed man. He felt that his neck was bleeding. The sword light had already cut into it. If Lin Fan used a little more force, his head would fall to the ground. His body trembled, and he was extremely frightened. "The Reverend King sent me," the black-clothed man screamed. He was afraid that Fong Chen did not know, so he added that the Reverend King was the owner of VIP room number 3. "Pucci!" The sword light cut through the black-clothed man's neck. His head fell to the ground, lifeless. "You want to kill me, and you want me to let you go," Fong Chen said coldly. At the same time, he remembered the Reverend King in his heart. Before coming to Mystic Dragon City, Fong Chen had learned about the Great Snow Mountain. It had many subordinate forces, and one of them was the Dragoncliff Empire. The Reverend King was known as the strongest person in the Dragoncliff Empire. However, he was too conceited. He thought that he could kill Fong Chen by sending his subordinates. Who would have thought that they would all be killed, and his identity was exposed? When he made this decision, the outcome was already decided. However, Fong Chen had more important things to do now, and did not have time to care about him. Hiss! When the domain dissipated, Fong Chen silently disappeared into the darkness. Only the black-clothed corpse on the ground indicated that a battle had taken place in this hidden street corner. Huff! Not long after, the Reverend King rushed over. When he saw the corpse on the ground, his face turned pale. "How is this possible?" The Reverend King said in a low voice, "Is this guy so strong?" After the auction, he went to do something more important. When he sensed the black-clothed man's death, he rushed over as fast as he could. However, he was still too late. I want to see how long he can run," the Reverend King said coldly. At the same time, he sent a message to the Dragoncliff Empire, ordering them to send a large army to seal off the nearby territory. In an independent courtyard behind a restaurant, the scholar was secretly discussing with Gong Tianho about how to find Fong Chen. "All right, that's it. I'll go back first. We'll start our operation tomorrow," the scholar said. Soon after, he returned to his study. Then he took out his communication jade pendant and reported the situation at the auction to the Taishan Hierophant. The Taishan Hierophant immediately ordered the scholar not to act rashly. After all, the 5th elder of the Great Snow Mountain, the Heavenly Demon Rat King, and other experts were all watching. With the scholar's strength, it was impossible for him to deal with them. Of course, the Taishan Hierophant also asked the scholar to keep a close eye on the situation and find an opportunity to act. Huff! The scholar was very happy to receive the support of the Taishan Hierophant. This could be considered as making up for his mistakes. If he succeeded, He would be able to inherit the mantle of the Taishan Hierophant and become the next Hierophant candidate. Buzz! However, just as he was feeling happy, the study was sealed off. He jumped up and saw Fong Chen's figure appear out of thin air. "It's you!" The scholar opened his eyes wide and stared at Fong Chen. "You still dare to appear?" He had searched high and low for him, only to find him by chance. He did not expect him to come knocking on his door. Fong Chen did not say anything. He took out the killing order of the Great Snow Mountain and asked, "What is this?" Seeing the killing order, the scholar was overjoyed. He said, "Give me this token. Otherwise, you will die." "Why did you use the killing order of the Great Snow Mountain to exchange for Gong Tianhou?" Fong Chen asked. This was what he was puzzled about. Why was the scholar so sure that he would agree to the exchange? Why was he not afraid that he would recognize the killing order and not dare to exchange? He had to investigate all these mysteries. The scholar cursed in his heart. If he had not recklessly used the killing order to exchange for Gong Tianhou, he would not have been punished by the Taishan Hierophant. He would not have dared to snatch the killing order back before the experts of the Great Snow Mountain arrived. I want to talk about the primordial swordmaster with more like-minded people. Talk about life, find friends. Chapter 3994. In fact, as for Fong Chen's true future, the scholar had no idea at all. He only knew that when the Taishan Hierophant had given him the killing order, he had warned him that the killing order was very important and should not be used carelessly. Even though outsiders had heard of the kill order, they had never seen it before, so it was difficult for them to recognize it. The Taishan Hierophant had once said that, strictly speaking, the killing command was also a saint-level weapon. Furthermore, it contained the power of the 5 great origins. For cultivators of the Saint Plane, it was very attractive. When faced with a life-and-death crisis, they could take it out in exchange for a chance of survival. At the same time, it would immediately activate the mission of the killing command, allowing the emissaries of the Great Snow Mountain to rescue and kill the enemy. Of course, this was only the way to use the kill order that the Taishan Hierophant had told the scholar. However, the scholar used it in exchange for Hai Tianhou's life and succeeded. However, what truly attracted Fong Chen was not the 5 great origins contained within the kill token, but the trace of chaotic realm aura contained within it, which was very difficult to detect. This was also the reason why Fong Chen had come all the way to the Great Snow Mountain territory to look for the scholar. The two of them had completely different thoughts. As for Fong Chen's question, perhaps only the experts of the Great Snow Mountain who made the kill order would know. "I am the first disciple of the Taishan Hierophant, the scholar. Since you know my identity, you should obediently hand over the kill order to me. Otherwise, your life will be in danger." After a short moment of shock, the scholar regained his composure. His dark eyes stared viciously at Fong Chen, as if he wanted to tear him to pieces. He had already secretly taken out his communication jade pendant and was ready to inform Hai Tianhou to bring his companions to encircle Fong Chen. "Puchi!" Fong Chen flicked his finger, and a sharp beam of light shot out. The scholar let out a miserable shriek, and a clattering sound could be heard as his jade pendant fell to the ground. One of his hands had been chopped off, and blood sprayed onto the ground as he twitched in pain. "You're courting death." In a moment of desperation, the scholar bellowed and launched an attack. However, Fong Chen didn't give him any chance. He directly suppressed him with an unstoppable force and chopped off his other hand. Having lost both his hands, the scholar's fighting strength was greatly reduced. His face was pale and he was extremely weak. His heart was filled with fear. Looking at Fong Chen, he felt that he wouldn't be able to walk out of the study alive. He wanted to shout, but it was of no use. Fong Chen had already sealed the study. With the strength of Gong Tianhou and the others, it was impossible for them to detect anything. In other words, no one would come to save the scholar. "What do you want?" At this moment, the scholar's heart was filled with fear. At the same time, he was also hoping that the emissary of the Great Snow Mountain would hurry over. That way, he would still have a chance to live. As for the revocation of the kill order, he did not even dare to think about it. Between his life and the kill order, of course, he would choose his life. If he died, everything would be for naught. Only by staying alive would he have the chance to step onto the peak of martial arts. "Answer my question," Fong Chen said coldly as he took out the kill order from his bosom. He wanted to know who had created the kill order and what was the purpose of creating it. Why did it contain the aura of the chaotic realm? What role did the Great Snow Mountain play in all of this? All of these mysteries needed to be solved. This was very important to Fong Chen. "I've already made it very clear." The scholar was somewhat speechless. Everyone knew the use of the kill order. He had already explained it very clearly, but he did not understand why the enemy was so aggressive towards him. "What do you want?" Fong Chen frowned. Clearly, the scholar's answer did not satisfy him. This was because what attracted him was not the 5 great origin forces at all. Looking at the scholar's pained expression, it did not seem like he was lying. Then, the scholar probably could not answer his question. Even the Taishan Hierophant could not answer it. Could it be that he had to look for the top cultivators of the Great Snow Mountain? "Since you've already given out the kill order, why did you take it back just now?" Fong Chen shook his head. He knew that the scholar could not answer this question, so he did not pester him any further and moved on to the next question. Under the torture and Fong Chen's threat, the scholar spilled everything. "You're saying that the Taishan Hierophant asked you to take back the kill order?" Fong Chen asked. "That's right. Because of this, I was punished by the Hierophant. If I do not take back the kill order before the emissary from the Great Snow Mountain kills you, I will be expelled from the sect," the scholar said hoarsely. If he had known this would happen, he would not have used the kill order in exchange for Hai Tianho's life. Now he was in a situation where he had a slim chance of survival. "Is it a waste to use the kill order on me?" Fong Chen pursed his lips. He did not expect that the Taishan Hierophant would look down on him. No wonder he asked the scholar to take back the kill order. That was right. The kill order was an important thing. It could save one's life at a critical moment. Naturally, it had to be used carefully. After all, there was only one in the entire Taishan sect. Rare things were precious. The Taishan Hierophant and the others clearly did not think that the scholar's use of the kill order in exchange for Hai Tianho's life was worth it. "I've told you everything I know. Shouldn't you let me go?" Facing Fong Chen, the scholar was completely terrified. At the beginning, he had wanted to fight against Fong Chen. However, he now realized how powerful the enemy before him was. With a wave of his hand, he could make him lose his ability to fight. Thinking about it carefully, even the Taishan Hierophant might not be able to do this. Fong Chen did not speak. He looked directly at the scholar. The latter did not dare to look him in the eye. He was so scared that his scalp went numb. Finally, with a plop, he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have attacked you or targeted you. Please let me go." At the same time, he also told Fong Chen that Hai Tianho had called for a group of helpers. There were Ray masters and other masters. They were all there to deal with Fong Chen and take back the kill order. Now he told him everything. He did not dare to hide anything. "Is that so?" Surprisingly, Fong Chen did not show any killing intent. Instead, he smiled meaningfully. After a while, the scholar returned to normal and came to Hai Tianho's courtyard. "Brother, why are you here?" Hai Tianho asked in surprise when he saw the scholar. Didn't the former go to report to the Taishan sect? Why did he come to find him in the middle of the night? Could it be that something unexpected had happened? Or had he already found the thief? "Hai Tianho," the scholar said in a deep voice. "Let's put aside the matter of retrieving the kill token and killing that fellow for now. There are more important matters that require your help." "What is it?" The scholar whispered in Hai Tianho's ear and explained in detail. Hai Tianho was shocked. Hai Tianho was about to ask when the scholar stopped him. Be careful. The walls have ears. Chapter 3995. After leaving the scholar's courtyard, Fong Qin silently blended into the darkness. Although there were countless pairs of eyes watching his every move in the dark, he was not worried at all. Instead, he was planning something even bigger. Buzz. As soon as Fong Qin left, a strong cultivator from the Great Snow Mountain arrived at the scholar's courtyard. He was covered in ice and snow, and an extremely cold aura instantly swept through the entire courtyard. The scholar, Gong Tianho, and the others could not help but shiver, but they quickly calmed down. Greetings, fifth elder of the Great Snow Mountain. The scholar cupped his fists. After all, the Great Snow Mountain was a subordinate force of the Great Snow Mountain, and they had a master-servant relationship. When he saw the fifth elder of the Great Snow Mountain, he naturally had to be respectful. However, he was very curious. Why did the fifth elder of the Great Snow Mountain come right after Fong Qin left? Could it be related to him? He braced himself and looked at the fifth elder of the Great Snow Mountain. He carefully asked, "May I know why the fifth elder has come so late at night?" The fifth elder of the Great Snow Mountain's pitch-black eyes were filled with a cold aura. He stared at the scholar for a long time, then said, "What are you doing in Mystic Dragon City?" "I'm here to participate in the Mystic Dragon Auction on the orders of the sect leader," the scholar replied. Behind him, Gong Tianho and the others didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They were afraid of angering the Great Snowy Mountain's fifth elder and causing their plan to fail. Humph! The fifth elder of the Great Snow Mountain snorted coldly, then asked, after the auction ended, "I have been tracking the owner of VIP Room 9. Not long ago, I sensed that he left your place. Do you know him?" As soon as the fifth elder said this, a strange expression appeared on the scholar's face. "What? That person left my place?" The scholar shrugged and said with an innocent face, "Fifth elder, are you suspecting that I know him?" The fifth elder of the Great Snow Mountain was silent. He needed the scholar to give him an explanation. "Fifth elder, think about it. The owner of VIP Room 9 is so rich that he is comparable to the Great Snow Mountain. How could I know such a top expert?" The scholar smiled bitterly. The fifth elder narrowed his eyes and stared at the scholar. He could tell that the scholar wasn't lying. He then spread out his divine sense and scanned the entire courtyard. After a short while, he found nothing. Maybe he's just passing by, or maybe he's trying to distract the experts who are watching him from the shadows. This was the only explanation that could convince him. And Mystic Dragon City has not been peaceful recently. You better leave quickly. The fifth elder of the Great Snow Mountain reminded him. After all, the Taishan sect was a subsidiary force of the Great Snow Mountain. At this critical moment, he still had to remind them. If his guess was correct, then it was very likely that the owner of VIP Room number 9 had deliberately snuck into the scholar's courtyard without anyone noticing. Then he quietly left to confuse the world and drag the hatred onto the Taishan sect. Using the Supreme Mystery Sect as a breakthrough point, they would attack the Great Snow Mountain. Could it be an enemy of the Great Snow Mountain? The fifth elder frowned and pondered. He couldn't think of any enemy force that could take out so many saint-level weapons at once. "Thank you for your reminder, fifth elder. I'm going to leave Mystic Dragon City early tomorrow morning and return to the Taishan sect." The scholar thanked him. In the dark night, there were countless pairs of eyes staring at the scholar's courtyard. On one hand, they were staring at Fong Qin. On the other hand, they were staring at the scholar. Early the next morning, the scholar brought Gong Tianho and the others and left Mystic Dragon City in a low-key manner. Even so, they were still discovered by many hidden forces. They immediately reported the news to their superiors. Soon, many experts began to guess whether or not the scholar and the others had returned with the treasures. Follow them. At the critical moment, take action. It was better to be safe than sorry, especially the celestial demon, Rat King. He even suspected that the owner of VIP room number 9 had given all the treasures from the auction to the scholar and asked him to bring them back. Then he purposely attracted everyone's attention to ensure the scholar's safety. Humph! The celestial demon, Rat King, snorted. He, the thief sage, had never failed to get what he wanted. At the same time, the Reverend King also followed. Pull one hair and the whole situation will be affected. After the scholar left, everyone's attention was focused on him. They secretly followed him and competed with him. The real protagonist, Fang Qin, was casually using his disguise technique. He changed his appearance and walked on the streets of Mystic Dragon City. He believed that with his strength, no one would be able to recognize him after he changed his appearance. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for wanting to kill me. Fang Qin mumbled to himself. Although the Taishan sect was innocent in this matter, they had no choice. The scholar wanted to kill him, so they could only use him as a sacrifice. At this moment, in a restaurant, the red-haired man was anxious. Master, the first disciple of the Taishan sect, left early in the morning. Those experts who are secretly watching him have all followed him. They all suspect that the person has secretly given the treasures from the auction to the scholar. Should we? The white-haired old man did not care about the red-haired man's anxiety. Instead, he smiled. He turned to look at his disciple and said with a smile, "You've been with me for so many years. Why are you still so impatient? I've told you more than once that no matter what happens, don't be anxious. You have to be calm and deal with it calmly." A battle between experts was often decided by a single thought. Therefore, one must have a calm mind to control the situation. This disciple of his was excellent in other aspects. Only his state of mind had not been honed. He did things carelessly and easily fell into the trap of others. But the red-haired man wanted to explain, but was stopped by his master. The white-haired old man waved his hand and interrupted his disciple. Then his eyes fell on an unfamiliar man on the street. "What do you think of this person?" The red-haired man was stunned by such a puzzling question. He looked at the unfamiliar man seriously and replied, "Master, this person should be hiding his strength. I estimate that his true strength is at least in the middle level of the Saint Realm. He might even be in the high level of the Saint Realm." But the red-haired man continued, "His primordial spirit is very weak. He's at the bottom of the Saint Realm." To the two of them, such a person was simply a piece of trash. He did not understand why his master would suddenly ask such a question. Look carefully and think carefully. The white-haired old man shook his head and said with a smile. However, there was a flash of surprise in his calm eyes. Of course, the red-haired man did not notice. Chapter 3996. A faint smile appeared on the white-haired old man's emotionless face. The red-haired man was a little puzzled by his master's actions. He had already sensed clearly that the strange man his master was talking about had a very weak soul and was considered to be at the bottom of the Saint Realm. There were many people like that, and there was nothing special about them. "Master, please enlighten me." His master had asked him to take a closer look, but he could not see anything. In the end, he had no choice but to ask his master to enlighten him. The white-haired old man shook his head gently and sighed. I've always told you that the cultivation of the martial way focuses on cultivating one's body and mind. You just don't listen and are always so impatient. Do you know why you haven't had a single inch of strength in refining weapons all these years?" The red-haired man shook his head in puzzlement. "Your heart isn't calm enough. Naturally, you can't concentrate on refining weapons," said the white-haired old man. "Forget it. Let's not talk about this for now." Returning to the main topic, the white-haired old man's dark eyes fell on the strange man on the street. The latter's expression was indifferent as he stood with his hands behind his back and strolled forward. He has guts and is very smart. To be able to take out so much wealth, which force in the origin world nurtured him. The white-haired old man muttered to himself. At this moment, Fang Qin had already sensed the white-haired old man spying. He quietly walked towards a secluded street corner where there were fewer people. "Come, let's go take a look." The white-haired old man got up and led his disciple to follow Fang Qin. Soon, the two of them came to a secluded street corner. There was no one here, and there was nothing there. "He's in front." Just as the red-haired man looked around and was about to look for Fang Qin, he suddenly discovered a figure standing in front of him. It was the strange man on the street just now. He discovered us. Obviously, this person was waiting for them. In other words, their spying had been discovered. The red-haired man's expression changed when he thought of this. He had just thought that this person's soul was very weak and was at the bottom of the Saint Realm. However, this person had sensed his and his master's spying. It was a little unbelievable. Recalling what his master had said to him before, the red-haired man guessed that this person was very likely hiding his strength. "If my guess is correct, this shouldn't be your true appearance, right?" the white-haired old man said with a chuckle. Fang Qin turned around and looked at the two of them. He shook his head and said, "You actually discovered me?" He was also astonished. His disguising technique was unparalleled in the world, and he had even changed his aura. He had no idea how the white-haired elder had managed to discover him. At the same time, he was secretly on guard. Would there be other experts who would discover him? It seemed that the plan of using the head disciple of the Taishan sect, the scholar, as well as Gong Tianhou and the others to lure the tiger away from the mountain was not perfect. There were still flaws. At the very least, the two people in front of him were not fooled. Instead, they were eyeing him after he changed his appearance. This old man has spent his entire life forging weapons. No weapon can hide from this old man. Although your aura and appearance have changed, the weapon on your body hasn't. The white-haired old man said. Hearing this, Fang Qin was slightly surprised, but he soon came to a realization. These two must be the people who were competing for the supreme phalanx with him in VIP room number 1, right? No wonder they could bid so crazily. It turned out that they were blacksmiths. Thinking about it, they must be top-notch in the blacksmithing world of the origin world. "Why are you stopping me?" Fang Qin asked. What are you pretending for?" The red-haired man was furious. "Master was determined to get the supreme phalanx, but you snatched it away. Why do you think we're stopping you?" "Ridiculous. In the auction house, bidding for anything depends on the price. I bid the highest price and got the supreme phalanx. How is it snatching it away from you?" Fang Qin retorted. "Kid, do you know who my master is?" The red-haired man said coldly, emitting a terrifying aura. He sealed the surroundings, not giving Fang Qin a chance to escape. The white-haired old man waved his hand, stopping his disciple from speaking. He then looked at Fang Qin and said with a smile, "Little friend, I won't let you suffer a loss. As long as you give the supreme phalanx to me, I can help you forge a peerless sacred weapon. What do you think?" A peerless sacred weapon. Fang Qin's pupils shrank. His attainment in blacksmithing was also very high, but he couldn't forge a peerless sacred weapon. Wasn't the person in front of him too heaven-defying? He suddenly thought of a person. He had heard of him when he first came to the origin world. The only expert in the origin world who could forge a peerless sacred weapon was Master Qi Lian. "Master Qi Lian?" Fang Qin asked. "Since you know my master's name, you'd better hand over the supreme phalanx obediently. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." The red-haired man was very angry. With his master's reputation, he would be respected wherever he went. But this guy in front of him openly looked down on them. He was simply courting death. He was confident that he could kill this person with a wave of his hand. Fang Qin furrowed his brows, feeling somewhat displeased. Anyone would have a temper after being repeatedly intimidated like this. "Although a peerless sacred weapon is good, I don't like it." Fang Qin shook his head and rejected decisively. Moreover, I don't like you. The red-haired man flew into a rage when he heard this. However, the white-haired old man remained calm. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Fang Qin as if he wanted to see through the latter. But soon he was disappointed. The latter's body was like a bottomless abyss, constantly devouring the consciousness that approached his body. It was impossible to detect. The white-haired old man gritted his teeth and said, "What if I infuse the 5 great origin powers?" Infusing the 5 great origin powers into a peerless sacred weapon was very bold. Even he didn't have a high success rate. Many top forces in the origin world begged him to forge a weapon, but he rejected them all. For the supreme phalanx, he had paid enough sincerity. Fang Qin still shook his head. The supreme phalanx was more important to him. "I'm sorry." Fang Qin refused. At this time, the white-haired old man frowned and asked puzzledly, "You haven't reached that level yet. Even if you study the supreme phalanx, it's meaningless to you." However, what he didn't know was that the man standing in front of him had already broken through the limits and walked the complete cultivation system of the ancient era. He was only one step away from stepping into the 11th Order Saint realm. To Fang Qin, the supreme phalanx was of great significance. "You're courting death." The red-haired man couldn't bear it anymore and raised his hand to attack. However, Fang Qin laughed. It was a strange and mocking laugh. "You said that the supreme phalanx is useless to me because you think I'm too weak?" Fang Qin said, "Have you ever thought that standing in front of you might be a gap that you can never cross?" End of chapter. Chapter 3997. Have you ever thought that standing in front of you is a chasm that you can never cross? The moment he said that, Fang Qin's body emitted a majestic aura that was terrifying to the extreme, instantly stunning the white-haired old man and the red-haired man. This was especially true for the red-haired man. He was extremely displeased with Fang Qin's attitude. He felt that Fang Qin was insulting his master. Thus he attacked in anger. Due to the fact that he had gathered an enormous amount of power with the intention of attacking Fang Qin, he was instead knocked back. Crack! His body flew out. Seeing this, the white-haired old man waved his sleeve and a gentle force shrouded the red-haired man, saving him. But even so, the red-haired man spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from his body. His face was ferocious and he let out a painful cry. His internal organs were damaged and his bones were broken. In just a few seconds, he had lost the ability to fight. How could this be? The red-haired man stood up from the ground and glared at Fang Qin with a ferocious face. He wanted to attack again, but when he raised his hand, he was completely stunned. No, impossible. He screamed crazily, unable to believe the fact in front of him. Even his master, the white-haired old man, could not maintain his previous indifference. His face was extremely gloomy. He stood up and directly felt his disciple's pulse. A few seconds later, a trace of shock flashed in the white-haired old man's eyes. He widened his eyes and stared at Fang Qin, as if he wanted to see through him. However, he was disappointed. The latter was like a bottomless pit, devouring any divine sense that came close. Have you ever thought that standing in front of you is a chasm that you can never cross? At this moment, Fang Qin's words from before echoed in the white-haired old man's mind once again. They sounded quite interesting. He smiled bitterly and helped his disciple up. He placed his hand on his disciple's back and continuously channeled energy into him. A moment later, the red-haired man came to his senses, and his life was not in danger for the time being. "My name is Qi Lian. May I know your name, little brother?" Grandmaster Qi Lian cupped his fist and bowed to Fang Qin. Just the aura emitted from his body was enough to make his disciple lose the ability to fight. Even though he was experienced and knowledgeable, he had never seen such a method before. After countless years of cultivation, Although Grandmaster Qilian was obsessed with refining weapons, he had made some achievements in martial arts cultivation. However, he had no confidence in facing Fong Qin. "Now, do you still want what I have?" Fong Qin didn't answer Crimson Viper's question. In fact, he was not afraid of the strong cultivators he had offended in the auction house. The reason why he had used the scholar, the chief disciple of the Taishan sect, to lure the tiger away from the mountain was to deceive people and not attract attention. After all, he came from the Chaos Realm and shouldered the mission of saving all living beings in the Chaos Realm. Before completing the mission, he could not afford to be targeted by the devouring demon tribe. Otherwise, the mission would most likely fail. Failure was not an option for this mission. "Little friend, you must be joking." Grandmaster Qilian smiled and said, "A hero deserves a treasure. Little friend, with your strength, you are definitely qualified to obtain the supreme fingerbone. I was too reckless before." Whoosh! Grandmaster Qilian waved his hand, and a palm-sized token came to Fong Chen's side. The latter took a look and saw the token spinning in front of him. Grandmaster Crimson Viper said, "As long as you inject your energy into this token, it will be activated. This token is refined with my life's effort. Once activated, it will be able to withstand an all-out attack from an expert at the peak of the Saint Realm. Consider it my compensation." After speaking, he left with his disciple without waiting for Fong Qin to take the token. In the blink of an eye, Grandmaster Qilian disappeared from Mystery Dragon City. Whoosh! Fong Qin reached out and took the token. His eyes flickered as he looked at the place where Grandmaster Qilian disappeared. Soon after, Grandmaster Qilian brought his disciple to a mountain outside Mystery Dragon City. "Master." The red-haired man did not understand why his master did not take action. Instead, he gave the token to the other party as compensation. He had been asking his master for more than 10 years, but to no avail. "Humph!" Grandmaster Qilian harumphed. He was unhappy with his disciple. "Next time, don't be so reckless." Grandmaster Qilian said, "That person doesn't want to kill you. Otherwise, you would have died 10,000 times." In fact, Grandmaster Qilian did not say it out loud. If Fong Chen took action, he would not be able to live either. Although he had many life-saving methods, they were useless against Fong Chen. He knew that an expert of Fong Chen's level could destroy the world with a wave of his hand. Whoosh! At the thought of this, Master Crimson Viper felt a sense of lingering fear in his heart. At the same time, he glared at his disciple hatefully. Even though he had misjudged Lin Fan and wanted to capture him to take back the Supreme Being Fingerbone, there was no need for him to be so reckless. "Master, I was wrong." The red-haired man lowered his head and admitted his mistake. Grandmaster Qilian stood on the mountain peak and looked in the direction of Mystery Dragon City. Luckily, Lin Fan was not aggressive and did not chase after him. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Outside Mystery Dragon City, in a huge mountain range, footsteps could be heard from time to time. Tianho looked around. Beside him, a formation master began to set up a formation, isolating them from their surroundings. The talisman master lit up the talismans that he had prepared beforehand, causing strands of a strange aura to permeate the formation. The helpers that Hailu Tianho found were all on the move. The scholar, the head disciple of the Supreme Mystery Sect, was not idle either. He knew that the danger this time was unprecedented. If they failed, they might lose their lives. How is it? After a while, the scholar walked to Hailu Tianho's side and asked anxiously. Hailu Tianho nodded, "It's ready." "Good. Let them guard here. We'll go somewhere else," the scholar said. He then took Hailu Tianho and left the formation quickly, disappearing into the mountain range. "Where are we going?" Hailu Tianho was puzzled. However, at this moment, the deafening sound of a battle came from afar. It was accompanied by miserable screams. "Not good. Our men have been ambushed." Hailu Tianho's body trembled. He wanted to go back to help, but was stopped by the scholar. Hailu Tianho was puzzled. He turned to look at the scholar. The latter shook his head gently. A look of determination appeared on his face. "If you go back, you'll die," the scholar said indifferently. Hailu Tianho was shocked when he felt the indifference from the scholar. He thought of the scholar's strange behavior. He opened his eyes wide and stared at the scholar. You're sending them to their deaths." Chapter 3998. At this moment, Gong Tianho suddenly understood. He looked at his good brother, the scholar, in confusion. Why would he do such a vicious thing? Why? Hailu Tianho's voice was hoarse, as if he was roaring. His heart was filled with sorrow. He had used all of his connections and finally found some people who were willing to help him. But now they had all been killed by this scholar. What was going on? Why? Seeing that the scholar was silent, Gong Tianho continued to ask. His face was filled with pain. He could faintly hear the sounds of explosions behind him, as well as the miserable cries of his helpers. Those were the cries of despair of his helpers. It turned out that they had left in a hurry early in the morning to send them to their deaths. "If they don't die, we will die." Finally, the scholar, who had been silent for a long time, spoke. His expression was indifferent, and there was no guilt in his heart. In the world of cultivation, the strong preyed on the weak. Every successful person had climbed up by stepping on white bones. Surviving was more important than anything else. Therefore, to the scholar, sacrificing his helpers and letting them drag out an ignoble existence was not a shameful thing. Gong Tianho grabbed the scholar, his eyes filled with anger. If he did not owe the scholar his life, he would have attacked him long ago. "I can understand how you feel, but you don't know how strong our enemy is." The scholar shook his head helplessly. "I could have left you to fend for yourself, and I could have hidden myself, but I didn't." Hearing this, Gong Tianho fell silent. He lowered his head, his face twitching. His heart was filled with pain and despair. "Do you still remember the person who captured you? I used the killing order given by the Great Snow Mountain to barely save your life?" the scholar said. Gong Tianho nodded. Of course, he remembered that person. Their goal this time was to kill that person and take back the killing order. "He is very strong, much stronger than we imagined. When I faced him, I felt helpless. Even when I faced the Taishan Hierophant, I didn't feel this way. My intuition tells me that his strength is definitely above the Taishan Hierophant's," the scholar said. Hearing this, Gong Tianho was stunned. Was that person really that strong? Then why didn't he just kill him back then? "Last night, he secretly came to my study and imprisoned me. He wanted me to help him lure the enemy away from the mountain and lure out those who were secretly coveting his treasures. Then he would be left alone." The scholar told Helmut Tianho in detail what had happened next. Hailu Tianho's expression was complicated. He hadn't expected the other party to have such a powerful background. "Although I am the first disciple of the Taishan sect, those people will definitely not show mercy to me for the sake of the treasure. Therefore, the plan of luring the tiger away from the mountain may seem simple, but in reality it will cost me my life. I don't want to die just like that, so I made them my scapegoat," said the scholar frankly. At this point, there was nothing left to hide. He told Helmut Tianho everything, but Hailu Tianho still couldn't let it go. But he didn't hate the scholar anymore. "Let's go. Let's return to the Supreme Mystery Sect first," the scholar said in a low voice, his voice filled with fear. In the mountain range, the experts hiding in the dark finally couldn't hold it in any longer and began to make their moves. The first to make a move was naturally the Great Snow Mountain's fifth elder. He ignored the defenses and charged straight into the matrix, slaughtering those people in a frenzy. Pucci, one helper after another, died at the hands of the Great Snow Mountain's fifth elder. Before they died, they were filled with despair. Their eyes were filled with resentment as they cursed Helmut Tianho. However, it was useless. The moment they had set up the array formation, it had already been abandoned. Only death awaited them. Stop! The heavenly demonic Rat King roared in midair. He stopped the Great Snow Mountain's fifth elder from killing them because he was afraid that the Great Snow Mountain's fifth elder would monopolize the treasures. After all, the blood-stained broken sword, the little mouse fossil, and the Supreme Being's finger bone were all items that could cause a bloodbath if they were taken out alone. I, the heavenly demonic Rat King, will get whatever I want. After saying that, the heavenly demonic Rat King didn't care about anything else. He went around the Great Snow Mountain's fifth elder's attack and came to the bodies of the helpers at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. He quickly searched through their interspatial rings. Nothing? After searching through a few people, the heavenly demonic Rat King's face gradually darkened. How could this be? You're courting death. The heavenly demonic Rat King was furious. A mere Great Snow Mountain's fifth elder dared to attack him. Moreover, he suspected that he was too late. Could it be that the Great Snow Mountain's fifth elder had already monopolized the treasures? No matter what, he could kill him and search his interspatial ring to get what he wanted. He was known as the Thief Saint. There was nothing in the world that he couldn't get. The Great Snow Mountain was the victim. He had sneaked into the Great Snow Mountain countless times to steal the sacred treasures. But now he had failed. He was furious. Boom! 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 Two great experts were fighting head-on. The battle was very intense. The matrix was broken. As for the helpers that Helmut Tianho found, they were all dead and lying in a pool of blood. Rustle! 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 Far away, some people were watching. They were relatively weak. They just wanted to fish in troubled waters. Seeing the two great experts fighting, they didn't dare to get close. As for King Mu, he ordered the Empire's army to surround the mountain. No one could escape. After doing all this, he quickly rushed to the battlefield. On the streets of Xianlong City, Fang Chen was walking leisurely. His gaze was looking towards the north. At this moment, there should be an intense battle erupting in that direction, right? He didn't know whether those people were injured or not. But all of this was not within his scope of thinking. He had more important things to do, especially when it involved the killing order. If the chief disciple of the Taishan sect didn't know, then he would go to the Taishan sect's hierarch. If he didn't know, then he would go to the Great Snow Mountain's patriarch. There had to be someone who could answer his questions. Of course, before that, he had to study the items that he had obtained from the auction. Rustle! Just as Fang Chen was thinking, suddenly a figure came from not far away. It was Wang Tung from the Wang family of the Hua tribe. At this moment, Wang Tung's body was surrounded by a layer of flames. He smiled at Fang Chen and clasped his fist. Brother, there seems to be something on you that attracted me. Chapter 3999. Brother, there seems to be something on your body that attracts me. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out from the crowd, causing Fang Chen to stop in his tracks. When he turned around, he realized that the person who had called out to him was Wang Tung from the Wang family of the Fire Tribe, one of the subordinate forces of the Great Snow Mountain. Wang Tung's body was covered with a layer of thick flames. Everywhere he went, the temperature rose sharply. He walked slowly and came in front of Fang Chen, looking at him with a smile. Fang Chen frowned and didn't say anything. Wang Tung continued, I can feel the aura of that stone on your body. Fang Chen immediately understood. The stone Wang Tung was talking about should be the Tianyuan stone related to Emperor Fury. He thought carefully. It seemed that the Tianyuan stone did contain a rare flame. He didn't expect Wang Tung to be able to sense it. He looked at Wang Tung with a complicated expression. It seemed that the Fire Tribe deserved its reputation. At least Wang Tung, who was standing in front of him, had a control of fire that was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. In his knowledge, Wang Tung could be ranked in the top 3. Thinking of this, Fang Chen smiled bitterly and shook his head slightly. He didn't expect that he would underestimate the strength of the Wang family of the Fire Tribe. I don't understand what you're talking about. Fang Qin naturally wouldn't admit it. He didn't want to cause trouble for himself, nor did he want to expose himself in public. That was why he asked the first disciple of the Taishan sect, the scholar, to lure the tiger away from the mountain to attract the fire. You'll know. Flames of passion danced in Wang Tung's eyes. He raised his hand in a seemingly simple manner and placed it on Fang Chen's shoulder. A frightening force surged towards Fang Chen in an instant. The force surged into Fang Chen's body in an attempt to destroy his internal organs and force him to submit. Crack! However, Wang Tung miscalculated. The next second he felt something strange. His power seemed to have entered a bottomless pit and disappeared silently. What happened next was even more shocking. His power was uncontrollably absorbed by Fang Chen. He couldn't move. How could this be? Finally, a look of shock appeared on Wang Tung's calm face. He forcefully moved his hand away. Bang! Wang Tung's body flew out and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the surrounding people were confused. Damn it, who the hell is he? Wang Tung crawled up from the ground. His heart was in turmoil. Ever since he started his martial arts career, he had never encountered such a strange thing. What kind of terrifying power was hidden in that person's body? How could it forcefully swallow his fire force? However, when he raised his head, he realized that Fang Qin had already disappeared into the crowd. You want to leave? Wang Tung was furious. This was the first time he had hit a wall. He was unwilling to give up. He sensed the aura in the air, found the right direction, and chased after it. A short while later, at the same hidden street corner, Fang Qin stopped and waited for Wang Tung. Rustle, rustle, rustle. After a while, a fervent killing force rushed over. Fang Qin from the Fire Tribe was bathed in flames. He stood on the ground like the Lord of Flames. 2 beams of fire shot out from his black eyes and locked onto Fang Qin. Who the hell are you? Wang Tung asked in a low voice. Is it important? Fang Qin turned his head and looked at Wang Tung calmly. I am Wang Tung, a disciple of the Wang family of the Fire Tribe. Everyone knows that the Wang family of the Fire Tribe specializes in fire. My attainment in fire has reached a bottleneck. I need to find an opportunity to break through. Can you lend me the stone you got related to Emperor Fury? Wang Tung asked. At the auction house, the Wang family of the Fire Tribe did not participate in the auction. That was because the stone was related to Emperor Fury. There were powerful cultivators from the Devouring Devil Tribe in the auction house. Once they participated in the auction, they would become enemies with the Devouring Devil Tribe. The Wang family of the Fire Tribe was not enough to fight against the Devouring Devil Tribe. Therefore, after the auction, he used the fire sense in the Tianyuan stone to track Fang Qin. Borrow. Fang Qin said, the Wang family of the Fire Tribe is really calculative. At the auction, you did not want to offend the Devouring Devil Tribe and did not want to pay the price. Now that the auction is over, you want to kill me and force me to lend you the stone. Is this the so-called Wang family of the Fire Tribe? The Wang family is reasonable. We did not rob you. We just want to borrow it. As for the reward, you can name it. The Wang family will definitely satisfy you, Wang Tung said with a smile. Although it was called borrowing, it was actually robbing. Fang Qin shook his head. In the world of martial arts, as long as cultivation resources were involved, everyone's face was ugly. The Wang family was no exception. They were even inferior to the Taishan sect. He did not dwell on this matter. Instead, he stretched out his finger and pointed at the place. He asked, Do you know where this is? Wang Tung was stunned. He shook his head to show that he did not know. Let me tell you a story. Maybe you will understand. Fang Qin said with a smile. Not long ago, a white-haired old man and his disciple intercepted me at this street corner. They were much more direct than you at that time. They clearly stated that they wanted me to hand over the sovereign finger bone. Wang Tung frowned. The white-haired old man had brought his disciple and had clearly asked him to hand over the sovereign fingerbone? Could it be that he was the cultivator in VIP room 1? That's right. I think you should have guessed it. His name is Qi Lian, Fong Chen continued, but there was a hint of mockery on his face. What? Wang Tung was shocked. The cultivator in VIP room 1 was the legendary Master Qi Lian, the only super cultivator in the origin world who could forge peerless sacred class weapons. He was a famous cultivator. Wang Tang did not expect him to come to the auction. No. He suddenly realized that if this person was really killed by Master Qi Lian, how could he still be standing in front of him? Humph, Wang Tang snorted coldly. He subconsciously thought that Fong Qin was lying. However, the latter's next words made Wang Tang a little frightened. Do you know what I said when faced with that old codger's coercion? Asked Fong Qin. Beg for mercy? Wang Tang guessed that Fong Qin must have begged Master Qi Lian for mercy and then handed over the sovereign fingerbone. Only then did he save his life. Wang Ting did not know if the stone was still on him. Don't worry. Hand over the stone, and the Wang family of the Fire Tribe will never expose your information. We will never bother you again. Do you know that standing in front of you is a gap that you can never cross? Fong Qin said this again. This was the second time he said the same thing in the same place. However, the enemy he was facing was completely different. What? Just as Wang Tung was stunned and puzzled, a terrifying force swept over. End of chapter. Chapter 4000. While Wang Tung was still in a daze, an extremely terrifying flame energy rushed towards him. It transformed into a thick fire dragon in front of him and coiled around him. By the time he reacted, he couldn't break free from this thick fire dragon, no matter how much strength he used. Hiss! The fire dragon's binding on Wang Tung grew stronger and stronger. The pressure he felt also grew stronger and stronger. He even felt like he couldn't breathe. No, how can this be? Wang Tung couldn't accept this. He was the most outstanding genius of the younger generation of the Wang family of the Fire Tribe. In the entire origin world, his attainments in the Tao of Fire were at the top of the younger generation. But now he was being bound by a strange cultivator's flame technique, and he couldn't even resist. It was simply unimaginable. Although the fire dragon's binding was very strong, Wang Tung wasn't a pushover. He quickly calmed down. Then the flame in his body gradually rotated, releasing wisps of terrifying energy. Humph, you want to play with fire with me? The moment his natal flame was unleashed, Wang Tung's confidence soared. He was not afraid of anyone when it came to the path of fire. He was confident he could even fight against the strong cultivators of the clan, let alone an unfamiliar cultivator. I will let you know that the flame of the Wang family of the Fire Tribe is completely different from other people's flames. As soon as Wang Ting finished speaking, the flame in his body surged out and forcibly covered his body. Layer after layer of flame runes covered his entire body, blocking the fire dragon's binding. He got a chance to catch his breath. Then he launched a fierce and domineering attack. Flames incinerate the world. Wang Tung shouted. His hands formed a seal, and he used the strongest technique of the Wang family of the Fire Tribe, using his incredible life flame as the foundation. A majestic sea of fire quickly spread out, engulfing the entire street corner. He tried to use the sea of fire to drown Fong Qin. As long as he killed him, the flames binding him would naturally disappear. But he was wrong. He was facing no one else but Fong Qin. He never dreamed that the enemy he was facing this time would be so strong. Crack! When his sea of flames arrived in front of Fong Qin, the latter let out a cold harumph and stomped his foot. At that instant, the ground began to tremble as the space was torn apart. An icy aura surged toward Wang Tung. Wang Tung was dumbfounded by the sight that followed. He could not believe his eyes. The sea of fire that he had spread with his natal flame had been extinguished so easily by his opponent. No, Wang Tung let out a cry of despair as the flame dragons wrapped around him tightened their grip. His defenses shattered, and his fleshly body exploded, causing blood to spray out in all directions. Dong! A deafening sound. Wang Tung's life flame was extinguished. His life had come to an end. Why? Wang Tung tried his best to get up, but his primordial spirit had already shattered. His vitality was dissipating rapidly. He knew that he was going to die, but he couldn't accept it. Wang Tung used his last bit of energy and howled at the sky. In the end, he slowly fell into a pool of blood. Wang family of the fire race. Fang Chen's expression was calm as he muttered to himself. At his level, brute force could break anything. The so-called Tao of Fire was just a special power in his eyes. As long as he had absolute power, all schemes and tricks would be useless in front of him. After killing Wang Tung, Fang Chen waved his hand. Instantly, the remains on the ground were all destroyed and scattered with the wind. Then, he quickly disappeared from the corner of the street. In Qianlong City, no one knew that Wang Tung, the genius of the Wang family of the fire race, would remain here forever, at the top floor of the Qianlong Pavilion. Ever since Fang Chen had left, the pavilion master had sent people to pay close attention to the situation in Qianlong City. As expected, so far he had received 2 pieces of information, especially the most recent one. He couldn't help but tremble. Wang Tung of the Wang family of the fire race is suspected to be dead. This news was personally sent by the first elder. They had contacted the Wang family of the fire race and found that Wang Tung's life tablet had shattered. At this moment, the pavilion master also vaguely felt a fiery aura floating in Qianlong City. He instantly guessed that Wang Tung must have been killed by that mysterious elite. Sigh! The pavilion master was silent for a long time. Then he sighed. He vaguely remembered that the mysterious elite told him something when he brought the stone here. No matter who it was, the person who bought the stone related to Emperor Fury had to bring him to see the mysterious elite. But now he was a little hesitant. To be able to kill Wang Tung of the Wang family of the fire race, this person's combat power was probably not weaker than his. In addition, during the auction, he had spent a lot of money and didn't give anyone face. This person must have a very strong background. For a moment, the pavilion master didn't dare to provoke Fang Chen. Pavilion master? The first elder's voice came from the communication jade pendant. But in the end, the pavilion master shook his head and gave up on that idea. Forget it. Let him be. The pavilion master said, this person is too strong. His danger level is the highest. If we anger him, the Qianlong Pavilion will be destroyed because of it. Back then, the mysterious elite had obviously considered this factor. Hence, he had said that if they couldn't find him, or if he was too threatening, they shouldn't look for him. Okay, I understand. The first elder immediately gave the order. He ordered all the spies hidden in Qianlong City to withdraw. They must not let Fang Chen find them. After killing Wang Tung of the Wang family of the fire race, Fang Chen swaggered out of Qianlong City. His next destination was the Taishan sect. At this moment, in a mountain range far away from Qianlong City, the battle had come to an end. The helpers that Gong Tianho had found were all dead. None of them survived. The scene was very chaotic. Although the battle had ended, the battle between the celestial demonic Rat King and the Great Snow Mountain was still going on. One side suspected the other. In short, they all thought that the treasure must have been taken by the other side. Humph, if you don't hand it over, I, the celestial demonic Rat King, swear that the Great Snow Mountain will never have a day of peace. The celestial demonic Rat King was angry and threatened. You're courting death. The fifth elder of the Great Snow Mountain was furious. He directly launched a fierce attack. However, the celestial demonic Rat King knew that if they continued fighting, there would be no winner. It would also bring unnecessary trouble. Hence, he directly fled. The fifth elder of the Great Snow Mountain's face was gloomy. He didn't chase after him. He was thinking, where did the treasure go? Or was this a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain? Is he still in Xianlong City? End of chapter. Chapter 4001. The battle between the celestial demon Rat King and the great Snow Mountain's fifth elder had come to an end. The former had also fled far away. Neither of them had gotten what they wanted. As for the great Snow Mountain's fifth elder, he suspected that Fong Chen was trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain. He wanted to quickly leave the mountain range and return to Mystery Dragon City. However, at the edge of the mountain range, he encountered a large-scale encirclement. The leader was the Reverend King. He was the strongest person in his country. In order to obtain the treasure, he did not hesitate to encircle the great Snow Mountain's fifth elder. Of course, he would not let anyone in the mountain range go. Reverend King, are you crazy? The great Snow Mountain's fifth elder sensed that the surrounding space had been sealed. His communication jade pendant had also stopped working. His expression changed greatly as he shouted, "Hand over the treasure. Otherwise, no one will be able to leave this mountain range." The Reverend King said coldly, "Humph, you dare to attack the Great Snow Mountain? You're courting death." With that, the Great Snowy Mountain's fifth elder struck out like lightning, clashing fiercely with the Reverend King's large army. The Reverend King naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch. He was well aware of the Great Snowy Mountain's fifth elder's strength, so he personally took action to pin him down. The battle grew more and more intense, and in the blink of an eye, several hours had gone by. The Reverend King was now displaying an extraordinary level of power. With a boom, the Great Snow Mountain's fifth elder was finally unable to withstand the Reverend King's attack and was forced back. Dang, dang, dang. After he stabilized himself, he realized that the Reverend King, whom they had ignored, had been hiding his strength all along. At the critical moment, he erupted with his true strength, causing the Great Snow Mountain's fifth elder to tremble in fear. "You were hiding your strength." The Great Snow Mountain's fifth elder's face was ferocious. "Hand over the treasure, or die." The Reverend King did not want to get entangled with the Great Snow Mountain's fifth elder. He had already received news that the celestial demon Rat King was trying to break out from another direction, now that it was being held back by the death warriors he had secretly trained. He had to deal with the Great Snow Mountain's fifth elder as quickly as possible and then rush over to support the death warriors. Whether it was the Great Snow Mountain's fifth elder or the celestial demon Rat King, they could all be carrying treasures. He would rather kill 1,000 innocents than let one of them go free. The Reverend King had been waiting patiently for countless years, all for this moment. He had even risked defending the Great Snow Mountain to get his hands on the treasure. Otherwise, all his efforts would have been for naught. "You are courting death." The Great Snow Mountain's fifth elder raised his head to the sky and let out a long howl of rage. He once again engaged in a fierce battle with the Reverend King. However, as the main character, Fong Chen, although he had predicted that a great battle would break out in the mountains, he hadn't expected that the Reverend King would be the one who had the last laugh. Sha sha sha! Yi Futian did not care about any of this. He had already left Mystery Dragon City and was heading towards the region where the Taishan sect was located. Of course, on the way to the Supreme Mystery sect, he was also refining the Supreme Being's finger bone. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In a certain canyon, Fong Chen had been hurrying for more than 10 days. Today he had gained some enlightenment and found this canyon. He hid himself there, preparing to seriously comprehend the Paragon finger bone. However, when he fully immersed himself in the Supreme finger bone, he discovered that his Tao manifestation level primordial spirit was actually unable to penetrate the core of the Supreme finger bone. Within the Supreme finger bone, there was a protective layer. After passing through the protective layer, Fong Chen discovered that there was a layer of golden seal. Although he wasn't sure what was inside, his intuition told him that the core of the Supreme finger bone was behind the golden seal. Whoosh! Fang Chen took a deep breath as he increased the strength of his Tao manifestation primordial spirit. Terrifying soul Tao energy continuously gathered in his mind. Finally, under his control, it condensed into a thick pillar of light that flew out from his head and frantically poured into the sovereign finger bone. Buzz! When the thick beam of soul Tao energy entered the supreme finger bone, Fang Chen was shocked to discover that the bone emitted a paragon's aura. Boom, boom, boom. This paragon's aura made him feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, with the protection of his Tao manifestation level primordial spirit, the paragon's aura was greatly weakened. Just like that, Fang Chen fell into an endless state of comprehension. He was completely unaware that the battle in the mountain range not far from Mystic Dragon City had already ended. It ended with the tragic death of the Great Snow Mountain's fifth elder. It had to be said that the Reverend King was an extremely dangerous person. In the past, no one in the Great Snow Mountain cared about the Reverend King. They all thought that the Reverend King posed no threat. In fact, the Reverend King had repeatedly lost to some old monsters who had been famous for a long time. His strength was greatly doubted. However, the Great Snow Mountain's fifth elder only found out before his death that the Reverend King was the one who had concealed his strength the most. The Reverend King's strength was much stronger than his. Even when he used the Great Snow Mountain's ultimate technique, he still couldn't contend against the Reverend King. In the end, he could only die tragically. After killing the Great Snow Mountain's fifth elder, the Reverend King was also injured. He hurriedly checked the Great Snow Mountain's fifth elder's body. In the end, he didn't find anything. Then he gritted his teeth and rushed to the next battlefield. A few days later, news spread that the celestial demonic Rat King was surrounded by mysterious experts and died tragically. When the news spread, the entire Mystic Dragon City was in an uproar. Countless people were guessing who killed the celestial demonic Rat King. He was a super expert known as the Thief Sage. In terms of escaping ability, if the celestial demonic Rat King claimed to be second, no one in this area would dare to claim to be first. Even the celestial demonic Rat King couldn't escape and died tragically. How powerful was the person who killed him? Because the news was sealed and the Reverend King's team had already gone into hiding. The Reverend King even created a false impression that he was still in Mystic Dragon City. Therefore, no one suspected him. However, everyone vaguely felt that the sky had changed. Damn it! The Reverend King smashed a small hill in front of him with his palm. He was furious. The Great Snow Mountain's fifth elder didn't have the treasure from the auction. The celestial demonic Rat King didn't have it either. Then where did the treasure go? Could it be that the guy didn't give the treasure to the scholar, the chief disciple of the Taishan sect? Thinking of this, the Reverend King ordered the spies in Mystic Dragon City to search for Fang Chen's whereabouts. At the same time, he also ordered others to track the scholar's whereabouts. Because at the place where the celestial demonic Rat King and the Great Snow Mountain's fifth elder fought, he didn't find the scholar's corpse. There were only the corpses of some strangers. This meant that the scholar was still alive. Humph! I'd like to see how you can escape from my hands. The Reverend King snorted and said disdainfully, he had been hiding for so long. Since he had exposed his strength, he naturally had to gain something. Otherwise, how could he be worthy of his long hibernation? A storm was brewing, and undercurrents were surging. The people in Mystic Dragon City also felt that something was wrong. The Mystic Dragon Pavilion Master even ordered the Mystic Dragon Pavilion to close for a period of time. No one knew what would happen next. Chapter 4002. In a hidden canyon, towering trees covered the sky and covered the sun. At a glance, the entire canyon was lush and verdant, a stretch of green. In such a spring valley, there were endless dangers hidden within. At this moment, in the deepest part of the canyon, Fang Chen was sitting cross-legged on a yellow futon. Below the futon, there were countless complicated patterns. These patterns were centered on the yellow futon and constantly spread throughout the entire canyon. If Fang Chen had not passed by here in a hurry, he would not have discovered that there was such a huge energy gathering formation in such a remote canyon. When the universe was first created, it was chaotic. Then it evolved into yin and yang qi. Together with the origin of the 5 elements, it stabilized the space. This allowed the world to gradually stabilize and grow. In the cultivation world, the so-called Emperor realm was the yin-yang profound realm. After that, it was the 5 elements sacred realm. This also meant that after cultivating to a certain level, one could come into contact with a higher level of heavenly way power. The origin of the 5 elements was the most basic and solid foundation to maintain the power of heavenly way. After entering the saint realm, one needed to absorb the power of the origin to increase one's strength. The energy gathering formation in this canyon was very valuable. If the outside world knew about it, it would inevitably cause a bloodbath. Fang Chen was studying the sovereign finger bone. After discovering this wonderful place, he immediately chose to cultivate here for a short period of time. Since it was an energy-gathering formation, why was it said to be a dangerous place? It turned out that the energy-gathering formation could indeed gather the power of the origin of heaven and earth. Moreover, it could gather 5 different kinds of power of the origin at the same time. If an ordinary person blindly activated the energy-gathering formation to absorb the power of the origin, he would be attacked by the different powers of the origin and explode. However, Fang Chen was different. His understanding of the origin had reached an incredible level. Moreover, he had embarked on the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization. His strength had reached an unprecedented level. He could withstand the impact of the 5 different powers of the origin. Boom! 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 Fang Chen sat cross-legged and touched the sovereign finger bone with both hands. He seriously sensed the power within. Be it the human tribe or the devouring demons tribe, once a person stepped into the sovereign realm, he or she would have the power of a sovereign, regardless of race. Therefore, Fang Chen did not know if the revered finger bone belonged to the demon-devouring tribe or an expert from the chaotic realm. However, he was certain that the finger bone came from the primal chaos battlefield. 1. Vast amounts of origin source energy poured into Fang Chen's body through the origin gathering array. The ultimate power in his body was also fully activated, churning wildly. After an indeterminable amount of time, Fang Chen's body suddenly trembled as the paragon's finger bone in his hand shattered. Voila! The paragon's finger bone shattered and the fragments fell off. In the end, it transformed into a tiny dot of light, which floated there in the air, swirling around Fang Chen. It began to absorb a large amount of source energy. Fang Chen was a little stunned, but he did not interrupt. When the dot of light absorbed enough source energy, it suddenly drilled into his mind. In the next moment, he felt that his head was about to explode. The pain spread throughout his body, and he let out a miserable cry, holding his head with both hands. However, at the critical moment, Fang Chen was shocked to find that the dot of light had no ill intentions towards him. Instead, it was merging with the ultimate power in his body. Most importantly, Fang Chen found that under the effect of the dot of light, the ultimate power was thickening. What did this mean? It meant that the ultimate power was undergoing a transformation. This shocked Fang Chen. Could the ultimate power be transformed? Whoosh! In the past, his understanding of the ultimate power was limited. After using the paragon's finger bone, he seemed to have guessed something. Perhaps something like the paragon's bone could transform the ultimate power. Just as he was thinking, the dot of light had completely merged with the ultimate power. Then, something strange happened. The thickened ultimate power was actually separating. In the blink of an eye, an ultimate power was separated. Fang Chen was stunned. Was he about to step into the 11th level of the Saint Realm? Hiss! Hiss! In the following time, the transformed ultimate power continued to separate. In the blink of an eye, the amount of ultimate power reached the standard of the 11th level of the Saint Realm. At this time, a roar came from Feng Chen's body. His whole person underwent a qualitative leap. He felt that the primordial spirit in his mind was trembling. The amount of ultimate power in his mind had reached 100, the 11th level. Feng Chen muttered to himself. He did not expect that the Paragon's finger bone would give him such a big harvest. He was simply stunned. The cultivation system of the Age of Chaos was incomplete. It could only be cultivated to the 9th level of the Saint Realm. However, it was almost impossible to step into the chaotic supremacy realm with such a cultivation system. However, Feng Chen cultivated the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization. It could be cultivated to the 13th level of the Saint Realm. Now, after a lot of hard work, he finally stepped into the 11th level of the Saint Realm. This also meant that he was one step closer to the chaotic supremacy realm. Huff! When the 100 ultimate power in his body stabilized, Feng Chen took a deep breath. His face was full of joy. It seems like I have to look for more Paragon's bones in the future. Feng Chen muttered to himself. Of course, that was what he said. The Paragon's bones were too precious to be found so easily. However, no matter how difficult it was, he would still try to find them. Boom! At this moment, the energy gathering formation in the gorge loudly collapsed. The origin energy that had accumulated over countless years all surged into Feng Chen's body. Dong! Dong! Feng Chen's feelings. He felt that his affinity with the 5 elements origin energy was constantly increasing. When the 100 ultimate power helped him completely stabilize the origin energy that was pouring into the energy gathering array, he breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Chen was excited. The Paragon's finger bone had given him such a big harvest. What about the other things? One had to know that he had obtained a lot of good things at the auction. The heavenly source stone, the blood-stained broken sword, the little mouse fossil. Which one of them wasn't a treasure that could make people go crazy, other than the little mouse fossil, which he had to leave for his good brother? The heavenly source stone and the blood-stained broken sword could be used by him. Feng Chen couldn't wait to use them to see if he could break through to a higher realm. But soon, reason calmed him down. He had just stepped into the 11th level of the Saint Realm, and his realm wasn't stable enough. At this time, if he forced himself to condense the ultimate power to break through to a higher realm, it might damage his foundation. This ancient road was long and lonely. He couldn't be anxious. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be wasted. End of chapter. Chapter 4003. The Supreme Fingerbone's energy had been completely absorbed by Feng Chen, and the profound mysteries within it had been deciphered by him. Of course, it was also a coincidence that he had found an energy gathering formation that helped him absorb the 5 elements origin energy. This helped him condense the last few strands of ultimate force and step into the 11th order, true Saint Realm. At the same time, the finger bone's remains were also completely absorbed by his finger and fused together. Buzz! Feng Chen lightly tapped with a finger. Suddenly, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. The entire energy gathering array swayed violently, and loopholes appeared one after another. The cliff in the distance was shattered by a finger, and the structure of the canyon was severely damaged. The lush towering trees were annihilated in an instant. At a glance, it was a scene of desolation. So strong! Feng Chen grinned. He had once fused with the heart of the heavenly dragon sovereign, so he knew that even if the power of the sovereign's body dissipated, the body itself was still indestructible. After fusing with it, his fingers could be said to be the hardest part of his body. Even if a top Saint Realm expert attacked with all their might, they might not be able to break his fingers. A finger is already so strong. If I can fuse with a complete supreme skeleton, the strength of my physical body will definitely reach an unprecedented level. Feng Chen muttered to himself. Of course, he also knew that for countless years, there were very few supreme beings born between heaven and earth. Especially after the Dark Era, supreme beings had gone extinct. Finding a complete supreme's remains was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Rather than hoping for this, it was better to work hard and strive to step into the supreme realm as soon as possible. At least, whether it was in terms of soul, physical body, or martial arts, he had an absolute advantage. His soul had reached the level of Tao manifestation a long time ago. If it was in the ancient civilization, his soul would definitely be able to reach the supreme realm. However, in the age of chaos, the heavenly Tao was missing, and there were too many restrictions. In addition, his physical body had reached the pinnacle level, and he also had the most complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization. This made him far superior to those in the same realm. At least, at this stage, in terms of combat strength, he was almost invincible as long as the chaotic supremes didn't appear. Even if he were to face a half-step supremes, he had the confidence to fight them. Moreover, in this era, half-step supremes were extremely rare, or even non-existent. However, Feng Chen's goal was not just this. He bore the heavy responsibility of saving the chaotic realm. He had to step into the chaotic supremacy realm before the demon-devouring clan leader came out of seclusion. Otherwise, the chaotic realm would disappear completely. Whoosh! Spitting out a mouthful of turbid air, Feng Chen stopped cultivating. He stood up and looked around. The source gathering array had been damaged, and there was a hole in it. Moreover, the structure of the canyon had been completely destroyed by his finger, leaving it in ruins. He shook his head helplessly and left the canyon. In the mountain range outside Mystery Dragon City, no one was there. He had no idea that the fifth elder of the Great Snow Mountain had died at the hands of the Reverend King. At this moment, the Reverend King had already led his army to surround the celestial demonic Rat King. However, the latter was known as the Thief Sage after all. His escape technique was too powerful. After 7 days and 7 nights of fierce battle, the celestial demonic Rat King finally managed to escape. The Reverend King did not give chase. He knew that even if he did, he would not be able to catch up with the celestial demonic Rat King. "Reverend King, what should we do?" a subordinate asked. The Reverend King stood with his hands behind his back. His pitch-black eyes looked into the distance as he pondered. The celestial demonic Rat King had already escaped. Judging from his appearance, he did not seem to have gotten the items from the auction. Moreover, he was also looking for them. So who had the items? Could it still be with that person? Did you find anything else? For the time being, he did not care about the celestial demonic Rat King. The latter was severely injured and would not release his information. On the other side of the mountain range, we found the scholar, the chief disciple of the Taishan sect and Hai Tianhou. The subordinate said, Hearing this, the Reverend King's eyes flickered. The 5 great Snow Mountain generals and the celestial demonic Rat King had come to this mountain range because of the scholar. In other words, he was the main character of this incident. As long as they could find him and ask him about it, everything would be fine. Whoosh! Moments later, the Reverend King arrived in front of the scholar. The scholar had a bitter smile on his face. Beside him, Hai Tianhou was at a loss. He still could not get over the fact that he had killed his teammates. Until now, he still hated the scholar in his heart. However, he did not know how to express it. The scholar of the Taishan sect greets the Reverend King. Seeing the Reverend King, the scholar hurriedly clasped his fists. He did not expect the Reverend King to be involved in this. However, he did not know how the celestial demonic Rat King and the great Snow Mountain Fifth Elder were doing. He would never have thought that the Reverend King standing in front of him was the strongest person in this incident. "You will answer my questions, otherwise die." The Reverend King's voice carried an unquestionable majesty. "Please ask, Reverend King. I will tell you everything I know." He thought that he could escape from this calamity by killing his teammates. Who would have thought that he would be intercepted by the Reverend King's men? He had some understanding of the Reverend King. This man was decisive in killing. He had once slaughtered an entire city for his own power. People called him the Mad Demon. Who is the owner of the 9th VIP room? The Reverend King asked. The scholar shook his head. I do not know him. Buzz! A terrifying pressure instantly pressed down on the scholar, causing him to kneel on the ground with a thump. He felt as if all the bones in his body were about to explode. Reverend King! I really do not know his identity. He came looking for me and threatened me with his life. He told me to take my friend Gong Tianho and quickly leave Mystic Dragon City. As for the specific reason, I do not know. A plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain? The Reverend King frowned. Would this plan work? Obviously it would not. No matter where the scholar fled, he would not be able to escape from the Reverend King's grasp. Then do you know where he is? The Reverend King continued asking. He seems to be very interested in the killing order. He keeps asking me about it. If my guess is correct, he has most likely gone to the Taishan sect to ask the sect leader about it, the scholar said. Of course. Based on my understanding of the Great Snow Mountain, the emissary must have already made his move. It won't be long before he dies at the hands of the emissary. The Reverend King had also heard about the killing order from the Great Snow Mountain. He did not expect that the guy from the 9th VIP room would be killed by the Great Snow Mountain. Who was the one who issued the killing order? The Reverend King asked. It was me. The scholar helplessly told the Reverend King everything that had happened. After hearing the story, the Reverend King fell into deep thought. Can you sense the aura of the killing order? After a long time, the Reverend King asked. He had to find the scholar before the emissary from the Great Snow Mountain killed him. The only way to break through was through the killing order. End of chapter. Chapter 4004. The Reverend King had already revealed his hidden strength. He had even killed the Great Snow Mountain's 5th elder and forced the heavenly demon Rat King to flee. If he returned empty-handed, he would not be able to accept it. Therefore, he wanted to find Fong Qin at all costs. Since the Reverend King had the killing token on him, would the scholar be able to sense the aura of the token? If we're close enough, I can sense it. The scholar's heart was filled with fear. He was powerless against the Reverend King and could only do as he was told. The slightest mistake would cost him his life. All right, then you can sense it. Don't try any tricks, or don't blame me for being impolite. As soon as he finished speaking, the Reverend King slammed his palm down on Jiavanho. Before the latter could react, his body was split into two and his primordial spirit shattered. He died instantly. Seeing this scene, the scholar's body trembled. Humph, I don't want others to know about this. The Reverend King sneered. Although he was strong, he had a country behind him. If the news spread to the Great Snow Mountain, it would bring him a lot of trouble. Now, let's go. The Reverend King led the scholar out of the mountain range. As for the Reverend King's group, they continued to search for any suspicious clues. After stepping into the 11th Order Saint realm, Fong Chen's combat strength soared. He felt that his body was brimming with energy that needed to be released. Just like that, he flew in the direction of the Supreme Mystery Sect while attacking the demonic beasts along the way. In just 3 days, he felt that he had gained complete control over the ultimate force in his body. More importantly, he felt that there was a connection between the Tao condensing primordial spirit and the ultimate force. This made him very happy. Shu. After an unknown amount of time, he stopped and stood on top of a mountain peak. Looking into the distance, he saw a faintly discernible city in the distance. That city was the Supreme Mystery City, and the headquarters of the Supreme Mystery Sect was located within it. Have I finally arrived? Fong Chen muttered to himself as a smile appeared on his face. According to his understanding, the scholar only knew that the killing token was given to him by the Supreme Mystery Sect Master, but he didn't know the profound meaning behind it. Only by finding the Supreme Mystery Sect Master would he be able to clear his doubts. Hoo! Just like that, he rushed to Taishan City in one breath. As soon as he entered the city, he went straight to the location of the Taishan sect. At this moment, inside the Taishan sect, there was complete silence. Everyone was on high alert. The elders had also been summoned back, as if something big was about to happen. As the leader of a sect, the Taishan Hierophant was cultivating in a secret chamber. Whoa! The Taishan Hierophant flipped his palm, and suddenly, vast ripples spread out from his body. At a speed visible to the naked eye, they condensed into a matrix. Supreme Mystery Great Array. To see behind this matrix, the Taishan Hierophant had an excited smile on his face. After cultivating for countless years, he had finally completed the Taishan matrix. This was the core of the Taishan Sutra. Condense. In the next moment, the Taishan Hierophant shouted in a low voice. His hands quickly formed seals. The Taishan matrix shook and the secret chamber was in chaos. Many elders outside were shocked and asked if the Hierophant was okay. However, the Taishan Hierophant had given a strict order that no matter who it was, no one was to disturb his cultivation. Now he had finally comprehended the ultimate meaning of the Taishan Sutra. How could he allow others to disturb him? The Taishan sect was known as one of the top methods. Only by engraving the Taishan matrix could the final attack of the Taishan Sutra be used. At this moment, the Taishan Hierophant's long hair flew in the wind. He opened his hands and touched the Taishan matrix. The Taishan power in his body surged. He laughed heartily, and suddenly, with him as the center, the Taishan matrix erupted with vast power and gathered on his fist. He suddenly punched out. Dong! The secret chamber shook and the earth shook. The Taishan matrix swayed and withstood this terrible blow. However, it was obvious that the Taishan matrix showed signs of damage. Whoosh! The Taishan Hierophant stopped cultivating and restrained his aura. He looked at the damaged Taishan matrix and smiled brightly. As expected of the ultimate attack of the Taishan Sutra, it can actually damage the Taishan matrix. He knew very well that due to the small size of the secret chamber, he did not use 100% of his strength in this attack. If he was fighting in the outside world, the strongest attack of the Taishan Sutra could definitely kill any cultivator of the Saint Plane. Now, he was confident that he could become the strongest fighter of the Great Snow Mountain. After so many years, I finally cultivated it. The Taishan Hierophant was happy. He had finally cultivated the Taishan Sutra. From now on, he would have more power in the Great Snow Mountain. He just did not know if the scholar had succeeded. He immediately sent a message to the scholar. However, unexpectedly, the scholar did not reply. Whatever. I'll go to the Great Snow Mountain first, the Taishan Hierophant said to himself. However, just as he was about to leave, he suddenly found that the aura in the void had changed slightly. Although these changes were very small, he still noticed them. Who is it? The Taishan Hierophant shouted, Get out here. He was very surprised. Who on earth could sneak into the secret chamber of the Taishan sect without him noticing? Buzz! A faint halo spread out in the secret chamber. In the blink of an eye, it completely sealed off the secret chamber and isolated it from the outside world. Even the Taishan Grand Formation was isolated from it. You're courting death. The Taishan Hierophant narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Immediately, he activated the Taishan Grand Formation to repair the damage. He gathered the vast power of Taishan in his fists. Suddenly, the power of Taishan Hierophant rushed out crazily. He threw a punch at the faint halo. Crack! The halo that spread throughout the secret chamber did not break. Instead, it absorbed all his power like cotton. At this moment, the Taishan Hierophant's face finally became serious. Whoosh! A figure appeared in front of him. Who are you? The Taishan Hierophant asked coldly. His intuition told him that the strength of the person in front of him was extraordinary. Even he could not see through him. He was not an ordinary person. "Haven't you been looking for me?" Fang Qin said. "You are." The Taishian Hierophant frowned. But when he saw Fang Qin take out the killing token, his body trembled. Immediately, his eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. "It's you? You dare to come to the Taishian sect?" Soon he remembered that the scholar had not replied when he had contacted him. When he saw Fang Qin come with the killing token, he even suspected that the scholar had been killed by this person. "You gave me the killing token and then sent people to kill me for the killing token. I want to know who gave this order." Fang Qin played with the killing token. The secret chamber had been sealed by him. No one from the outside world could know what was going on here. End of chapter. Chapter 4005. I have to say that you're very brave. The Taishian Hierophant regained his composure after a short moment. After all, he was an expert who had experienced many storms and was the leader of a Hierophant. He had the ability to control himself. He was curious. Who gave Fang Qin the courage to come to the Taishian Hierophant? Where was the scholar? Did he kill him? These thoughts flashed through the Taishian Hierophant's mind. He looked at Fang Qin and wanted to see what tricks he could play. "What's with the killing order?" Fang Qin asked. "Humph. Since you know about the killing order, why are you asking me?" The Taishian Hierophant thought that Fang Qin was angry at the scholar for giving him the killing order. He had lost his mind and came to the Taishian Hierophant to seek revenge. "I was going to let the scholar kill you and bring back the killing order. Now, it seems that there's no need for that. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it." Boom, boom, boom. The Taishian Hierophant made his move. He used the Taishian Sutra and punched out. A huge fist aura appeared in the secret room and evolved into the pattern of the yin-yang fish. It pressed down on Fang Qin's head. Fang Qin sneered. According to the cultivation system of the ancient civilization, the Taishian Hierophant couldn't even reach the 10th level of the Saint Realm. How dare he try to fight with him, an 11th level Saint Realm expert? What a joke! Crash! Fang Qin pointed his finger, and the yin-yang fish pattern formed by the Taishian Sutra shattered. The Taishian force also disappeared completely. Dong! The Taishian Hierophant felt a strong backlash and was forced to retreat. The Taishian Hierophant stabilized himself and frowned as he stared at Fang Qin. His heart was in turmoil. Who was this person? How could he be so strong? If he used the Taishian Sutra with all his strength, an ordinary 9th level Saint Realm expert wouldn't be able to block it. However, not only did this person block it, but he did it so easily. Feeling the slight trembling of his palm, the Taishian Hierophant began to seriously size up Fang Qin, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He even secretly wanted to send a message to the other elders of the Taishian sect, asking them to encircle Fang Qin together. However, he was shocked to find that the message had failed. How is this possible? The faint halo that enveloped the secret room actually isolated it from the outside world. "Who are you?" The Taishian Hierophant asked in a deep voice. He had been in the world for so many years and had even followed the master of the great snow mountain to conquer the world. He had never heard of such a young saint. Breaking his supreme mystery sutra with a single finger was simply unheard of. Even the master of the great snow mountain might not be able to do so. "Someone from a holy land?" the Taishian Hierophant asked. He suspected that Fang Qin was from the holy land of the devouring demons. Moreover, he was not from the younger generation. He should be an ancient expert who had been in a deep slumber. Otherwise, he could not possibly possess such powerful combat strength. "So, you don't know the true meaning of the killing warrant?" Fang Qin put away the killing warrant and said calmly. The Taishian Hierophant had always emphasized that it was a waste to use the killing warrant on him. It was such an important opportunity to ask the great snow mountain for help, and he did not want to waste it. Therefore, he sent the scholar to find him and take back the killing warrant before the emissary of the great snow mountain killed him. However, he had never dreamed that he would come to the Taishan sect to find him, and that he would be so powerful that he could crush him. The Taishan Hierophant did not speak and launched a fierce attack. The greatest meaning of the killing warrant was that it allowed the great snow mountain to help once. No matter how strong the opponent was, the great snow mountain would help to eliminate them. This was the greatest meaning of the killing warrant, and it was also the trump card of the Taishan sect. The Supreme Mystery Sutra was used again, but this time 2 images of the yin-yang fish appeared in the sky above the secret room. The Taishan Hierophant activated all the Taishan power in his body and controlled the images of the yin-yang fish to attack Fang Qin wildly. Child's play. Fang Qin was no longer worried. He directly exploded with the combat strength of the 11th Order Saint Realm, easily breaking the yin-yang fish and suppressing the Supreme Mystery Sutra. Crack! The Taishan Hierophant was struck by lightning, and he fell heavily to the ground, spitting out blood. His face was pale, and the Taishan power in his body was gone. What frightened him even more was that the Supreme Mystery Sutra was eating away at his meridians. If this continued, his internal organs would be devoured and he would die. No. The Taishan Hierophant roared in anger, but he could not stop it. Who are you? Why do you want to kill the Taishan sect? The Taishan Hierophant's voice carried a trace of fear. He had thought that he could easily kill Fang Qin, but now he realized that he was no match for him. The latter was most likely an ancient expert of the Holy Lands who had been sleeping for a long time. They were not on the same level at all. What awaited him was death. The Supreme Mystery Sutra that he was so proud of was eating away at him, and the Supreme Mystery Grand Formation could not withstand a single blow. He had used all his trump cards, but he could not do anything. What else could he do? The Taishan Hierophant was also in despair. Since you do not know the meaning of the killing order, what is the use of keeping you alive? Poof! With a flick of his finger, it pierced through the Taishan Hierophant's head. The latter fell to the ground unwillingly and lost his life. Then Fang Qin disappeared. Several hours later, someone discovered that the Taishan Hierophant's life tablet had shattered. The news spread instantly, and the entire Taishan sect was shaken. The elders who were guarding the secret chamber forced the door open. What they saw was the messy chamber and the corpse of the Taishan Hierophant. Hierophant! Everyone was shocked and shouted. After the elders confirmed the death of the Taishan Hierophant, the atmosphere in the Taishan sect was extremely sad. Everyone's eyes were filled with anger. Who killed the Hierophant? While they were angry, they were also panicking. A cultivator who could kill the Taishan Hierophant without a sound must be someone with extraordinary means. If he wanted to kill, the Taishan sect would probably cease to exist. However, he did not even bother to make a move. He just took the Taishan Hierophant's life and left. Avenge the Hierophant, a disciple shouted. However, what greeted him was a thunderous blow from the first elder. Shut up! The other elders also trembled. They were afraid that the murderer would return. The death of the Hierophant is a big matter in the sect. We will gather all the members outside and discuss it together. Before that, no one is allowed to talk about the Hierophant's death. Otherwise, you will be punished, the first elder said. However, there was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. Not long after, the other forces heard the news. The small forces that were usually bullied by the Taishan sect immediately joined forces to denounce the Taishan sect. The Taishan sect is too cruel. They bullied us and killed our families. We cannot let them kill us. It is time to raise our weapons and fight back. Many small forces began to call for more victims to join in. For a moment, the Taishan sect was surrounded by enemies. Chapter 4006. When King Mu heard the news of the Taishan Hierophant's death, he was stunned. He left Xianlong City immediately and went to the Taishan sect's territory to search for Fang Qin. Damn it, I should have thought of this. Actually, after learning about Fong Qin from the scholar, Yi Futian had guessed that in order to find out the secret of the killing order, Fong Qin had most likely infiltrated the Taishan sect to look for the Taishan Hierophant. However, Yi Futian still had a glimmer of hope for Qianlong City. He wanted to search around and see if Fong Qin was still hiding there. After all, as the ancient said, the most dangerous place was the safest place. There were many eyes and ears in Qianlong City. According to the logic of a normal person, this was definitely the most dangerous place. I have never failed to get what I want. King Mu was extremely angry. He had never been played like this before. All the forces were denouncing the Taishan sect. In a short time, the huge Taishan sect collapsed. The Hierophant died and there was no leader. The elders all had their own ulterior motives and were not united. In just 3 days, the Taishan sect was defeated. All the forces attacked Taishan City and took over the Taishan sect's territory. Of course, to Fong Qin, all this was meaningless. He only had one goal now, and that was to find out about the Killing Order. Why did the Killing Order contain the aura of the chaotic realm? What was behind the Great Snow Mountain? He even suspected that the person behind the Great Snow Mountain was from the chaotic realm. Of course, he had to solve all these mysteries himself. Rustle, rustle, rustle. When he left the Taishan sect's territory and entered a desert, he suddenly heard some slight movements in the void. He stopped on a small hill. The surroundings were desolate. A breeze blew, and yellow sand filled the sky. Who is it? Fong Qin said coldly. At the same time, he punched at a certain spot in the void. Boom! The void exploded, and a figure appeared out of nowhere. The moment he appeared, snowflakes fell from the sky. It was obvious that this person was from the Great Snow Mountain. Besides the emissary of the Great Snow Mountain, who else could track him silently? The emissary of the Killing Order. Fong Qin was slightly surprised. He did not expect the emissary of the Great Snow Mountain to come so quickly. Kid, you should be honored to die by my hands. The emissary of the Great Snow Mountain was burly, and his face was filled with a fierce aura. When he saw Fong Qin, he did not say anything and attacked. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying aura shook the void. The Great Snow Mountain's emissary of the Great Snow Mountain was in the center. The Great Snow Mountain's emissary. And a cold aura-filled aura spread, with the emissary at the center. Dong! Seeing this, Fong Qin stomped his foot, and the ground immediately froze. The snowflakes that got close to him also dissipated. The extreme cold aura could not get close to his body at all. Seeing this, the messenger of the Great Snow Mountain was stunned. He did not expect Fong Qin to be so strong. Finally, the messenger of the Great Snow Mountain spoke. In the past, the emissary of the Great Snow Mountain would kill anyone with the Killing Order in one blow. He did not waste time talking or asking for their name. However, Fong Qin's strength had obtained his acknowledgement. That was why he asked, "Is it important?" Fong Qin shrugged. He was not stupid enough to reveal his identity, but he was not sure if the emissary was a friend or foe. If the Great Snow Mountain's master was a chaotic realm expert, and the purpose of making the Killing Order was to find the people of the chaotic realm scattered in the origin world, then if he killed the emissary, he would be killing his own people. Fong Qin did not use his full strength in the face of the emissary's bombardment. Instead, he deliberately suppressed his strength. He was carefully observing the emissary's techniques to see if they had the aura of the chaotic realm. However, after fighting for an hour, Fong Qin finally gave up. The techniques used by the emissary were all from the chaotic realm. Fong Qin even sensed a trace of the aura of the devouring demon clan on him. I didn't expect the Great Snow Mountain to have a spy from the devouring demon clan. The emissary's face changed when he heard this. "You're courting death." In the next moment, the emissary of the Great Snow Mountain was enraged. He summoned all of his strength and bombarded Fang Chen. However, he did not expect that this would be his only chance to use all of his strength. He would never have such an opportunity again. Kill! Fang Chen bellowed as he utilized his 11th Order, true Saint Realm strength to suppress the Great Snow Mountain's envoy. The envoy's body froze in mid-air, unable to move. How is this possible? The emissary was stunned. How did the enemy's strength suddenly increase so much? Did he use a secret amplification technique? I can't take it head-on. The emissary made a decision in an instant. He prepared to escape first and wait for Fang Chen's amplification technique to end before coming back to kill him. However, he was obviously wrong. The strength of an 11th Order Saint Realm expert was unprecedentedly strong. The emissary did not even have the chance to react before his body exploded and his primordial spirit exploded. He died instantly. He did not even have the chance to scream. Boom! With a loud explosion, the emissary was dead. Fang Chen's heart was calm, but he was even more curious about the Great Snow Mountain. What kind of organization was this? He was even more curious and wanted to meet the legendary master of the Great Snow Mountain. However, what he did not know was that the moment the emissary died, the Great Snow Mountain was in an uproar. All the elders held an emergency meeting. The atmosphere in the meeting hall was heavy, and everyone was silent. The 5th elder was dead, and now even the emissary was dead. 2 people dying at the same time was a provocation to the Great Snow Mountain. What is going on? The Grand Elder asked, his voice filled with anger. According to the information our people sent back, the 5th elder once participated in the Mystery Dragon City's auction. After the auction, he went after the person who went against him. After that, he disappeared in the Mystery Dragon mountain range. Not long ago, his life slip shattered, proving that he was dead, someone said. According to our analysis, there are 2 possibilities for the 5th elder's death. The first possibility is that the owner of private room number 9 killed the 5th elder. The second possibility is that it was the heavenly demon, Rat King, who did it. The Grand Elder's face was filled with anger. Who dares to kill people of the Great Snow Mountain? They are simply courting death. The Grand Elder snorted. Our Great Snow Mountain has been quiet for so long. Has the world forgotten the fear we once had when we dominated this land? Other than that, there was another thing that made the Grand Elder furious. For so many years, no one with a kill order had survived. However, this was the first time the emissary was killed by the owner of the kill order. End of chapter. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 4007. The Great Snow Mountain's envoy's death was within reason. After all, Fang Chen was a genuine 11th Order true saint. Not to mention the Great Snow Mountain's envoy. Even if the Great Snow Mountain's lord was here, he might not be able to harm Fang Chen. However, after all, this was the origin world. Fang Chen would not be reckless. Any mistake could cause all his previous efforts to be wasted. It could even lead to the destruction of the entire chaos world. After coming out of the cliff of death, Fang Chen had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. His combat strength had reached a terrifying level. What he needed to do now was to increase his strength as quickly as possible. He needed to reach the peak of the 13th Order Saint Realm and then break through to the Chaos Supremacy Realm. Of course, he also needed to search for clues left behind by the Chaos World experts. After passing through the mountain range, Fang Chen came to a vast expanse of white ice. At a glance, all he could see was white snow. It was impossible to tell which direction was which. In this way, Fang Chen continued to move forward according to the map on the kill order. About 3 days later, he encountered another assassination attempt. This time it was still the Great Snow Mountain emissary. However, this emissary was very different from the first one he had killed. He was not from the Devouring Devil clan, but a special race. His bloodline was compatible with ice and snow, and he could display 200% of his combat strength on the ice field. The holder of the kill order must die. The great snow mountain emissary said coldly. His icy aura merged with the ice field under his feet. He seemed to be able to borrow the power of nature. The ice and snow covered him, wanting to suppress Fang Qin. Kill! Fang Qin urged the ultimate power in his body and fought fiercely with the great snow mountain emissary. It had to be said that an ordinary emissary would not be able to withstand the power of his fist. However, this emissary's bloodline was compatible with ice and snow, and his combat strength was extremely strong. Most importantly, he could hide in the white snow. If not for Fang Qin's abnormal Tao manifestation level soul, he would not have been able to find him. Whoosh! Fang Qin took a deep breath. Fortunately, it was him. If it was someone else, they would have died. Pucci! He had already discovered the great snow mountain emissary hiding in the dark, but he pretended not to know. He looked in the opposite direction blankly. When the great snow mountain emissary approached him and was about to launch a sneak attack, he made the first move and sent the emissary flying. Dong! The latter's internal organs exploded. Blood sprayed out, and the power in his body dissipated. His blood dripped onto the ice field, instantly dyeing it red. He endured his injuries and struggled to get up. He looked at Fang Qin in disbelief. You can discover me? Fang Qin did not say anything, but he immediately made his move. The emissary from the great snow mountain wanted to kill him, so he would kill him in return. Pucci! After a fierce battle, the envoy of the great snowy mountain finally collapsed in a pool of his own blood. His blood was compatible with ice and snow, so he might as well rest here forever. Perhaps this was the best place for him to return to. After all this was done, Fang Qin said. His figure flashed as he sped up towards the great snow mountain. Evidently, the great snow mountain was thoroughly enraged. 2 of their enforcers had died in his hands. This was a slap to the great snow mountain's face. He could imagine that when the news spread, the great snow mountain would definitely be enraged and send even stronger experts to deal with him. Naturally, what happened in the great snow mountain's territory could not be hidden from the primitive tribes in the life-forbidden zone. The 3 white ape brothers had returned safely. They followed behind the old white ape and stood quietly. In front of the cliff, not far away, there were 2 figures standing. If Fang Qin was here, he would definitely recognize that the lady was Princess Huang, and the old man was Princess Huang's master. After the master and disciple brought back the Ghost Emperor's ghost artifact, they came to this mountain stream to cultivate. My lord, we have received some news about Fang Qin. The old white ape brought his 3 grandchildren to the mountain stream and bowed. What news? Princess Huang, who was cultivating, hurriedly opened her eyes and asked. After Fang Qin left that city, he went to the great snow mountain's territory. After our investigation, the mysterious expert who participated in the Mystery Dragon City's auction should be him, the old white ape said. He bid for many things, including the sovereign fingerbone. Therefore, he was secretly tracked by many forces, including the celestial demonic Rat King, the Reverend King, and the Great Snow Mountain. Then how is he? Princess Huang was very worried about Fang Qin's safety. Princess, don't worry. According to the information we have, he doesn't seem to be in any danger. He has already bypassed the most dangerous place and is heading to the Great Snow Mountain's headquarters. In fact, this was what the old white ape was most puzzled about. Why did Fang Qin insist on going to the Great Snow Mountain's headquarters? Could it be that the first disciple of the Taishan sect, the scholar, had issued a kill order for him, which angered him and made him go to the Great Snow Mountain's headquarters to seek revenge? However, based on his previous contact with Fang Qin, he was not such a reckless person. The Great Snow Mountain? Princess Huang's master opened his eyes and said with a smile, in the end, he still went there. Master, you know about the Great Snow Mountain? Princess Huang asked. The kill order is in his hands. Then the Great Snow Mountain will definitely send an envoy to kill him. That's right. Our people have sent back news that the Great Snow Mountain seems to have lost 2 envoys in his hands. Therefore, the Great Snow Mountain is very angry and sent out their most powerful envoy team to encircle and annihilate Fangchen. The old white ape said. The 3 white ape brothers behind him were very anxious. Their lives were given by Fangchen. If it weren't for them, Fangchen wouldn't have attracted such a big disaster. Grandpa, let us 3 brothers go and support Brother Fang. Nonsense, the old white ape scolded. He is already very strong. It is difficult to find a match among the 9th level Saint Realm. What can you do if you go? You will only drag him down. I told you to do well. Cultivate well, but you didn't listen. Now you know the gap between us, right? The old white ape was very angry. He had told the 3 white ape brothers to cultivate well more than once, but they just didn't listen. He really hated them for not living up to his expectations. Huang, or don't worry, it might not be a disaster for him to go to the Great Snow Mountain. Princess Huang's master said with a meaningful smile. But Princess Huang wanted to say that she wanted to find Fangchen, but she was very clear that since she was accepted by the primitive race, she was restricted by many conditions. She was no longer her original self, but a member of the primitive race. The blood of the primitive race flowed in her body, and she couldn't do whatever she wanted. Your task is to cultivate well. If you can comprehend the inheritance left by your mother, there's hope for you to touch the threshold of the supremacy realm. The old man patted Princess Huang's shoulder and said, Of course, our primitive race will always pay attention to Fang Chen's movements. If he really encounters a life and death crisis, we will not sit by and do nothing. Hearing her master's promise, Princess Huang was relieved. End of chapter. Chapter 4008. The Great Snow Mountain. This was a very mysterious force. It could be said that the Great Snow Mountain had always existed when the devouring demons were prosperous. However, it was hidden very well and was not discovered at all. After that, it lay dormant for a long time. Now, although it had reappeared, it only occupied the extremely cold eastern region and was isolated from other forces. Other than the Killing Order, almost no one from the Great Snow Mountain went out. There were many subsidiary forces like the Taishan sect in the Great Snow Mountain, but there were no restrictions on them. Today, angry roars could be heard from within the Great Snow Mountain. The reason was that 2 of the Killing Order envoys had been killed. This matter had attracted the attention of the Great Snow Mountain, and the Great Elder had directly ordered that the envoys be killed at all costs. Otherwise, the Killing Order of the Great Snow Mountain would be greatly deterred. After the order was issued, almost all of the envoys of the Great Snow Mountain were mobilized. Even the number 1 envoy, who was feared by the world, was mobilized. There were rumors that the number 1 envoy had already touched the threshold of the supremacy level and was only a step away from the supremacy level. There were also rumors that the number 1 envoy was an avatar of the Great Snow Mountain's Lord. In short, there were different opinions. However, everyone was wary of the number 1 envoy of the Great Snow Mountain. What? The number 1 envoy has come out of seclusion? Heavens, even the number 1 envoy has been mobilized. Who is the person who received the Killing Order this time? I heard that 2 envoys of the Killing Order have already been killed by this person. That's why the Great Elder is so angry. In the Great Snow Mountain, the disciples' voices could be vaguely heard. When they talked about the number 1 envoy, their faces were filled with envy. Russell, on the endless ice field, Fang Chen hurried forward. He seemed to be able to sense the existence of the Great Snow Mountain. However, at this moment, he suddenly stopped. Boom! He subconsciously moved his body a meter to the side. However, the space where he had just stopped exploded. A terrible airflow emerged and burned in an instant. In the next moment, one of the envoys of the Great Snow Mountain rushed toward Fangchen. Die. This envoy of the Great Snow Mountain wanted to be the first to kill Fangchen and then return to claim credit. However, he did not consider the consequences. What if the mission failed? Would he be able to survive? Of course, the moment he made his move, the outcome was already decided. With the fastest speed, Fong Chen circulated his 11th order true Saint Realm strength and blasted him to death, leaving him no chance to escape or send out a signal. No! The messenger of the great snow mountain widened his eyes as he stared at Fong Chen. He could not believe what he was seeing. If he had to choose again, he would never be so rash. He would definitely work with the other envoys. They worked together to carry out the mission. Boom! The head of the emissary of the great snow mountain shattered and his primordial spirit exploded. You finally can't hold it in anymore. Fong Chen's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. Then his figure flashed and disappeared from the vast icy plain. Whoosh! Whoosh! Not long after he left, countless figures appeared. They were all emissaries from the great snow mountain. When they saw the corpse of the emissary who had been killed, their faces darkened, and the atmosphere became very solemn. Voila! At this moment, the first emissary arrived. He was surrounded by a white-colored aura and arrived in front of the corpse in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, everyone retreated with fear in their eyes, making way for the first emissary. Idiot, you wanted to take credit, but you threw your life away. The first emissary merely glanced at the corpse and said coldly. Everyone fell silent. How could they not have the same thought? After all, the holder of the killing order had killed 2 emissaries in a row. If anyone could kill this person at this critical moment and bring back his head, they would definitely receive a reward from the Great Elder. It was just that no one dared to say it out loud. The first emissary turned around, and his pitch-black eyes fell on everyone. Their bodies tensed up involuntarily, and they lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. The holder of the killing order is much stronger than we imagined. None of you are his opponent in a one-on-one battle, so don't take any chances. The first emissary said, in the following days, all of you will act together. If you find the target, inform me immediately. With so many emissaries working together, even if they couldn't defeat Fong Chen, they should be able to stall him. As for the first emissary, he was very strong and didn't need to travel with them. Everyone nodded. Who dared to disobey the first emissary? Once this man was angered, the consequences would be unimaginable. All right, let's move, the first emissary said. Soon, the other emissaries all left to follow Fong Chen's trail. Only the first emissary squatted in front of the corpse and stretched out his hand to touch the wound. Hiss! Blood flowed out from the wound. The first emissary carefully felt the marks on the wound. After a long time, he got up and looked into the distance. Interesting. The first emissary's lips curled into a strange smile. Immediately, he leaped and turned back in the direction of the great snow mountain. As he got closer and closer to the great snow mountain, Fong Chen's mood became heavier and heavier. He didn't know what was going on in the great snow mountain, but he knew that once he was discovered, he would definitely be surrounded by the great snow mountain. However, the killing order clearly had the aura of the chaotic realm. Was this related to the great snow mountain master? How could he find the great snow mountain master? This was also a headache for him. A few days later, Fong Chen easily avoided the pursuit of all the emissaries and arrived at the foot of the great snow mountain. The first thing he saw was a snowy mountain that towered into the clouds. When he looked up, it was incomparably majestic. Snowflakes were constantly falling from the sky. These snowflakes crisscrossed and formed countless lines, as if to prevent outsiders from stepping into the mountain. Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat. What a big deal. The snowflakes falling from the sky were condensed into a peerless formation to guard the great snow mountain. This formation was impossible for ordinary people to create. Fong Chen guessed that it was most likely the work of the great snow mountain master. He was even more curious about the identity of the great snow mountain master. Are you finally here? Suddenly, a voice came from the void, followed by the appearance of the first emissary. He stood halfway up the mountain and looked down at Fong Qin. He squinted his eyes and smiled. I thought it would take you at least 7 days to get here. Fong Chen's heart tightened. Could it be that the other party had already set up an inescapable trap here and was waiting for him? He hurriedly looked around, but didn't find anything unusual. As if guessing his thoughts, the first emissary said, Other than me, no one knew that you would come here. End of chapter. Chapter 4009. Hearing the first envoy's words, Fong Qin was even more puzzled. Apart from the first envoy, no one else knew that he was here? Didn't this mean that the first envoy was deliberately waiting for him here? Did he already predict that he would come? Could it be related to the killing order? Or did he do it because of the special aura contained in the killing order? You knew I was coming. Fong Qin was expressionless. At this time, he could not reveal any flaws. Otherwise, he would be in a desperate situation. After all, it was still unclear whether the first envoy was an enemy or a friend. Of course I knew. Not only did I know that you were coming, but I also knew that you wanted to meet the master of the Great Snow Mountain. I also know that you are from the chaotic realm. As soon as he said this, Fong Chen's expression changed drastically. His pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at the first emissary. Who are you? Even though the first emissary had revealed his identity, he would not admit it until he had confirmed the identity of the first emissary. Who I am is not important. What is important is that after you got the killing order, you have been exploring its mysteries. This is enough to prove that you are from the chaotic realm. The first envoy said with a smile. Fong Qin could not guess what he was thinking. You are also from the chaotic realm. Fong Qin asked tentatively. The first envoy did not say anything and said with a smile, The other envoys are almost here. In order to prevent you from being discovered by them, I will take you to a place. After saying this, the first envoy leaped and rushed directly to the top of the snow mountain. Seeing this, Fong Qin hesitated for a moment before following quickly. The killing order contained the aura of the chaotic realm. Obviously, the other envoys did not know about this. Only the first envoy knew. No matter what, he had to explore it. Crash! After a while, the first envoy brought Fong Qin to the top of the snow mountain. At a glance, it was like a paradise on earth. There was a powerful protective array around it. Once touched, an alarm would sound. The first envoy came to a remote corner with ease. There was a gap that could be entered and exited at will. He and Fong Qin entered the castle of the snow mountain. Along the way, the two of them were silent. After an hour, the first envoy stopped. Fong Qin looked up and saw an abyss in front of him. The surrounding cliffs were completely covered in snow and ice. There was no end in sight. Why did you bring me here? Fong Qin asked. Haven't you been exploring the mysteries of the killing order? There is one below. While speaking, the first envoy pushed Fong Qin into the abyss as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, Fong Qin disappeared into the abyss. At this time, the first emissary noticed that someone had arrived behind him. He gently stomped his feet and the array formation vanished. The abyss returned to calm. Sir, our men have searched the entire vicinity of the snowy mountains, but we were unable to find the person with the killing medallion. Numerous envoys arrived and reported to the first envoy. The first envoy raised his eyebrows slightly, seemingly unhappy. Sir, we clearly sensed that the killing order seemed to be near the snow mountain, but when we reached the foot of the snow mountain, the connection with the killing order was broken. Our people can't sense the existence of the killing order anymore, one of the envoys said, puzzled. Could it be that that person destroyed the killing order? Another emissary asked. Impossible. The killing order was made by the master himself. It is indestructible. Or did he use some special method to seal the killing order? The envoys were helpless. If they couldn't sense the aura of the killing order, they couldn't continue to track Fong Qin. They couldn't report to the higher-ups and could only ask the first envoy for help. After all, he was the most mysterious person in the snow mountain and rarely appeared. Search the surroundings carefully. Don't miss any suspicious places. I will go personally, the first envoy said coldly. The envoys left to carry out the search. The first envoy stared at the abyss and fell into his memories. After a long time, the first envoy turned and left. In just a few days, the Taishan sect was completely conquered. Without the sect leader, the Taishan sect was no match for the other forces. They worked together to wipe out the Taishan sect, causing it to fall apart and disband. Many forces began to enter a long period of war and began to divide the territory of the Taishan sect. Every force wanted more. Since they couldn't reach a consensus, they could only start a war. Only the final winner deserved everything. Of course, the Reverend King led his country's army and showed his super strength. He crushed all the other forces along the way. This scene caused a huge commotion in the Great Snow Mountains territory. Everyone was shocked. The Reverend King had been hiding his strength. His country was so powerful. In the dark, the celestial demon, Rat King, was healing his wounds while gathering information. When he learned that the Reverend King was also involved in the war, he was furious. Humph, despicable guy. From now on, your country will never have peace. As for the Qianlong city, its gates were tightly shut, afraid that it would be affected by the war. Everyone's attention was attracted by the war. They had long forgotten about the mysterious owner of VIP Room 9 at the Qianlong auction. The Qianlong Pavilion Master stood on the top floor of the Qianlong Pavilion and looked into the distance through the window. Pavilion Master, that Lord has replied, the first elder said in a low voice. Tell me, the Qianlong Pavilion Master hurriedly said. That Lord said that everything is under his control. He said that we have done well. He will keep his promise, the first elder said. That mysterious expert was the one who sent the heavenly source stone. At first, he asked the Qianlong Pavilion Master to bring the person who bought the stone to him. Later, he changed his mind and left. The Qianlong Pavilion Master had been worried about this matter. Now, there was finally a reply. When will the item be delivered? The Qianlong Pavilion Master asked. When he cooperated with that mysterious expert, the latter promised many benefits. It'll take 3 days at most, the first elder said. The Qianlong Pavilion Master heaved a sigh of relief. He could finally get those items. They were crucial for the development of the Qianlong Pavilion. However, at this moment, a figure stood on top of a tall building in the Qianlong city. No one noticed that the black-robed figure was looking in the direction of the Qianlong Pavilion. Only the dead can keep secrets forever, the black-robed figure muttered to himself. Chapter 4010. The abyss covered in ice and snow was also a forbidden place of the Great Snow Mountain. Very few people would come here. Of course, most of them did not dare to come close because there were rumors that as long as they approached the abyss, they would be pulled in by the strong attraction force inside. And once they fell into the abyss, there was basically no chance of survival. This was also why after the first emissary pushed Fong Qin down, the other emissaries who rushed over only reported and hurriedly left because they were all afraid of the abyss behind the first emissary. However, what was unexpected was that the bottom of the abyss was completely different from the outside world. Looking down from above, the abyss was covered in ice and snow, like an ice cellar, and there was a suffocating cold aura at all times. However, at the bottom of the abyss, it was like spring all year round, and there were lush green weeds everywhere. In a patch of weeds, a figure was lying there. He was unconscious, and his body was seriously injured, but his life was not in danger. His body was enveloped by the ultimate power. He was Fong Qin, who was pushed down by the first emissary. If not for the ultimate power, he would have been smashed to pieces at such a high distance, no matter how strong he was. Suddenly, a lion slowly walked over. It was huge and stood in front of Fong Qin, staring at him curiously with its gong-sized eyes. After a long time, it tentatively stuck out its tongue and rubbed Fong Qin's cheek. There was no movement. The lion was puzzled. thinking that the human was dead. It bit Fong Chen's foot and forcefully dragged him into a cave not far away. In the cave, there was a bald old man sitting cross-legged on a yellow futon. His hands were clasped together, and he was chanting scriptures. There was a Buddhist brand on his forehead, and he looked dignified like a god. Clang! After the lion dragged Fong Chen into the cave, it threw him on the ground with a clang. The old monk opened his eyes and said, "You're finally here?" He walked forward and pressed his hands on Fong Chen's body. An endless stream of power was constantly injected into the latter's body. After a while, Fong Chen's heartbeat returned to normal and his breathing became even. The lion shook its huge head and looked at the bald monk in confusion. The latter smiled and said, "You can go out first. Leave him to me." Although the lion could not speak, it heard the bald monk's words. It nodded and left the cave. "For countless years, I have been here, waiting for the people of the Chaos Realm to come. Even I have forgotten how long it has been. I didn't expect that they would finally come." The bald monk muttered to himself, tears welling up in his eyes. Buzz! The Buddhist power in his body. Fong Chen felt pain spread throughout his body. It was as if his entire body was about to fall apart. He opened his eyes with great difficulty and saw an unfamiliar environment. He subconsciously became alert. At this moment, a peaceful voice sounded in his ears. "You're awake?" The bald monk looked at Fong Chen with a smile. The latter got up from the ground. When he saw the bald monk, he was puzzled. "Master, were you the one who saved me?" His only memory was that he was pushed into the abyss by the first emissary and then fell into a coma. He looked around. This was an unfamiliar cave. Could it be under the abyss? Then, who was this bald monk in front of him? However, when he asked this question, he instantly felt that something was wrong in his body. The ultimate power was circulating and the injuries in his body had healed. However, there was an additional trace of special power. Obviously, this special power came from the bald monk. "Senior, are you from the Chaos Realm?" After sensing this familiar aura, Fong Chen was shocked and hurriedly asked, "Who else could have the aura of the Chaos Realm other than the people of the Chaos Realm?" The bald monk nodded and said, "You and I are of the same origin. I have been waiting for you here." "Waiting for me?" Fong Chen was stunned and puzzled. "If my guess is correct, you should have received the kill order and came here, right?" the bald monk asked. Fong Chen nodded. He had received the kill order and sensed a trace of the Chaos Realm aura contained within it. Therefore, he followed it all the way to the Great Snow Mountain. Who would have thought that he would be pushed into the abyss by the first emissary? Wait, the first emissary? If it wasn't for the first emissary, he would have only gone to find the master of the Great Snow Mountain and would not have come to the abyss. Could it be that the first emissary of the Great Snow Mountain was also from the Chaos Realm? But he did not sense a familiar aura from him. Fong Chen fell into deep thought. The bald monk smiled and said, "You should have guessed it by now. The kill order was not created for the purpose of killing. It was created to find people of the same origin." People of the same origin referred to people of the Chaos Realm. As expected, Fong Chen was shocked and stared at the bald monk. "Senior, are you the legendary master of the Great Snow Mountain?" Because the kill order was personally created by the master of the Great Snow Mountain, Fong Chen could not think of any other identity of the bald monk in front of him, who was in the forbidden land of the Great Snow Mountain and was also from the Chaos Realm. "I am not." The bald monk shook his head. He was indeed not the master of the Great Snow Mountain, but he had participated in the creation of the kill order. After so many years, we've been waiting for countless people with the kill order. Most of them were heinous people who deserved to be killed. They all died at the hands of the people with the kill order. Some of them even came to the Great Snow Mountain and were killed by the first messenger. The bald monk continued, "Those who could come to the abyss were all from the Chaos Realm. Unfortunately, they all died in the end. Died. Fong Chen's eyes widened. At the same time, he was shocked. It turned out that the Great Snow Mountain had been using the kill order to find people from the primal chaos realm. Of course, those who didn't belong to the primal chaos realm were evil people who deserved to be killed. It could be considered as getting rid of evil for the people. However, he was a little puzzled. Those who came to the Great Snow Mountain should be from the chaos realm, right? Why did the first emissary kill a group of them? Did they have to be screened to enter the abyss? However, the bald monk's explanation made Fong Chen completely understand. In fact, those who received the kill order and came to the Great Snow Mountain were not all from the Chaos Realm. There are many experts from the Devouring Demon Clan who were arrogant and conceited. They claimed that the Devouring Demon Clan was the overlord of the Source World and threatened the Great Snow Mountain. In the end, they were all killed by the first emissary. The rest were indeed from the Chaos Realm and were sent to the Abyss by the first emissary. However, he did not understand why those who entered the Abyss all died in the end.